See, because it was a
Let's go to
chick you
Brother
didn't hear,
Hassan.
Adam.
No,
Well,
I was just tweeting and posting and researching. I have ADHD. I
yeah,
can't focus. I can't split my
so
focus. I get like monomaniacal.
if I
Yeah.
could just weigh in, what I could weigh in on, if you could listen carefully to what Genghis was saying, how we see these factions get radicalized because look, they lost their family, they just keep taking it. And I think what EK was saying is we can see the mindset. You keep taking these people, killing them indiscriminately, like the first strikes have done to the innocent Iranians. These people, they think, oh, we're going to beat them into submission. Ew, it has the opposite effect. And I think that's what she was trying to portray. But yeah, thank you for weighing on that. We have to be very careful what we're really saying here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, it's difficult times, right? And there's different ways of framing it. And I understand the way you framed it. But when somebody comes up and, talks about things like the West would describe as a suicide bomber or a jihadist, Andrew, it's a problem for me. I will not host a space where things like that are said.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Someone could take that take one clip of that, frame it to something completely different. I understand. Thank you, ma'am.
The good thing.
No, that's fine. I mean, look, emotions, everyone's emotions are the same.
What's that?
I said everyone's emotions are the same. If somebody was going to come and try to break into your house to attack your family, you're going to defend your family, right? There's a way of saying that. There's a way of being really extreme about it. Anyway, let's move on. Let's go to. Sorry, Adam, are you going to say something?
We have a chick on the panel to hear her speaking.
I swear to God, they're so bad. This panel is so bad. Adam didn't hear her because it was a chick. If a guy had said that, Adam would have jumped right in.
It's like the legacy of Sulaiman. It's like his influence is searing through.
Did you hear what I said? Were you listening when I was
Let's
talking?
Go to Hassan quickly. Sorry, who's that?
Just me. Were you listening when I was talking?
I did hear you.
I wasn't promoting that, right? I was talking at a much higher warfare level. I wasn't talking about individuals doing.
I know you weren't. You were talking.
He was doing his Genghis Khan art of war.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. There's a difference,
I'm just
right?
clearing it up. I don't want anyone thinking I'm promoting crazy. Yeah.
No. If I'd have heard anything problematic, I would have interjected.
Thanks,
I'm actually just trying to eat, and I heard her, and I thought I better jump in. But let's go to Hassan. Thanks, Genghis. Hassan, jump in.
Hi guys, how are you all doing? Just a note to everybody who kind of is on the space. I highly recommend you go and do some research in terms of the background of the Islamic Republic, because everyone these days is talking about the Islamic Republic, claiming to know things about it, making theories about it, and it's important to know how it was established, what the principles are, the institutions, the philosophy of the Islamic Republic. It's important to know some simple things like they have a budget every year which they allocate to the Palestinian cause, and that's not even to the religion. It's not even religious. Anybody who fights in battles for the Palestinian cause is enshrined in their constitution that even if it's at the expense of the people of the Islamic Republic suffering hardship, they still have to give that money to support the Palestinian cause. And when you understand things about the Islamic Republic and how it works, your viewpoint of the world will change dramatically, and you'll start to see things in a completely different light. And this is why we're here. And either we're in a massive regional war, or we're in the world war. And if you look at the dynamics of the region, you'll understand why that is. Trump is I actually am starting to think more and more now that it's likely Trump is going to send boots on the ground, and this could be a very, very kind of drawn out situation like Vietnam. I see a sad face there. It's not necessarily a bad thing to draw the forces and finish off the U.S. empire. Might be what's needed, and it's Iran that's the Islamic Republic that's paying the ultimate price for humanity. The mindset of the Republic has to be studied for people to understand the spirit, the philosophy, the way of life, the resilience, the fact that they've been able to put up with 45 years of sanctions, that the early days of the revolution, you had a full backing for the removal of the U.S. Puppet, the Shah at the time, and in a way, this battle is awoken the new generation to what that revolution was all about. So really, I really highly recommend people study the revolution, understand Khomeini, understand Khamenei, understand their way of thinking, and how they've built this spirit of resistance into the region. People around the world, Muslim and non-Muslim, they follow him and respect and revere him. Mandela was one of them. He called him my leader. He called Khamenei my leader. So it's not a religious thing. The support for resistance again is completely non-religious, non-sectarian. Khamenei said very clearly, we give the same support to our Palestinian brothers as we do to our Lebanese brothers, and we don't differentiate between them at all. They're equal brothers. So when you have this kind of philosophy that's been built up over decades, you realize now that we're in a situation where America cannot tolerate the fact that the Republic is able to dictate who passes through the Strait of Hormuz. You as an empire cannot accept that. So you have three options. I think somebody did a post about this recently. Option one is retreat and admit defeat. Clear as daylight. Everyone will know you've been defeated. Second option is go nuclear. Comes with huge risks as well as itself, obviously, with going down that route. And the third option is to double down. I don't see any fourth option. The doubling down will mean ground troops. It will mean more and more forces brought over. They're going to bring more carriers over, more and more ships, jets, weapons. We heard of the B-1 that's arrived in the UK. The UK is now basically putting its own assets in the region at risk. It has lots of assets around the region. For example, in Oman, they've got a base. They've got headquarters and economic interests all around the region. It's very risky. So we're heading for more escalation and a long-term war with no end in sight, and that's the reality of the situation. So yeah, that's where I see this going, and it's going to get very, very ugly. I think it's going to continue to escalate because at the end of the day, the empire cannot tolerate the situation. There's no I can't see any other options from my perspective.
Hello, on that though point, my brother, is we don't see from a military point of view the surge of logistics and assets. I'm talking fleet assets, surface assets. There's nowhere even close to the massive surge to prepare for ground invasion nor movement of forces, including artillery and all that. And the gentleman here in the speaker panel, Genghis, has said it, so clearly, so many times. It's just to even establish a beachhead is just hard to imagine. And when they do, it's just going to be a kill box. Now, I understand with the hubris of Trump and the insanity going on, it's an option. But I think, as we've been saying in the space, Trump will take the defeat, but not we lost. It'll be a Trump dealing it out. We won and acquiesced, giving Iran ultimately, like, for example, lifting sanctions, letting them develop the enrich uranium and so forth, and of course the one-state solution of Israel. And I say one-state solution because that's what Professor Renati said. Maradi said. He said we say a one-state solution. We don't want to see the Palestinians treated as separate non-entities. We want them to live side by side in coexistence, but we know that Israel will never accept that until they're put in check. So yeah, but I hear you, my brother. It's going to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I haven't said that the mobilization of forces happened. It might happen in 1 month, 2 months. It might start happening in a week's time, but it will happen. Look, I'm not saying for sure. I can't say it definitely will happen, but I think compared to where we were a couple of weeks ago, it's becoming more and more likely. I think it's about 50%. The chance that the U.S. will be drawn into ground operations. Initially, it might take the play. Look, it's a gradual thing. The issue is they've started off to the Pandora's box. when you've started this off, there's no way to kind of undo what you've done now. You have to see it through. But it's the sunk cost fallacy. I think Professor Zhang discusses this as well, right? You go to a casino. Trump gambled, but what he doesn't gamble with his own money or his own life. He gambles with other people's lives. So okay, we'll lose a few hundred soldiers, fine. I'll gamble with them, and then all right, we've lost 500. We need to now, do this, and we'll sacrifice another 1,000. Hopefully that will give us victory, and it'll just keep going. I think I can't see it going any other way at this stage. For it to stop, the Americans would have to withdraw from the region and not pose a threat to the Republic anymore, and I don't think they're going to do that. So that's why we're at the situation. If it's possible, what you say, if the Republic turns around and says, okay, we'll have a ceasefire, that for me is suicide. From their perspective, strategically, that would be suicide. So if they did it, then they know that some people in the Republic know that it's suicide. There's others who don't. Well, maybe they might win out. If they do, then I'll tell you at that point that they basically just commit suicide. But I don't expect it.
Sir.
So just really quickly, guys, right? That lady that I removed from here, she's gone onto YouTube and started swearing, and she said, I wanted to come and tell you that Pakistan has agreed to start bombing Iran. Now, you will have heard me just before I removed her saying, I know where this is going. This isn't your space to bash, Asim Munir, who's the Pakistani general. These people are Sims for Imran Khan, right? And I know when they come up, they don't actually come up for the genuine reason. They want their country. They're like the monarchists of Pakistan. They want their country to be destroyed because that one Zionist link man is sat in prison, right? He's a Zionist. I supported him more than you could even imagine. Sulaiman and Mario will tell you it took me one phone call to get him on their space. And then when I realized what I realized, this isn't the space for it, I backed out. But this is why they come up, and I understand their psyche. So just for the YouTube chat, let me clarify, because she was on YouTube saying Pakistan's about to bomb and they've agreed to bomb, and Khaleesi didn't let me say it, or Beatrix didn't let me say it. Pakistan's foreign minister said the country would stand by Iran, but does not want to be dragged into a wider regional war. His message is consistent with every other country in the GCC. They're in an alliance together, and it's very smart of him. He's the only Muslim nuclear country. Now, when you're in that position, you have a choice. Adam, could you bring Doc up, please? He's just messaged. You might have to drop somebody from the mic who's already spoken,
sure, yeah.
and then thanks, Adam. And so his position right now, you've got a choice. You can either side with Israel and America, in which case you antagonize everybody else, or you can placate somebody like Trump, who's like really thin-skinned and got a massive ego, and set your stall with the GCC countries. Where's your future going to be? He'd be stupid as a Muslim nuclear country not to actually align himself with the GCC. So that's what he's done. Now, if you want to come up here and cry because you want to see the destruction of your country, then this is not the space for it. This is the wrong space for it. And I'm not kidding you. I know instantly when you go there. It happened yesterday. Remember, Adam? I chucked a guy off straight away when he was going towards Baloch and everything. And I said, this isn't the space for it. I know why you're here. Off you go. Because this isn't the space for it. We're not allowing monarchists to cry. We're not allowing Zionists to cry. And we're not allowing you guys to cry. So that's it. Let's move on. Okay.
Hold on. Is it accusation that
Thank you.
Pakistan's going to go and join the war with Iran? That's ridiculous.
That's literally what she said. She said, I wanted to tell you, because the minute she said, I want to tell you what Asim Munir said, and you, I thought, oh my God, she's going to freaking do fake propaganda, and we can spend 20 minutes debunking her, and then we're going to have all the PTI shills coming up here and crying. I'd rather just kill it straight away. So she went on the YouTube site and said, I wanted to tell you that Pakistan's agreed to bomb Iran. Literally her words. So I need to say this so that the YouTube chat know that it is fake news. The girl was going to peddle fake news, and I don't trust these chicks when they come up here and make ridiculous statements. Listen, if anybody attacked any of our families, we would defend our families, right? But then there are things that you say that make you sound like a freaking suicide bomber, and this isn't the space to say those things either. So that's it. I will leave it there. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
I'm going to honor Sulaiman here. Chicks be crazy.
Boy, it almost came out of my lips. I decided not to say it.
Simon, you've almost perfected it. I mean, you got it down.
Yeah, well,
Glad
that's a
that
new
good lesson.
level of analysis that Pakistan's about to go to war with Iran.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
man, so careful. Yeah, I'd be so careful. Yeah, once again, thank you, Beatrice, because I'm sitting there going, I know how you feel. You're really frustrated. And that's what they're feeling. But the big thing is, though, to set this carefully on a shelf, is this stupidity of America thinking when they bombed the Iranians into oblivion, we're going to bomb them into oblivion every minute. That's only just galvanizing them more. And that's what Genghis was driving home, that point. And my God, it's like
Galvanizing, Andrew. That's a beautiful word. That was the word I was trying to think of, and you just reminded me what I had. My brain wasn't working. I was looking for that word, galvanizing. Sorry, I'm going to steal that next time I give a big monologue. I'm going to use it as many times as I can. Go. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
No. You have it. That's why I'm so glad they let actual veterans that have been there, done it. You're speaking from your heart. You've seen it. You didn't read it in a book. You saw it. And I witnessed that perfectly with my children involved and friends that came out of there. They came back and all said the same thing. Oh my God, we're not solving anything. We're just galvanizing these people with more resolve. And do you think we have a problem? We saw the same thing happen in Vietnam. So that's what I think we have to take from that. But thank God we have my mom always said, honey, hang out with smart people, because so I always hang out with smarter people. But no, I'm glad you jumped in there, Beatrice. I was like, okay, thank you.
So catching up on the news after being away for a few hours, is it true that a desalination plant in Iran was targeted?
We've got no reason to not believe that's true. And then there was an additional wave of attacks on Israel and US bases. And there was one in Dubai that led to an interceptor that pulled off some shrapnel that sadly landed on a taxi and killed a Pakistani taxi driver. But through shrapnel, that's pretty sad.
Well, now won't Iran in turn attack desalination plants and other support systems for civilians as a consequence? This is a ratcheting up of the conflict, I would think.
Yeah, it was definitely an escalation, and they retaliated by continuing to hit US military targets. So they didn't do anything that was escalatory, but they did. Prior to that, they had agreed that they would only respond if they were attacked, and that was an attack. So, but it's been pretty
I want
aggressive
to just
action
ask,
in Israel, as far as I can tell. Like
It's
Haifa,
really,
yeah.
it's really sad. I keep believing in the best of humanity, and I keep having my hopes dashed, and it is scary.
You want to jump in, Beatrix?
Oh my God. Yeah, one comment about Imran Khan, and they flooded the frigging chat with all their crying because the savior's been slated by me. I want to ask Brother Hassan, if he's still here,
I'm here.
why he thinks there's going to be boots on the ground, because the language we're getting coming out of both, I'd say, from Iran as well. From Iran, it's very much cards on the table. Get America out of your regions, we'll stop bombing your regions, then there's only Israel left to deal with. So it's almost like we're giving you an option here, and you only give an option when you actually want to make a movement, like move towards something. Trump's really toned down his rhetoric, massively toned it down. The GCC statements, Turkey's statements are very much aligned with Iran, and certainly not critical of Iran in any way, shape, or form. They're taking the hits, and I'm not talking about the hits from Iran, I'm talking the ones outside of Iran. They're taking the hits, but they're not criticizing Iran. They're not asking Iran to stop, like from everything I'm seeing online. Why do you think there's going to be boots on the ground, and who is going to send the boots on the ground? Is it going to be the Kurds? Is it going to be the Azerbaijanis? Is it going to be American? How, when, like, why?
So my view is it's a sunk cost fallacy, whereby, look, you would have asked, you said the question. I said this on the group on the space a few weeks ago. Why would they even go and do this operation? It doesn't make sense strategically. It's very risky, right? If you imagine you have a situation where you are risking your empire for with these airstrikes, if you don't achieve what they call regime change, which is basically to change the government and install a new one in the republic, then you failed, and then you're in a situation where it spirals out of control, and that's what's happened. The events over the last week have not been anticipated by anyone. Where you've got bases hit, you've got the Jewish colony struck multiple times. You've got the Lebanese resistance joining in, the Iraqi resistance firing at bases in Iraq. Which I'm always very hopeful that the Americans will leave Iraq. No one wants them there. So the whole thing sounds like a very, very risky thing to do, and stupid, right? And then in the same kind of principle, I would say you'd apply it, that the boots on the ground sounds stupid, but they're going to look at, they've got this hubris where they think, look, we're going to win. We just have to keep going. And so we've already pounded them. We've hit their air defenses. We've genocided a few thousand people, maybe by that point, tens of thousands of people. They're tired. They're weak. Let's just go in on the ground now, and we'll be able to come and finish the job off. They'll actually start to believe that. The alternative is they have to de-escalate and then come to an agreement with the Republic. But I don't see what kind of shape that would take. How we can't go back to where we were before, really. So that's where I see it. The two options are open defeat or doubling down and escalation. And so far, we've only seen escalation.
There's actually a third, and speaking as an American, from my perspective, what you're presuming is that there was a rational plan that made sense, that served America's interests. And it also presumes that we have a president and a government that's independent and acts in support of America First propositions and not in compliance with the demands of the Zionists, both in and out of our government. So I think that I would be shocked to see boots on the ground, because any military analysis that we've had up here, or any sort of rational assessment of the situation based on what we've seen the last 2 weeks, is that Americans would die en masse to try to put boots on the ground. When we did it in Kuwait in the first Gulf War, we ramped up for 3 or 4 months, and we had a staging area, right, to go into Iraq. We had Kuwait, and we had all the bases that are now destroyed in and around with the GCC states. So things have fundamentally changed. America has lost. I think that's understood and becoming a more popular narrative here in America. We've seen several dissenters from Trump's original conservative supporters, including Tucker Carlson, notably 2 Congressmen, Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Trump has attacked, even though they were huge supporters, key supporters of his, going all the way back to 2016, because they're promoting and demanding the full release of the Epstein files. They're the 2 congressmen who are standing with victims, calling for justice. So when I presume that Trump is not in charge, that our government, elected government, is not in charge of our country, it explains a lot for me. Not to say that I have it right, but it fits the facts.
So before the war started last Saturday, there was military commanders, U.S. military commanders saying that this is a bad idea for the following reasons, and all the predictions that they made have come true, right?
We've had 5 generals be fired in the last 3 months.
Exactly what I'm saying. So what they were saying was that this is a bad idea. This is going to be the outcome, and exactly as they predicted, and the Republic warned. They said that, look, if you come in, we're going to do A, B, C, and they did it, and they did it successfully. And so just by the same logic, they're going to say to Trump, look, if you send boots on the ground, it's going to be a disaster. But Trump is in a pickle right now. Like he's got the Epstein files on his back. He's got internal turmoil. There's now oil prices are rising. There's no off ramp here, and the only thing you can do is a bit like similar situation with Netanyahu, where Netanyahu is like has to keep escalating to keep himself in a job. And
there is one off ramp, and that is for Bibi to cry uncle, for the coalition, the Likud party, and the coalition that runs the government to wave the white flag, because Israelis are suffering in a way that no other population.
But they've already done that. And the Republic refused.
Yeah,
they said no.
That's a changing dynamic, right? As Iran predictably turns toward hitting civilian targets like desalination plants, the rise for calls for Bibi's resignation that have been there for a long time, right? Because of the fraud and the criminal charge he's been assessed. Trump again, I think yesterday came out and said Bibi needs to be pardoned. So there is a core group, a minority certainly, in Israel who is calling for his removal. And what I'm suggesting is that's only going to grow. The statements that they made recently in support of the continuing war, I think will change as the facts on the ground change.
So you're saying basically one possibility.
Can somebody's just DM'd me, and I want to say this, Brother Hassan. This is really important because you're talking about different scenarios and what could lead up to it. I wasn't going to read this out, but somebody's just messaged me this, and they've asked me to read it out now, or say it at least in your discussion. And it's a little bit severe, what they think is potentially one of the outcomes that could happen. Remember that quote-unquote assassination attack on Trump with his ear and stuff when he was doing the speech, and then they kept saying it was Iran. I mean, none of us believe it was Iran. But anyway, the kind of TDS people may do. So somebody's just messaged me, and they think that if Trump tried to back out of this, Israel and or whoever's in charge / Mossad could actually take Trump out. And that's not the word they use, but I'm just trying to be a bit mindful that people do still, obviously, just mindful of the language. They could take Trump out, blame it on Iran, and that way they get American people on board.
Yeah, that's the CIA.
I see Wade is giving hundreds there.
The CIA did it to Kennedy. So yeah, it's definitely, he could be in fear of his life and his family's life for 100%.
So that would fit under the scenario which I was describing before, boots on the ground. How they do it and the reasoning behind it and the messaging and the justification for it is anyone's guess. I don't know what they'll use. They could use a false flag. They could maybe sink their own ship. God knows what they can do. They'll have scenarios what they can do to say to the American public that we are under attack, and we have to respond now with full force, and they'll just force the army into a ground invasion, which obviously would be catastrophic. And if you saw, I'm sure you've all seen the smirk of Aranchi saying, hoping that the Americans try to come in to invade the Republic. They're waiting for them. He said, yes, we are waiting for them. So we have those are the scenarios that I can see whereby ground troops would be deployed. The American, it could be a Vietnam situation where they conscribe people. I don't know how they'll do it, but they'll find some way of justifying it and pushing people to do it. I know a lot of people, there'll be a lot of resistance and people will not buy it. But if you saw how this is played out, we can see that there's the government, the American regime is really consolidated power, in my view. consolidated power to where Trump has carte blanche to do pretty much whatever he wants. That might change in the midterms, but for now, I can't see any of this changing. So yeah, that's my view.
I'll just say is that,
Thanks, Hassan.
just real briefly.
Sorry, Doc. I just want Simon. Go ahead, Doc. You can finish. Then we go to Simon. Then I want to welcome Dr. Shola as well. Go ahead,
Just the
Doc.
last thing. I think that there should and could be a huge belief that if Americans start to die, that we will rally around the flag in support of this war the way that happened after 9/11. I'm telling you, it's a completely different tone and attitude here, and Americans will not be in support of Trump or conservatives. And the elections are coming up are very, very important, even the one in November, because that is likely to lead to a House composite where Democrats are leading, and they'll start the impeachment process all over again. Won't be successful, but that process will be a distraction. Certainly there are deluded people, maybe Pete Hegseth, maybe Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, who look back at 2011 and think that they either believe or that they could make Americans support this. But if Americans don't support this, it's doomed to failure. Even if they try and put boots on the ground, if they send 100,000 paratroopers into Iran, a large portion of them are going to die, and that will lead to further, disfavor of Trump among the electorate. So sorry to go on there, but yeah.
Thank you. Let's go. I think Simon wanted to chime in on this because the minute I said that about Trump, he shot his hand up. But Simon, you don't need to put your hand up. You're de facto co-host, so just jump in and then we'll welcome
Yeah,
Dr.
no
Shola.
worries. I'm not saying this is it, but just to give complete information, if you want a rationale, I can give you one. If the goal was to get the Strait of Hormuz closed, which is what happened, and it was the insurers that were, the ones reacting to effectively enforce the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. As a result of that, India is under severe distress, needing fertilizers and Qatari gas. And that's going to reignite a agricultural trade agreement between US and India, which America had lost. They could renegotiate that as a result of the strait being closed. They also have removed Europe was dependent upon Russia, then moved to Qatar. Now they are fully US LNG dependent. And one of the goals is to build America by being an LNG exporter and competing with the Gulf countries. By closing the Strait of Hormuz, America has fully regionalized the Western Hemisphere and made it a full gas dependency, as well as signing a bunch of military contracts for many of the military companies, solving some of the agricultural trade issues. And the big deal is making Europe LNG dependent upon America. So if you want a rationale, there is a transactional rationale that came as a result of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, as well as independence of some of the components that are needed for chip manufacturing that were coming from South Korea, as well as any side effects that this has on China if they can't get those shipments through, or the backlog of shipments. This has completely reset the flow of oil and gas globally, and it's not going back. That's 100% as a result of the Strait of Hormuz closure. So never going back.
Thanks, Simon.
Iran has warned European countries that they will be legitimate targets if they become involved in the war on the side of the Epstein coalition.
This is what I was saying before, that the British are getting drawn into this gradually, and they're risking a lot. They're already the UK economy is already on the verge of collapse, and they shouldn't really be doing this. But this is the nature of the Epstein regimes, the Epstein class, right? So
Hassan, you gotta admire the patience of Iran. I swear they've given Keir Starmer this morning at least 3 times a day, every day for the last 5 days. And every day I wake up, he's going a little bit further into it and a little bit further into it. And it's just like, are you thick? You're putting all of our lives on the line. Not only that, you're going to go out there and kill people, innocent civilians in Iran when it's not your beef. They've never done anything to us.
Let me tell you two
I
things.
just,
Let me tell you two things, Beatrix. Number one, have you seen Persian rugs before? Yeah, the stunning pieces of art, aren't they? Unbelievable.
yeah,
Have you seen the silk ones, the different fabrics they use, the patterns?
yeah,
Some you can get. One guy can be busy 10 years, 15 years putting one of those together, right? Can you imagine the kind of patience that needs? And then the second thing is, remember, chess was invented in Persia as well. So you're dealing with the inventors of chess who can spend 20 years, or patient enough to spend 20, 30 years of their life putting together a rug. So, good luck to America. Good luck to the Epstein regimes who haven't got enough patience to do anything really. So good luck to them.
yeah. I don't want them to be a part of it. But I guess, I don't know. It's unnecessary, and I feel like Keir Starmer's pushing himself in there deliberately. Like, I want a piece of it. I want a piece of the action. The headlines have to be about me. It's pathetic. This Western mindset is just pathetic. And I look for this at the other end, and I think the other side of this, the world will be in a better place, hopefully. The world will be. I'm not sure UK and Europe will be, though. But yeah, let's see. But the people who've suffered for the longest will have some respite. Dr. Shirley, you
Yes,
there?
I am, my dear. Yes, I am. I heard you trying to give Keir grace. Did you actually say is he thick, Beatrice? How many times are we going to have
Yeah,
this
it's
conversation?
Kid Starmer. He's Adam's Prime Minister, Kid Starmer. He's really thick.
How many times are we going to have this conversation, sister? I've already explained to you, this guy is a political freaking prostitute. He's a political coward. Just when you thought that maybe something was getting into his brain when he went, oh, there's no legal justification. I thought, oh my God, do you mean that human rights lawyer part of you is finally showing up? I knew it was absolute bollocks, like our Brits like to say, when he agreed to America using our base for quote unquote defensive purposes. We all knew that America would never use it for defensive purposes, but for attack purposes. This is the same Trump that said of Spain when Spain said, well, no, you can't use our bases. What did Trump say? Well, we could have used it anyway if we wanted to because nobody can stop us. So you knew the moment you gave Trump an inch, he's going to go all the freaking way. And the reason why Keir Starmer he's caving in is because he wants to be part of the big boys. Okay, he's not being led by what is right, what is morally right, what is legally right. He's being led by optics. He's being led by, oh my God, he said, I'm no Winston Churchill. Maybe this might go down in the history books. How would I want to be remembered? You'll be remembered as a fool. You'll be remembered as a political freaking coward. That's how you'll be remembered, Keir Starmer. Sir Keir Starmer, my blessed black chuddy. But my point here is this. I think it is too much for us to expect anything from Keir Starmer's government or from him himself. You said something earlier, Beatrix, about how patient Iran is. And I won't lie. I don't understand. They have been incredibly patient. I agree with you. Last year, all of those threats and the 12-day war, I mean, they barely did not, they did not do anything and they got bombed. They don't do anything, they get chastised. And I say, as I'm saying this, please, I'm not endorsing the Iranian government. That is not what this is. I'm actually pointing out the hypocrisy, double standards, and illegality of countries in the West. Because hammering on about Iran must not have nuclear weapons when you have nuclear weapons, when the only country on God's earth that has weaponized nuclear weapons on other human beings is the United States of America. I mean, the hypocrisy is just astounding. And them gaslighting us like we're freaking fools. That dumbass, what's his name? He Dog's Breath actually came out to tell everybody, well, we didn't start this war, but we'll finish it. You freaking started the bloody war. You did. You bloody fools. You had a negotiation going on. Well, you know, Israel was going to hit them, and we knew that if Israel hits them, they will hit Israel back. So we have to get into this war. And you see, I think that inside, when I say inside, I think somewhere inside, people like Keir Starmer and other leaders recognize that they have been forced into this war. Because people keep hammering on about this special freaking relationship. What bloody nonsense. A special relationship is one way.
Oh no, Dr. Shola, look, I don't believe he's been forced into it. I feel like he was desperate to frigging get involved himself.
When I say forced into
Mans
it,
couldn't stop offering whatever we've got.
no. When I say forced
There
into
was
it,
not one little ounce, not one little pinhead of resistance from
when
him.
I say forced into it, Beatrix, I mean they were not the United States and Israel did not notify anybody, did not notify their so-called allies, did not sit down with them, did not agree plans with them, did not agree strategy with them, did not engage them. So now they've been forced into it, because to not do so when, you know, all American King Donald Trump says, yeah, help me, they start to look bad. Because here in the United Kingdom, I do think that Keir Starmer was trying to appear to look, he's using what's like legal justification, but then you have dumbasses like Kemi, not bad enough, and that useless Nigel Frog face, who gonna go, oh well, whose side are you on? Are you on the side of America or Iran? He should have just said, I'm on the side of the British people. This has jack all to do with us. And that's what Spain was trying to do. So I'm saying that what America and Israel did was they went guns a-blazing. They went in there to do whatever they wanted to do, and then they manipulated all their allies to come in. That is what has basically happened, because they know.
Oh no, but Dr. Shola, look, I'm at that stage, right, where I don't believe this manipulation and stuff. I think now, with everything that we've learned and everything that we know, all of these men in charge, right? I wouldn't say our leaders, because it's certainly not my freaking leader, but with all of these men in charge, you've got a choice. You can either get a backbone and say, actually, do you know what? We don't want to be a part of this. A, we're not going to make our civilians target. B, we don't want to kill innocent people. C, our economy is really suffering. D, we don't want to cause more austerity on our people. E, it's not a noble cause. So many reasons they could have given, but it's not manipulation. I mean, what, you telling me Keir Starmer was manipulated?
You and I can use a different word from manipulation. My point, though, is that because they see Trump as king, because he's the leader of how did they describe America again? The greatest country on earth, the biggest military power. All of them kowtow to him. That is what I actually mean by the manipulation, not because they can't stand up to him, they choose not to. And because
they want to bask in his glory, is what you're saying.
Thank you. And I won't even call it glory. In his look, I think there's something demonic going on, but we'll talk about spiritual warfare another day. So I'm just saying that America and Israel knew exactly what they were doing. Israel was counting on America coming in, and Israel was counting on everybody falling over them, their faces, because Trump said ABC. I mean, I think that is most definitely what is happening. And Keir Starmer was never going to really say no to Trump and all of them anyway, because this has now turned into more than just this has turned into more than just Iran must not have nuclear weapon. Even that, all that narrative has fallen away, because nothing justifies you bombing a densely populated city full of children, civilians, so that Iran does not have nuclear weapon. That doesn't make any sense. They know it and they don't care. And you can see them also repeating their lies. They tell you, oh, it's not a war. And what do you find Trump do? Trump refers to it as a war every single time. Every single time. And then Trump opens his mouth and says, yes, we did it because Israel was going to attack them. So they literally unravel themselves every single day. So this government, they know the truth. They also know optics. They can see France and all these other countries. Everybody seems to be trying to appear to do something. And what Keir Starmer thinks he's smart, but he's a fool. God help me. He's a fool, because the basis upon which he's trying to create a justification is that Iran is bombing military bases in its neighboring countries, U.S. military bases in neighboring countries. That is not a freaking justification. Because, hello,
I know,
everybody
I
said
know.
with me, Iran has the right to defend itself. That's what you all hammered down our throats, shoved it down our throats for 2.5 years over Israel's genocide.
Israel
Now
has
Iran
the
is
right to
trying
defend
to
itself.
hurt America the way America is hurting it. And this is the reason why Keir Starmer is coming. Again, I am not in any way, shape, form, or manner endorsing the Iranian government, please. That has nothing to do with it at all.
Dr. Shola,
it is the
you're,
hypocrisy and double standards of the West.
you're always
That is
a breath of fresh air.
I mean,
I
how
just
do
want.
you
Can
and
you hear me,
I,
Dr. Shola?
all of us on this space,
Can
how do
anybody
we
hear
watch
me?
children
Dr.
being
Shola, can you
murdered
hear
I can,
Beatrice?
in
I can hear you,
school, at
Beatrice.
home?
Dr.
People
Shola,
are
Dr.
Beatrice is
I
Shola's
don't
muted.
think
on
she
her
can hear
own. She can't hear
anything.
us.
Look at what
Dr.
they're doing in
Shola?
Lebanon, for frick's sake.
Dr. Shola
People
can't
that
hear us.
existed beyond, before the white man thought of even going to
We could be here all
Adam, do you
night.
want to?
She's off.
Yeah,
how do you show
I
such
hear
a
Beatrice, but
disrespect
she's
of
yeah.
on her own track.
the
Yeah.
West with its supremacist way of
Oh my God, I
thinking?
can still hear
Oh,
her.
Yeah, I
She's
can
not on the
still hear
panel.
her
greatest nation
too.
on earth, and we're going to rain bombs on them day and night. They will have to. I mean, what the hell?
There's a
That is
ghost
freaky.
on the
What are we going to
panel.
do, Adam?
Make away, make away.
I'm sorry, I'm screaming. I apologize, but sometimes
Oh my God, Dr.
you
Shola, I
guys
can't
are
even see you
just
on the
my
panel.
safe
What are we going to
space
do?
to
We can't
let go
recycle
about.
It's-
You
How
know,
are we
just
going to run
because
the space?
This
if
is
not,
interesting.
I will be
Private
throwing my
messenger,
remote
whoever
control on my TV.
can.
But like I've
All right,
shared
let
with
me
all
take
of
a look
you,
at the
I'm not buying
She's not
listeners.
going
oil,
to check
so I
it.
have to withhold that. It's better for me to just come out
I don't think she's
with
going to
it. And
stop either.
now I
Oh,
just feel a
you can't actually
little
see the
bit better because
requests.
I think I'm amongst people who also
She never
understand
What should we
does.
that what
do?
is happening is wrong and it's being done falsely in
Oh my
our
God, what should we
names.
do?
Every single one of these
We have
countries
to
that
let
are
this.
Recycle her?
Oh my
helping
God.
Just
America
recycle her.
and Israel in
We
I
any
have
guess we
to
have
shape
to
let the
live
or
with
truth
it.
form.
How long do
storm
you
Dr.
take
think
its
she's
Shola
course.
going to
Howard.
keep going?
Adam, can you not see her?
Oh my God, the
No.
YouTube
By
chat
saying it's
are
in the
so
interest
mischievous. They're
of the
loving this.
British,
They're like, let her
interest, security
cook.
interest of British
Oh my
people.
God, this is
Bullshit.
golden
If that is the truth,
content.
this war
Like,
will put us at a greater
It's
risk.
like we're playing a
But Keir
YouTube video
Starmer
in the
and
background.
any other leader that is
She's
engaging
just
in this,
going
oh,
they
for
do
it.
not have
Dr.
the
That's
Shola.
exactly what it
backbone
is.
to say
She
no to
opened a
Trump.
space
And
within
Okay,
the
Dr.
space.
Shola.
I'll tell you this. If only they had the backbone
All right, let's
from
see
the
if we can do something
beginning,
There's
from
a
this speaker
space
panel.
within
Trump
a
would have been
space.
nipped in the bud.
I've never
They were
seen this
all
glitch.
rushing to go
I've
to the
seen
White
every glitch
House,
I think that can happen on a space.
and
I've
bow
never
at his
seen this
freaking
Is she
before.
smelly
playing on a
feet.
loop?
Trump would
Is she
have been
playing on a
nipped in the
loop?
bud.
No,
Tariffs,
actually,
he would have done the tariffs anyway. Anyway, I'm
I
going to
was trying
stop
to
now.
interject her
Sorry.
because I had breaking news. And that's what I was going to say. It's always a pleasure having you on your... Oh, she gone? Has she gone quiet?
It was a
Yeah, we can't
record on
hear
a
you.
loop, I
Hello?
swear.
Ooh,
Is this
the
Samantha?
hurricane has gone.
Oh, my God.
I wonder what the audience could hear. Could the audience hear her and us at the same time? What were they
Well,
saying on the
we could.
YouTube
Yeah, they
comments?
were loving it. Look at the YouTube chat. It's just full of laughing emojis. And they're like, this is so funny. This is classic. She's cooking. It's just, they were loving it because they could hear us and they can see the screen on the YouTube and they can see she's not there. And they can see we're just thinking, how do we stop her? Because we can't see her and we can just hear her. You know what? Actually, this is really funny. I don't know if you remember this, but a few months before October the 7th, when Israel was bombing Gaza, Sulaiman and Mario did a space, and Sulaiman was the only host there, right? And what they did was they made one of these, that Zayo chicken, I can't remember her freaking name, beginning with A or something. They made her co-host with Sulaiman. And she was doing so much propaganda and stuff. And she was like, it ran into the night, that space did. And I said my piece, I did my bish bash bosh and everything else and all of that. And then I went down to listeners and I actually fell asleep. And at one point I woke up and she was trying to do some propaganda. And I pressed request and I went straight up on the panel. But this is what happened. She couldn't see me. She could just hear me. I don't know if you remember that, Doc. And I let rip all the anger that I had. And she was like, Sulaiman, remove her. Sulaiman, Khaleesi, if you have any respect for Mario, if not for me, for Mario and his platform, you will be quiet now. I tell you, I let rip. I can't remember, Doc, were you there? Because people were loving
I
it.
think so.
And I was not going to
Was
stop.
it Alicia? I may be
I
mispronouncing
can't
it.
remember her name. You know who it is? Yeah, she was crying and crying and crying for days afterwards about the fact that she got bruised. And Sulaiman was like, and she goes, Sulaiman, for the love of God. And he was like, listen, I don't worship the same God as you. So ask your God, don't ask mine. And he was just like not having anything to do with it. Like, it's not my problem, you know. She couldn't. I cannot see her. So this has happened before, but
Yeah,
yeah, at least it was.
that was the time when Sully was breaking up with Mario, and so the call to I'm a friend of Mario basically is what she was saying. Didn't make any difference.
I think Sully would like that feature. You get the chick speaking, and then you put them in a side channel and just carry on.
He doesn't want to hear them, Simon. He doesn't
Oh
want to
yeah,
see them, and he
it
doesn't
breaks
want
the
to
mute
hear
button. I don't
them.
think he'd like that one.
Yeah. Okay. So, Dr. Shola, I don't know what happened, but she comes up next time. We'll tell her. That was crazy. That was crazy. So somebody's actually messaged me saying, yeah, the IDF BITCH. I remember her. Yeah. So people do remember. Okay, guys, listen. We're here. We're going to go to breaking news. We're going to give you all the live updates. It's been a long day. Tel Aviv is under attack. Haifa is under attack. Rockets have been fired by Hezbollah. Marina Tower 23 has been hit on the Dubai Marina. One person died as a result of that. Trump says now, he's just made a statement saying these are exciting times. We're doing very well on the war front. Somebody said on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? And I said about 15. Okay, this is Trump, so we'll go with that. Saudi Arabia claims to have intercepted a drone near the US-operated Prince Sultan Air Base. This we covered earlier in the day, but just for people who are catching up with us now, 3 US Air Force B-1 Lancer bombers have landed at the Royal Air Force Fairford in Gloucestershire. So 3 American Air Force B-1 Lancer bombers have landed here in southern England. Our military bases are being used. This is what Dr. Shola was talking about, for a new surge in strikes against Iran. Therefore, the UK will be a target. Israeli media, I-24 channel, says Hezbollah is doubling the pace of shooting and is no longer in a defensive state, but has initiated attack. Guys, when Israeli media is reporting this, you know there's substance to it. And Sebastian, I see you've been really patient. I'm going to come to you in 1 second. So Israeli media, I-24 channel, says Hezbollah is doubling the pace of shooting and is no longer in a defensive state, but has initiated an attack. Haifa is on fire this evening because of Hezbollah rockets. There are right now explosions in Tel Aviv, large-scale attack on Israel, and the operations of the air defense systems, missiles and drones are being launched from Iran and Lebanon simultaneously. So Iran and Lebanon simultaneously are launching missiles on Israel. Let's see what else there is.
Did you have the news on
Launch.
the 6 US commanders that were killed on the US? Sorry, the strikes on in Kuwait. Is that news, or did you have that one?
And I can't remember, to
Yeah, I
be honest.
think
Was
well, I'm
that
seeing it
I
just
don't think it
now
was
on Al Jazeera,
200.
but on the drone strikes on the US command center in Kuwait, that's led to Trump was just talking about it. It's led to 6 deaths. I'm not sure if that's old news or new news.
Yeah, but that 6 out of the 200, because we saw a news come out today that 200 were killed, and I don't know if that was 6 out of that. And we were waiting for actual verification of that, but if Al Jazeera is saying it, it might be
Yeah, they're
true.
reporting that 6 US commanders, and Trump is paying tribute to the 6 commanders.
Right. So 6 more commanders on top. This is what they tell us officially. I think the numbers are a lot higher, plus the 6 that were previously killed. Iranian National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani says the countries in the region have realized that the United States is not capable of ensuring stability in the region and understand that we do not target them. Also, a massive explosion was heard in Greater Tel Aviv and the west of Ramallah in the West Bank. A massive explosion. Israeli jets have targeted 3 oil storage facilities in Kuhak, Sharan and Karaj in Iran. So they're targeting oil facilities in Iran. Explosions heard in Erbil, and also Ali Larijani, the Iranian Security Council Secretary, said, since the United States has not achieved its goals, it is now struggling and failing. It would be better for Trump to admit that he made a mistake and was deceived by Israel. Better for Trump to admit he was deceived by Israel. And Hezbollah have said to the citizens of northern Israel, do not listen to Netanyahu, head south. Do not listen to Netanyahu, head south. That statement, they said that yesterday, and for me, that's like karma. The amount of times they made the Palestinians in Gaza move from north to south, back to north, back to the Midlands, and they were bombing and killing them all the way. Iran's not going to do that. Iran's genuinely telling them, move south, right? Because if they move south, they're away from the Lebanese border. And that's what they're saying, move south, move away from our border. They're not saying we're going to kill you, we're going to bomb you. They're saying move south, don't listen to him. And Netanyahu's telling them to stay put. But the fact that they're having to move, these settlers are having to move, and the pain they may feel in actually gathering their belongings and moving and feeling homeless and destitute, that right there is karma. Because they did that for 3 years, well, actually more than 3 years, about probably 45, 47 years to Palestinians. Let's go to Sebastian. Sebastian, thanks for waiting. Jump in.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the global audience. Fellow Brits on the panel, first time on here actually. Beatrix, seeing as though you are actually giving the audience an update on some of the breaking news, I've got a couple of things that I would like to add. Iran's National Security Council, via Ali Larijani, has just said, we will not be leaving Trump alone. He must pay the price. He is responsible for the martyrdom of our leader and our people. And this is not a small matter. We will not give up until we retaliate in kind. I will be coming back to this point because it is relevant to some of the points that have been spoken of over the last half an hour. Another piece of information is Jerusalem's water supply apparently has facilities were hacked, and this is not verified yet, but it's being reported. Facilities in Kesma, the Hanzala group carried out an unprecedented and complex cyber attack on the water infrastructure in the city of Jerusalem, and I think this is a retaliation.
I got breaking news.
Go ahead.
Sorry, brother. This is really big. This is Mossad commentaries reporting it. He's saying Saudi Arabia warned Iran, if you continue attacking our energy infrastructure, because apparently Iran communicated to Saudi that it was actually Israel undercover Mossad agents that attacked the Aramco oil facility. He said, we will strike yours. And that's quoted by Reuters. That is by Reuters.
Another piece of news, again,
Sorry, just 1 second, Sebastian. Mr. Revenue, so this was Saudi threatening Iran?
No, this was Saudi threatening Israel because they uncovered the script that Israel now wants to take out Saudi Arabia and Iran.
That is major. So let's just get this clear. So Iran was meant to be attacking Saudi bases on this base. Khaleesi was speculating that it's a false flag from Israel. Now it's being confirmed to the degree that it can be confirmed that this was an Israeli operation in order to try and create hostilities between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And now Reuters is reporting that Saudi Arabia is maybe we could read that again, but is saying comments to Israel, which is very important. So could you read the headline again, just so we got it clear?
Yeah, just everybody just be advised, this is Mossad commentary framing it, but it is being quoted from Reuters. He's saying Saudi Arabia warned Iran, if you continue attacking our energy infrastructure, we will strike yours. It's a clear warning saying we're not going to tolerate you using us as a a
I don't
sacrificial
know,
lamb.
yeah, but you know what it is, Mr. Revenue. So my gut says, and I could be proven wrong, my gut says, I mean, they'd be well within their rights to say that, Saudi, first and foremost, right? They've lived in that region. They're in that region. They know what their neighbor Israel is capable of. They've watched a genocide time and time again, and they've watched what Israel does. But I just feel that Saudi's not come out and said this. I just feel that Saudi's not come out and said this. I think Saudi's towing a very, very, very fine line. And I do not think, I think this is another one of those Saudi pushed America along with Israel to attack. Saudi wants to support us and offered us help and is going to jump in. And Saudi's angry at Iran. It's one of those headlines. Again, I don't believe this because I just think we're at that stage that if Saudi wanted to say this, it wouldn't be coming out in Reuters.
Yeah, but Beatrix, doesn't that
Everyone's
leave
being
us with the other possibility, which is still a positive for Saudi, that Israel is now trying to sabotage Saudi Arabia, which means that they don't really exercise that much influence over them as they do with the UAE?
None of this should be a surprise. Saudi, all the other GCC nations, US, they've all been towing a very fine line. Who do we please? Do we please the hardliners? Do we please and stay neutral? None of this has worked. Israel is trying to drag everyone into this conflict. The nations that have been hit, they have been warned by Iran. We are only targeting US assets. Israel, as we have seen and has been confirmed, a lot of these false flag attacks have been called out immediately. As a result of this, these countries have stood pat and have not moved. Now, this is Israel's last play. If we haven't been able to coerce them into this conflict, we are going to do this by force. And none of this should be a surprise given the numerous attempts on MBS's life over the last couple of years. If you look further in to these sort of so-called assassination attempts, MBS has been stuck between a rock and a hard place. How does he maneuver whereby he pleases the hardliners, but also trying to make sure he keeps peace? Now it's come to an impasse. He has to make a decision. Either come out and say there will be no ongoing conflicts with Iran, we will be keeping peace, ultimately taking themselves out of the equation. That's his only play left, MBS. If he cannot do that, then he will be, unfortunately, ushering a full-scale war with
No,
Israel.
I feel like he has been doing that. They
Oh, he
even
has, yeah.
threatened a form of economic they put a press release out that all of the Gulf sovereign wealth funds, they'll be reconsidering their US investments. Now, what were they investing in? They were investing in AI and defense. So that was, they have been playing that line, and they have been really stating, and all of their statements have been very, very crafted. It's like, we reserve the right, to defend the sovereignty of our country, and that type of stuff. So I feel like they have been playing that game, and feel like they are certainly on the side with Iran, and obviously there's an operation that US is going through. So I think this is real statecraft, and I do think that the region is playing 5D chess, and many people have swallowed Israeli propaganda to believe that Israel is in control of all of them, and that they're incapable of playing 5D chess. But I think the region is playing an incredibly smart game here.
Well, that's because Israel was playing that 5D chess. That's what ultimately, pressured Saudi Arabia to kind of think outside the box and really start thinking strategically here. And that's why when they start realizing that's it, they're moving against Saudi Arabia too, the single largest oil exporter in the world. Yeah, that's a threat to Israel. And you can't stay as a neutral state and be the biggest exporter of oil in the world. Israel cannot allow that to happen, which is why they're now moving on both Iran and Saudi Arabia. The rest of the Gulf, like the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, these are puppet states completely in the pocket of Israel, which is why
I
they're
don't
not
think
being
so.
talked
I
about.
think they're in the GCC, and they're in the pocket of Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is aligning with the GCC, and the GCC are being glued together with Iran via China. I don't think there is any in the pocket of Israel forces here. Even UAE, I think they're playing good cop, bad cop, where they get, Saudi is getting all the good press and UAE is getting all the bad press because they have a plan, and that involves having to co-opt certain elements of Israel. So I just think that whole narrative of in the pocket is an old
Well, yeah, the
narrative.
only reason the whole premise of why I'm saying that is because the supreme security official in, I can't remember his name, but he just made some statements just now that Brother Sebastian was quoting about Trump. The same person was saying only 2 countries in the Gulf have assured us that they won't allow their territories to be used against us. What does that say about the rest of the Gulf
E-
states? They're
Every
not in
every
coordination. They're not on the same
no,
team.
every single one of the Gulf states have not allowed their bases to be used to attack Iran in this operation. None of them have.
Bahrain, I think Bahrain has, right?
No, they got a US base there, and Iran is attacking the US base. And that's the same with all of the Gulf countries. And my personal belief is that the Gulf countries is happy about it. They've outsourced to Iran to destroy their US bases so that they can realign their rebuild and defense agreements with China, Russia, and negotiate from a position of strength rather than from a position of danger and colonization. This is we have to we have to understand, like, and reframe, because we are indoctrinated through Western media to believe what Israel wants us to believe because they have such control over Western media. And they want you to believe that everyone's under their thumb and that they control everything and that no one else can outmaneuver them. And we're consuming their media in order to build our perception of what's actually happening here. Now, if you actually just analyze what's really happening here,
Wait, Simon, you
yeah,
don't think they want the bases there? The bases that they could just kick the US out at any time if they wanted, right?
no, they can't, because that's a diplomatic mistake. What is a much better strategy is to get Iran to blow them up and then renegotiate them. For you to symbolically say we want your base out, that is a declaration of, that's ruin your strategic relationship with America.
So Simon, these are crocodile tears that we're seeing in Kuwait. They're like, yeah, be our guests and destroy them, but they're kind of playing tough and saying, you're
I,
attacking our sovereignty, this
I
and that.
think what we're witnessing is the expulsion of US out of the Middle East and a realignment with China. That's what I think this whole thing is.
100%,
Well,
100%.
So
2 more pieces of breaking news.
just really quickly, guys, Dorothy Laster, thank you so much. She's tagged me in an article, and this one's from CNBC, but I believe it'll say the same thing in the Reuters. And I don't think this is... So what's been happening on our spaces, guys, right? A lot of these statements have been coming out literally from the first hour of when this war started on Saturday against and about the GCC countries. They want a part of it. They've been threatening Iran. Iran has threatened them. Saudi forced Israel to do it. Saudi wants to come on board. All the narratives you can possibly think of, all the scenarios. And we've pretty much held it down, generally speaking, obviously, that these are fake headlines. They want to draw the GCC into it. Israel and America do, but the GCC is not having it. Saudi is not having it. Now, the headline for this is Saudi has told Iran not to attack it, and it warns of possible retaliation. This is a CNBC headline. So when you go down it, the first paragraph will tell you everything you need to know. Saudi Arabia has told Tehran that while it favors a diplomatic settlement to Iran's conflict with the United States, continued attacks on the kingdom and its energy sector could push Riyadh to respond in kind. And then the key part, 4 sources familiar with the matter told Reuters. And then it goes on with more detail. What I'm saying is, we're at that stage now that any country that is making the statement is making it quite openly about where they stand. Openly as in they'll make it online, transparent is what I'm saying. This whole sources went and told Western media is out of the question. And when they make those statements online, we've been reading them all like this evening, you just have to read between the lines what they're saying. So Qatar made a statement about something brotherly with Iran and solidarity. Oh, that was it, their embassy. the Iranian embassy in Qatar. Qatar said, look, there's a rumor going around that we've asked the Iranians to vacate the embassy in Qatar within a week. That's fake. Don't spread rumors. We stand in brotherly solidarity with our Iranian brothers. And we were just saying, and it might have been when you were on the space and when you maybe not were on the space, Sebastian, that was really an unnecessary statement for Qatar to make. But why they're making that statement about the embassy is because they're sending a subliminal or symbolic message that actually we are united with Iran without saying as much. I do not think Saudi would come out and say to Israel at this stage that if you attack us, we're going to attack you back. I don't think they're going to say that to Iran at this stage either. To say it to Israel is giving Israel what it wants, because what's going to happen is Israel will do a false flag in its own country and say, oh God, you know what, now we've got to attack Saudi because look what they did. And they would never say it about Iran because they actually are interested in regional peace and for America to be out of the region. And who's getting America out of the region? It's Iran. I think that.
Yeah,
anyway.
it turned out to be their biggest blessing is Iran. How ironic is that? That their savior is going to be Iran at the end of the day.
Very
More
Iraq.
to those points, Beatrix, if you think about it, if you can have Iran take out all the US assets in the Middle East, is that not better for the GCC nations for them to be able to say, we were able to kick them out without having to do much? They will happily take those hits within those countries on the US assets, force the US out, so it prevents those GCC nations to actually get into any form of negotiation. Negotiation is not going to work with US on a diplomatic level. It's just going to be the end of all of those kingdoms, unfortunately. So it's better for Iran strategically to take them out. I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes between the GCC nations and Iran, which is, on the face, we will say we oppose those attacks on our nation, but if you want to take out those assets, we will happily allow you to do so if it forces US out of this region once and for all. I think that is what is going on, and there's an information warfare going on at this moment in time. You've got all of these so-called named news brands out there who are trying to use their influence to try and cause chaos. If they cause chaos, give out those mixed messages, it forces those GCC nations to come out, reiterate their actual message. Now, what Beatrice has just said, yes, if there was a certain narrative being put out and people are seeing through it, those same messages are being reaffirmed over and over again, as we have seen over the last few days, which is, we want peace with Iran. We do not want to retaliate. Yet, immediately you will see opposing reports coming out via Israel, via US. This is another form of getting these countries into the war, or at least trying to fight their war.
Nah, Sebastian, I disagree. So the Iranian, I think the American and Israeli messages are not for Iran's benefit. They're for our benefit. The public,
Oh yeah, no, I don't
right?
disagree with that.
Look how much support
There's a completely different message.
Look how much
There's
support. Sorry, Sebastian, just 1 second. Look how much support we've got, because remember, we've got over 2,000 people listening, so it's really important for us to make it a pleasant experience for the listeners. So it's for us, it's for our benefit. Look how much support we've got. Saudi wants to come on board. You know, Saudi was part of this. It's for the Western world, right? We're so popular that even the Muslim countries hate Iran. The messages that these nations are giving, like Qatar just gave about the Iranian embassy, it's not for Iran. I mean, it's not for us. It's not for the public. It's actually a message to Israel and America and Iran that, look, we've chosen our side, Iran, and we're still with you. It's not for the public. Do you know what I mean, Sebastian? So they're not actually giving cross-wired messages to each other. They're laying out their stall. That's what they're doing. America and Israel's stall is for the public rhetoric and public PR. Nobody else. Saudi knows it's not true, and even Iran knows it's not true. So they don't even care what Israel and America are saying because they're aligned. I think in the back channels, Iran is well aligned with the GCC. They all know they're together in it. They all know that they're on the same side, and they're not giving out these statements for reassurance with each other. They know that America's doing propaganda and Israel's doing propaganda, and they don't really care, I don't think.
And I think there's a few more layers to it. If you think about it, if you're if you're the Gulf countries, what do you want? Well, not only do you want the US bases, so you allow Iran to take out the US bases, but you also want Israel strategically weakened and economically weakened. And so the harder that Iran comes at Israel, then that strategically weakens Israel. And then at the same time, what else do the Gulf want? Well, effectively, if they're moving towards regional stability, they want hardliner resistance factions. And so Israel's doing that. And they also want hardliner IRGC members, which America is doing. So essentially, the Gulf is sat there. The Gulf countries are sat there. They've got agreements with Iran, agreements with America, and then you through via UAE you have agreements with Israel. And effectively, Israel is weakening the resistance. Iran is weakening Israel and the US bases, and the US is weakening the IRGC hardliners. And then China comes along with Oman and Saudi Arabia and announces their, the deal. And then you have regional stability, and the US has left the region. And to me, that is the end of the game. This is the new era for the
The
Middle East.
U.S. is too much of a satanic cult for them to think, for them to leave
Yeah, but
politically and
let me give
gracefully
you
like
one
that.
more angle to that. What is Trump? Every
Sorry, Simon, can I just give some breaking news? I'm so sorry. A new wave of missile bombardment on Israel have begun. Iran has started a new wave of missile bombardment on Israel, and we'll keep you posted with the breaking news. Thanks. Back to you, Simon, and then you can jump in as well,
Yeah,
Sebastian.
this is the bit that I think people miss about Trump. Trump, yes, he has to appease his evangelical Christian radicalized elements within America. He has to appease the Israel Zionist faction within, you know, but where does he really make money? And I think people miss this. Affinity Capital, which has been funded by $5 billion, that's going to build Trump Towers and invest in regional stability. And so
Yeah, but Simon, there's no way he could be.
Trump gets billions of dollars if he delivers this for the Gulf countries. So why do you think Netanyahu's turned up 8 times to the White House? Because you don't turn up to the White House unless you're not getting what you want. And so of course he needs to put the front. I know this is not
I think
cute.
he's just paying his second apartment a visit. I mean, they have blackmail on the guy. That's more valuable than any Trump Tower,
Are you
you can
sure?
have.
Are you sure? Like, we've seen pretty much everything. Like, what blackmail? Okay, we know that he was involved with Jared Kushner, Charles Kushner, Roy Cohns. We know there's been allegations of rape. We know that there's everything you've seen in the Epstein files. We know that he was involved in gangs. We know that he was involved in all sorts of crimes against humanity. I don't think Trump gives two shits. I think he just cares about making money. And he just wants to, and this is his this is where he makes, like, look, come on. Are you gonna be aligned with broke ass Netanyahu that's just a politician for greater powers? Or are you gonna be wanting to do billions of dollars with Saudi
I had
princes
that
and
thought,
kings?
bro.
And
Yes,
he's
I
going to
thought of
build
that a long
Trump
time
towers
ago.
across the Middle East. I mean, the Middle
100%.
East is going to be the biggest growth area. He's going to get land in Syria. I mean, less as sick as it sounds, he'll probably get a little bit of chunk of Gaza and West Bank. Like, they have bribed him. Trump is in the hands of the GCC. Like, everyone thinks he's bribed by Israel. Of course, he's got to please those factions. It's not as simple as it sounds. But where does he make buck? He makes buck from delivering regional stability with the GCC, and he has been paid billions. We're not talking millions in lobby money. We're talking billions.
So you think the GCC invested that much, right? I mean, those are huge amounts. They only invested them if they could see the guy is not 100% compromised. He's not,
Give
fully
what
owned by
is
Israel.
who's gonna invest in the border peace? Think about it, everybody. Yeah, there'll be some Israeli factions of power that need to be bribed and they need to get their cut. But who's going to put the billions into the border peace? is going to be the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Fund. They're going to pay for the whole thing. And Trump is delivering for them the region. And Iran and China and the Gulf countries have been playing 5D chess. And we're watching the transition. And in the meantime, you're all meant to think that Israel rules the world and Israel's winning the game and Israel's the biggest, baddest force in the, and it's in control of everything. I don't see it. I see a desperate Israel that's about to be strategically weakened, burdened with debt, and has got a population that's decreasing, a stock market that's doing well, so private interests are doing well, and a military that is effectively, you know, just profiteering for wealthy billionaires in Israel. I don't see a
So let me
sovereign
ask you this,
nation that's
Simon.
strengthening.
So does war, right? Does instigating a major war counteract inflation in a way, or a downturning currency?
Well, this is good for the US stock market and good for the Israeli stock market, the British
Exactly.
stock market, the
So
German stock market, and the UK stock
they're not
market.
trying to retreat. They're not signaling a surrender here.
Oh well, I think they are, because just because you've got to appease your military contractors, you've got to give them a final war, you've got to give them the narrative that they want, because Trump needs to give like those. He needs to appease those, evangelical Christian neocon aligned, military aligned hardliners. So give them the war, take out Khomeini. The Americans are disgusted with what's going on. Declare victory, reset the world order when the Strait of Hormuz goes, make Europe an economic dependent upon LNG, renegotiate your deal with
Yeah, but why
India.
give Israel anything? Why give Israel anything? Why cave to them for anything? If
What
Broki
is Israel
Netanyahu
getting?
can't if Broki Netanyahu can't put up more money than the Saudis, then why give them any credit any type of
Because
way?
this is a multi-decade operation. The entire American boomer culture has been radicalized into believing that the Messiah is going to return if you bless Israel. Like that's a serious faction of power that you have to appease. And of course, there is a mafia that's connected to Zionism that benefits from war profiteering. You can't just ignore Israel. You have to appease, and I don't mean Israel as a nation. I mean the billionaires that profit from putting their crimes against humanity and laundering their profits through Israel. They're a faction of power that needs to be appeased. But this is a once in a generation lifetime shift. This is all the billionaires asset stripping America when it's no longer the empire. Of course, you have to appease Israel. That's the front you have to put out there. You got that's you can't just and then what do? You get people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen and all these people slowly de-radicalize the Americans, and now look where it's gone. The majority, a bunch of Americans are absolutely appalled by Israel, but there's still massive factions of power. This is a very delicate operation. This is no easy task. That's why he was hired. I'm telling you. That's why the Gulf countries paid him, and that's what they bribed him for. And you have to manage the relationship with Israel. Israel's not going. It has to be regime changed. There will be a regime change in Israel, and it will be friendly with the Gulf countries, and it won't work for US military to agitate a forever war anymore at the end of this. And this is what this war is about.
As it was once upon a time.
Sorry, Sebastian, I'm so sorry. I need to jump in with some breaking news. This is major breaking news, guys. Iran's National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani says that Iran has captured U.S. soldiers. Iran has captured U.S. soldiers. A number of American soldiers, he says, have been captured. However, they are promoting a misleading narrative claiming that 5 or 6 American soldiers were killed. Then, over time, they gradually raised the death toll under the various pretexts, such as accidents or fabricated incidents. So a number of American soldiers have been captured by Iran, and he says that we're being given a misleading narrative that 5 or 6 were killed. Then over time they will gradually raise the death toll under various pretenses such as accidents or fabricated incidents. But they have captured a number of American soldiers. Thank you very much to Avi for sending that through to me. I've got some other news really quickly. I just want to keep up with the breaking news as well. Yair Lapid who is the opposition to Netanyahu, who is supporting this fully, has said Israel must destroy all of Iran's oil fields and energy industry on Kaj Island. By Israel must destroy, he means America must destroy, because America's obviously doing their work for them. That is what will cripple Iran's economy and topple the regime. This war must end when the regime in Iran has fallen. The nuclear facilities have been destroyed. All of the ballistic missile industry has been destroyed, and Hezbollah has been destroyed in Lebanon. That's his statement. Trump's made various statements tonight on Iran. He says, we are winning the war by a lot. He's got very limited vocabulary as Trump. We decimated their whole evil empire. I will continue, I'm sure, for a little while. That's what he said. And if you notice, when I read these statements out, compare the statements by Trump and compare the statements by the Iran side are not budging, and Trump's language is softening. I will continue, I'm sure, for a little while, he says, a little while. We're winning the war by a lot. We decimated their whole evil empire. Okay. Trump on how long the Iran war will continue. He says, whatever it takes, but their military is almost non-existent. So that's going to be his claim to victory. You can see he's lining up the narrative that their military is non-existent. If their military is non-existent, where are all these rockets coming from tonight in Israel? You've got to think about that. Iranian Ali Larijani says, he is the secretary of the Supreme National Council of Iran. We are now in the process of crossing the bottleneck in this war, and the Iranian people have sent a message to the enemy, which is, you must retreat. What is flowing today in the streets of Iran is a manifestation of national pride and civil maturity of a people who know how to distinguish between reproach and the betrayal of the homeland. Trump thought at the height of his foolishness that he could penetrate the ranks of the people by threatening to reveal fictional messages. Remember that a few days ago? He said, we're going to reveal all their messages. We've got their group chats. The American people should know that Trump has sacrificed national interests and their taxes for his personal whims, as we were just talking about, Sebastian, you and Simon. So he says the American people should know Trump has sacrificed national interests and their taxes for his personal whims. The loss of $1 trillion in the stock market and the economic crisis in East Asia are only part of the cost of Trump's bloody gamble. There are two countries in the region that claimed they would prevent any American attack launched from their territories, and we naturally doubt their ability. America and Israel should know that assassinated Imam Khamenei and attacking Iranian territory will have a heavy and unprecedented price. Our strikes will not stop until we receive full compensation. Peace will only be achieved when America acknowledges its mistake and pays compensation. I'm understanding that my interpretation of that is lifting of sanctions. The separation project failed thanks to the insight of the authentic Iranian nations, the authentic Kurdish nationalism, thanks to its deep understanding of America's betrayal and utilitarianism in Syria, was not deceived by Washington's empty promises. And that means Trump promised the Kurds probably land or something, and the Kurds said, no, they're empty promises. A number of American soldiers have been taken prisoner, he says. A number of American soldiers have been taken prisoner. Other breaking news, Hezbollah's latest missile attack towards Kiryat Shimona in the north of Israel included 30 missiles. This is a settlement in the north of Israel, South Lebanon. 30 missiles Hezbollah have fired towards that. More statements from Larijani from the Iranian side. Since the US has not achieved its goals, they're acting desperately. It would be better if Trump admitted his mistake and that he was deceived by Israel. They're not mincing their words. More from Trump. A reporter asked Trump, did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people? I think they meant 175 children. Trump says, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran. So the reporter says, is that true, Secretary Hegseth? So Hegseth says, the only side that targets civilian is Iran. And then Trump says, we think it was done by Iran. They're very inaccurate with their munitions. Gaslighting. Trump says that Iran was responsible for the bombing of schools on its territory. What else? The spokesperson for the Central Khatem al-Anbiya headquarters warns Israeli settlers, your government is using you as human shields. So they're warning Israeli settlers directly that your government is using you as human shields. Adam, you love this one. Adam's going to love this one. Donald Trump, the United Kingdom, this is what Donald Trump said, the United Kingdom, once our greatest ally, Possibly the greatest amongst them is finally seriously considering sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. Well, that's good, Prime Minister Starmer, but we don't need them anymore, though we will remember that. We don't need people to join wars we've already won. So he's saying we don't need people to join wars when we've already won. So I guess I don't know where that
Yeah, but is he still
leaves.
going to send them is the
Well, they're
question,
using our...
you know.
Yeah, but they're already at Gloucestershire,
Yeah,
right?
they're already taking his aid, so
Their
that's just
aircraft,
words, isn't it? Yeah, he's already taking it.
yeah, they're already at Gloucestershire. Their
Good
aircraft
point.
carriers, American ones, they landed at Gloucestershire today. There's 3,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I saw that. I saw it reported. Middle East, I reported it. Yeah, it's true.
So if they're already there, I think this is just Trump's narrative to give a public perception that UK is not aiding, therefore UK is not a target, but people aren't stupid. Keir Starmer's up to his eyeballs in it. A reporter says to Trump, there is no traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump, he's lost his marbles. He says, that's the ship's choice. Oil prices will come down very fast. Okay, so there's no traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz. So he says that's the ship's choice. So the ship, what, just decides not to go through because it fancies it. And then he says oil prices will come down very fast. The reporter says Secretary Bessent announced some moves to temporarily allow certain Russian oil sales to India. Are you considering any other moves, including using the SPR? And Trump says, I would do it just to take a little pressure off, but I think there's a lot of oil. We've got a lot of oil. Our country has a tremendous amount. So he's looking after India. India can buy Russian oil just to take the pressure off them, never mind anybody else. And then he also said oil prices will come down very fast. More statement from Larijani. He says, our people were unfairly offended, but they showed courage. Things are going very well in the country. There is no food shortage in people's lives. The Americans have hurt us, and we will not let you off the hook. Admit that you were insolent. We will show you that you will no longer be able to attack Iran. What international law allows anyone to attack another out of temptation? We will show you this. We will not let you get out of this trap. You must pay for it. The reporter asked Trump, under what circumstances would you send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that? And Trump says, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't think it's an appropriate question. God, how he's changed in 2 days. And I'm not going to answer it. Could there be a very good reason? There would have to be a very good reason. If we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level. They'd be so decimated they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level. So having saying he doesn't want to talk about it, he does give a full answer. Larijani says, we will relentlessly avenge the blood of our leaders and our people. Trump must and will pay the price. When the enemy attacked us from its bases in the region, we respond to it and we will continue to respond to it. This is our legitimate right and it's a fixed policy that does not change. And the countries of the region must either prevent the United States themselves for using their territories to attack Iran, or we will take it upon ourselves to prevent that. Larijani has been on fire tonight. He's made a few statements. He said, when the enemy attacks us from its bases, we respond to it and we'll continue responding to it. I did read that one out. There was another one. He says, he's made quite a few statements. Just give me 1 second. A number of American soldiers have been taken prisoner. I read that one out. So, guys, that was breaking news. A number of American soldiers have been taken prisoner by Iran. And then he says some American soldiers have been captured. They're lying that 5 or 6 have died. And that's it for now, guys. Major news. American soldiers have been captured by Iran. So, yeah, huge news.
About the Straits
Some additional
Straits of
news.
Hormuz. When he said the Straits of Hormuz, it's the ship's choice. In a way, he's correct, because the government has said, "Hey, we didn't close it," but the ship captains, they have that notice, that they have their NOTAM there. They know that that is very dangerous. Plus the insurance issue, so that's a huge double bind. That's huge. It's really laughable.
Some additional news. Drone strike by Iraqi militias on an American base near Erbil. U.S. Embassy in Baghdad has been bombed. And Negev and Beersheba has been bombed as well.
More breaking news.
Thank you for that.
Yemen is now mobilizing. This is with the aircraft carrier, the port aircraft carrier, transiting from the Suez Canal down to nearing the Red Sea and Bab el Mandeb. So they're getting into position, maybe to strike Yemen, who knows if they're going to get involved with who and how they're going to get involved. I'll open that up to you guys.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this for the past 2 days. The second we heard that battle group, that that battle group is coming through the Suez Canal, now the Houthis come into play, because that's a very, I'll say it's a zone there we really have to keep our eyes on, see what the Houthis do.
Interesting. I didn't know that they were just waiting on that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's why we've been saying the Red Sea. Well, we're looking at the entire Suez Canal. That it connects. Of course, that's the Sixth Fleet. Their connection to the Fifth Fleet. And if that, it's going to be to isolate or even make it a contestable area in the Suez Canal. That's even as big. I don't want to overstress it, but just to give you an example, in the Suez Canal, a couple of years ago, there was a container ship that got blocked up in there. That Evergreen container ship, 6 days that container ship blocked the Suez Canal link. 50, double check me on the figures, but I think it was like $56 billion in 6 days. So that Suez Canal is a crucial choke point. That's why the United States, I think that's another reason why they want to put that battle group through there. So this is going to get very interesting in the next couple of days.
And have you heard, Andrew, have you heard or Andre, excuse me, have you heard the news that the U.S. Activated its airborne division, paratroopers? At first, I thought initially, hey, they're going to be crazy enough to go into Iran, but could this be reserved for Yemen?
No.
Oh, all right. That's, I wouldn't really know.
Andrew, I got this. So the reason that they activated the airborne is they have a lot of attached Apaches to that division. And the Apaches would be very useful in doing things like shooting down drones.
That makes a lot of sense there. Yeah, and anything with ground forces or anything like that, I'm really stepping out of my area. But that does make sense though.
Hey, Andrew, at the narrowest point, how deep is the water? Either at that choke point in the Suez or in the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, could one ship at a narrow point in the Straits of Hormuz being sunk, would that close it?
Yeah, well, it's very shallow, relatively speaking. There's some other issues that would honestly
require extremely shallow, like a harbor entrance. It's not shallow enough so that like the ship would sink and it would still be sticking above the water or anything.
Right, but you got to remember those some of the container ships. And I know this is hard to imagine, but they draw over 100 foot in keel depth. But still, you're right. But the concern in all naval blockades and those real tight choke points is always the enemy the enemies always have to look at the option of any blocking it through either many ways of doing it, like the Evergreen. If you can pull it up and research the Evergreen, I think it was 2023. I'm kind of mobile right now. I'm not able to go look at it, but there was a tugboat issue or something, because you got escort tugboats taking them through there with the pilot, and one minor miscalculation and the ship got jammed in there. You can research the details, and it completely shut down the Suez Canal for 6 days. It was unprecedented. And don't you know that naval tactics are always looking at those choke points? And so, yeah, it's a big deal. But yeah, as Mankos, I think that was Manko said, it'd be hard to sink it and then block it. There's other ways of blocking it.
Yeah, that was actually in the old days, like a long time ago, before World War II days. It used to be a naval tactic to actually have block ships where you would drive the ship into a harbor entrance for like some big port and sink the ship on purpose in order to block the harbor.
There you go. Right.
Some confirmation coming in from IRGC. They're stating that the attack on the MARINA tower in Dubai, they have apparently hit Mossad agents. So they were targeted. Apparently that was a successful hit. That's what they're confirming.
That's what we were wondering. Remember, there's personnel in there, either military, U.S. military, or Mossad agents or somebody in there. Yeah.
What's the source for that?
This is the IRGC confirming themselves, actually. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, this was press sent up by IRGC about an hour ago, actually.
But where are you reading it?
I am reading this on the Middle East Eye, actually. Hold on. Just give me a sec.
Did they name who the source was?
I'm looking this right now. Let me see if I can find this for you guys.
You know what? This is really interesting, right? Just while you look for that, you know, Al Jazeera headline. I just sent it. Let me just bring it up here. No victory. No victory. No quick victory leaves Trump scrambling to define success in Iran. Al Jazeera says Trump is disappointed by the impossibility of achieving victory quickly and is desperately seeking a way to define success in the war. Can you do me a favor, Sebastian, if you can pin that in the chat below when you find it, or even the article? Do you know how to pin it in the chat,
yes,
Sebastian?
Yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, please let me know when you've done that. That'd be great. Thank you. And I'll just read a couple of more headlines while you do that really quickly. I think I read this earlier, but just for the people who've just joined us, the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said, "We told our Iranian friends, if this was a missile that went off course, that is another matter. But if more is to follow, our advice to you is, by all means, no one in Iran should embark on such an adventure." Ukraine is like Keir Starmer, desperate to be involved. Ukraine reiterates its offer to help Saudi with Iranian drones as Zelensky holds diplomatic call with MBS. Like, this is the third time Ukraine's offered this, and it should be obvious to him, it's like a jilted girlfriend, that people don't want to accept it. You've already offered 3 times. There's other news coming out as well. An Iranian ballistic missile impacted the area of Ben Gurion Airport, again, near the city of Tel Aviv. I don't know what that airport's going to look like. So Ben Gurion Airport has been hit again. An Iranian targeted drone assassination on a target in a hotel, allegedly housing American army personnel in Sulayman, Iraq. That's in Iraq. There's a few more crazy statements by Trump really quickly. A reporter says to Trump, even if it's not helping the Iranians particularly much, the Russians would still be involving themselves in a conflict they're not a part of. And Trump says, wouldn't they say that we do it against them? They can give all the information they want, but the people are overwhelmed. We have the greatest military on earth. That doesn't even make sense.
They can have all the people they want. What are you saying?
I'm just reading what it says. It says, reporter says, even if it's not helping the Iranians particularly much, the Russians would still be involving themselves in a conflict they're not part of. As in, why would Russia get involved? And he says, wouldn't they say that we do it against them? As in, we get involved when it comes to it. He's defending this. He's defending Russia getting involved to help Iran. He says they can give all the information they want, but the people are overwhelmed. We have the greatest military on earth. So the accusation I think this refers to was that Trump was giving intel to Iran, intelligence in terms of where Americans were in the GCC, you know, American CIA, Mossad and stuff. And he says they can give all the information they want, but the people are overwhelmed. We have the greatest military on earth. It doesn't even make sense. I think the Al Jazeera headline's true. And he says, reporter asks him, do you want to be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran? And Trump says, yeah, we don't have to come back every 5 or 10 years to do this. We want to pick a president that's not leading them into war. Ali Larijani, this is the Secretary Council in Iran, says it has been reported to me that several American, again he keeps repeating this, he's done about 4 or 5 statements on this. It's been reported to me that several American soldiers have been taken prisoner, but the Americans claim that they've been killed in action. Despite their futile efforts, the truth is not something they can hide for too long. Trump on the Kurds, listen to this gaslighting. He says, we don't want to make this war more complicated than it already is. We don't want to see the Kurds being wiped out or killed. Okay, somebody's mic's open, guys. Just please keep your mic mute. I mean, I probably ask this about 50 times a day when I'm reading the news. Just keep your mics mute, please, because it gives disturbance for the listeners. So Trump on the Kurds, I'll just start repeating myself. We don't want to make this war more complicated than it already is. We don't want to see the Kurds being wiped out or killed, implying Iran was going to do that. We have a good relationship with them. They are ready to get involved, to move in, but I told them I don't want their involvement, which we know is not true because the Kurdish leader literally gave a statement on record 48 hours ago saying they're not going to get involved despite Trump and Israel asking them to. So then the reporter says, do you think that after all of this is over, the map of Iran will look the same as it does now? And Trump says, I can't tell you that, but probably not. Probably not, he says. So that's it. Yeah, breaking news there. There's a lot coming out tonight, guys. We're going to keep you updated on it all. I don't know who was going to jump in, but jump in.
So Ali Larijani, has said that they've captured some American soldiers. Some American soldiers have been captured, and that the 5 to 6 American soldiers have been killed number is a lie. He says that later, under the pretext of an accident, they will inflate the number of casualties, which is in line with what they actually do. But yeah, he says that some American soldiers have been captured.
I'm laughing at him because I think you've explained it to the guys, because I have probably only read that out 3 times, maybe 4 times in the last 15 minutes. Like literally, this is hilarious. Like so funny. I swear I probably am here just as window dressing because no one listens to me anyway.
I catch most of it, but then I go off on my own tangents sometimes.
Yeah, you're no different to Sulaiman and every other guy on this panel. Sebastian, did you manage to pin that article for me, please?
I am having trouble doing so, but yes, I'll be pinning it up.
Yeah, so just go to that purple pill on the bottom right-hand side and just put it as a comment underneath. So if you go to the purple pill on the bottom right-hand side and press that, and then you'll see the space tweet come up. Just put it as a comment underneath that, and you can paste it there.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much. Dr. Shola, I'm not kidding you. The YouTube chat were laughing their heads off earlier. They were on fire. Do you know what happened? I was trying to jump in to give you breaking news, to just interject so I can give breaking news. And I was like, Dr. Shola, Dr. Shola, Dr. Shola, Dr. Shola. I thought you couldn't hear me. Turns out you couldn't hear anybody on the panel. So we removed you from speaker. I did. And thought that would like kind of,
Sorry, I got some breaking news.
And
I got some really important stuff here. I hate to cut you off. Russian intelligence just confirmed, I don't know if you had this reported yet. Russian intelligence confirmed Israel lost its access of Dimona nuclear, suffering huge losses of 11 nuclear science, 6 IDF generals, 198 Air Force officers, 462 soldiers, and 32 Mossad agents within the first days of Iranian retaliation. That was just released from a Russian intelligence source. Sorry to cut you off. I'll put that in the pill.
Where's the source for that? What's the source? No, thanks for NSA for that. That was really important news. Where's the source for that?
All I got right now coming in is from Russian intelligence.
That is huge. Yeah, put that in the chat, please. And Sebastian, I can't see your article in the chat.
I'm putting it on there. I found 2 sources for this away from actually from the IRGC that directly themselves. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
and this was from 2 nights ago, right?
I was talking and oh, sorry. Hello. Is it happening?
Yeah, Dr. Shola.
Oh,
Yeah,
so what
you were
do you
talking,
think?
and even after I removed you from the mic, we could hear you for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And I had no freaking idea. In fact, I actually finished. I thought, Jesus, give me strength. I finished what I was saying. And I said, I'll stop there. And I went, hello. Oh, Jesus, have mercy. Oh, I had no idea. Oh my goodness. Oh, well.
Dr. Shola, when we were listening, you know what came to mind? Hell hath no fury like that of a woman scorned. Woo!
Well, let me just apologize, guys. You wanted me to be quiet, and I didn't know you wanted me to be quiet. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. It's just I've been cut off from this space. I either just get dropped off, or it's difficult to stay on. I don't know what the heck is going on. But that's hilarious, Beatrix. That is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, the YouTube chat were loving you there because they could hear us saying, "Oh my God, Dr. Shola's not on the panel. We can't see her. We can't mute her. We can't do anything." And they were loving it. They were laughing their heads off. They were like, "Do you know what? I would pay super chats to hear Dr. Shola do that rant, and no one can stop her. Her rant went on because you couldn't hear us."
Oh my God.
It's a
You
bit
know what?
funny, yeah.
That's pretty scary though, because you were taken down off speakers, and then it was allowing you to continue speaking when you were ranting, and so
That is
that
scary.
means that when you're off speakers, X is still continuing to record you
That is
somehow.
I'm
shocking.
sorry. I'm sorry. I have some other big news. Saudi Arabia officials just confirmed now that they will not allow their territory and airspace to be used against Iran anymore. I don't. This is the first report I've got about that. They seem to be pretty two-faced, but that's a pretty big statement from them. That's pretty huge. They're
What's the source for that,
they're
Antonite?
yeah. This is from Iran's foreign minister, and I had predicted if I could throw this in there, I had predicted that America's base was going to fracture, and many local governments in the region were going to feel their own populace as a result of the nonstop rhetoric coming out of the U.S. and Iran has been truthful and
There's a lot
honest
of
the
beeping
entire
coming
time.
from your mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry about. Yeah, that's another device. I'm sorry about that. But they've been very honest, and here we see, and I had predicted during the war we'll see Iran gain a couple of allies, even unlikely bedfellows. But that is a huge statement. Along with that Dimona news, I think those are two huge things within the last 5 minutes. Look to get some confirmations on that though.
What was that? It sounded like you had a metal detector in the background.
Yeah, that's actually a police radar.
A discombobulator.
It's an
Unit
it's an
in
NSA detector.
R800. Unit in R800. Actually, it's a great device.
So just really quickly, you've got that statement for the Iranian minister? Oh my God, just 1 second, there's a super chat for you, Dr. Chola from
I
Numero.
will paste that.
And guys, I know you've been super chatting during the day and I haven't had a chance to read it out. Sulaiman will read it out, but this one just caught my eye because I'm looking at the screen. Numero, £9.99. LFG Dr. Shola with loads of emojis after it. They loved it. So just really quickly, sorry, and NSA, who's the source?
I just put that in the pill. It was a statement from the Iran foreign minister.
Okay, that is really good. That's the outcome. That's what we said literally this morning.
Yeah, I have to see it to believe it though, because Saudi Arabia that's a huge step from being in the middle to actually picking a side. But I really, even though that they say that's from the foreign minister, I got to see some more confirmation. I predicted this would happen with a bunch more countries.
They said it all along, right from the beginning. They for this whole operation, they said you're not using our bases.
Well, no, well, there's a difference between using bases and not allowing to use any territory or airspace at all. So
airspace. That's a different.
Yeah, but sometimes we saw some deliberate sabotage with the U.S. aircraft deliberately turning on their transponders so they could be exposed. You know, that Saudi is helping them attack Iran.
I almost think that transponder was just disinfo to give everybody a false sense of confidence, to make America have the illusion that they have some kind of air superiority, which is so ludicrous that they haven't you haven't even seen any other kind of reports of transponders being off. My big question is, with all those refueling tankers that we've seen flying around, where's all that fuel being spent? But I got a whole lot going on. There's a lot of stuff coming in. Stay tuned.
Beatrix, I've put it on the purple pills. Let me see if you let me know if you have. been able to see it. Drop site is actually contradicting it. They are stating apparently it was actually an American that was killed. So that's something to consider.
Yeah, drop site's been quite good, but then sometimes it's not as well. I don't see it in the pill from you when I look at the replies. Did you go down in the purple and put it underneath?
Yeah. I'm gonna refresh this. I've been having issues. It keeps kicking me out for some reason.
Hey, have you
No,
guys
no
just
problem.
really quick? Have you guys talked about? I haven't listened to Space. You guys talked about those soldiers that have been. There's a lot of POWs, American POWs, who are being held right now. Have you mentioned that?
Yes, yes.
But how did they get
Okay, all right.
captured? Did they do a raid into Iran, or were they captured off
Yeah,
the
it's called
coast?
PIX or it didn't
I don't have
happen.
it in front. It was, I believe it was a resistance. But actually, you know what? There was an incident. I can't confirm this, but originally this came about in 4 parts of info releases. The first info release was a day and a half ago when Iran said, "Hey, we're aware of the 900 rapid response forces that were dropped in the desert. We know what they're doing. We know what their plan is." Then shortly after that, we had a response that there's been a conflict on skirmish where they were directly confronted a huge rapid response team, and the enemy forces lost a majority of their equipment and manpower. And then we had another source that there was showing some C-130s doing drops, and I don't know if that was the initial drop of those troops, but we had some footage of the
Sorry, Auntie
drops
Anissa, I need to interrupt
in
you.
Iraq.
I'm getting a lot of messages. that the Russian intelligence news you gave about the Dimona nuclear suffering huge losses of 11 nuclear scientists, 6 IDF. It's fake news. Do you have any other source for it?
I don't.
Where did you get it from? Because that
Yeah,
looks like it's off a Telegram channel.
I'm trying to find out more about that, but I do know that the last salvo, about an hour and a half, was targeted also at the Mona. So right now I'm pretty busy in a lot of stuff. But like as I said, it needs to be confirmed. I wouldn't write it off.
It's
That
not
would
going
be
to be
heavily
confirmed
Yeah, but
censored.
it's not
anytime soon.
confirmed.
It's not going to be confirmed.
It's not.
It's also
Yeah,
not letting that
exactly. Yeah.
information out.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right, Adam. Let's not mention it until it's confirmed. So that guys, that's not confirmed. It's just a Telegram post. And also the other one, because I've just sent it to somebody to check it out. Both of those, the Iran's foreign minister saying Saudi officials confirmed they will not allow their territory. Also, just a Telegram post. It's not confirmed. There's nothing on it, guys. So we will let you know when something's
we do have some
confirmed.
new other. Have you talked about the Titanic Hotel where the U.S. intelligence agency is located in Sulaiman province that's on fire right now?
Yeah, we did mention that.
So something of note is they're striking each other's desalination plants for water. But
that Israel's was hit on the first day. That was hit like
that's not the
first.
significant thing though. The significant thing is that Iran only gets 3% of its water from desalination plants. Meanwhile, Israel and the Gulf states get about 70 to 90% of their water from the desalination plants. So it was a massive mistake for them to start this.
We have news of a possible U.S. Navy. So a vessel near Jabil, Saudi Arabia, was reportedly targeted. According to satellite imagery, U.S. Navy littoral combat ship may have been operating just off the coast of Jabil hours earlier. At least 3 U.S. littoral combat ships are currently present in the Persian Gulf: the USS Canberra, the USS Tulsa, and the USS Santa Barbara. So keep an eye out for more follow-up on that. I haven't heard any. This has happened. This is about 20-minute old news.
Yeah, is it confirmed though? And Tiana, say I want you to jump in if there's any news, but just confirm it, or when you announce
It's
it, say I've just
really
seen
hard
this. I don't know if
it's really hard to get confirmation on the stuff going on in the sea. It's really rare to get any kind of mention of that at all. So, and the rarity that I hear something that a ship was hit, I've got to bring it to the forefront. But it's really hard to get secondary sources on that.
So you probably just didn't hear what I said. I said I'd like you to either confirm it, or if you can't and you want to announce it, then just say this is completely unconfirmed. I've just seen a post about it. I don't know if it's true, and then announce it. Because there are over 3,000 people on this space, and I don't want 1,000 of them to think, oh, that's great news, let me tweet it out, because that's how bad news spreads. So we appreciate you being here. keep giving it, but just when you talk about it, just say it's unconfirmed. But I've got some news, guys. So Netanyahu has given an address, and he's actually written a statement as well, and he's done it all in Persian. And he says, his address to the people of Iran, he says, the fateful moment is near, but in that moment, the task is yours with the brave and oppressed people of Iran. We do not want to divide Iran. We want to free Iran. In that moment, when you take your destiny into your own hands, two friendly nations will emerge. Just as today in countries around the world, the flag of Israel shines alongside the flag of the lion and sun. Seriously, man, this is next level.
Yeah, they're trying to
Well,
get
So,
another chance
that's
at
worse than
regime
Modi and
change.
Netanyahu, isn't it?
isn't it just?
Blah.
Sickening. I do actually feel quite sick reading his. Just ugh.
I tell you what, Modi and
Anyway,
Netanyahu was a next level poetry there.
it's disgusting. So now Zelensky is doing tweets about how he's offered services to MBS. And how Ukrainians have been fighting against Shahid drones for years now, and how much experience they've got, and how he wants to deepen the bilateral cooperation. So basically, he's begging and probably stalking MBS. Poor guy, MBS has to just take calls from people like this. And I'm sure we'll get more tweets from Zelensky about this.
Oh, there's unconfirmed news that supposedly Witkoff sent a message to Russia to stop giving Iran intel on on where to attack U.S. ships or other assets.
Oh, that must terrify Putin. I'm sure he's going to run and do that right away.
No, here's the thing: they're
Where's
gonna
that?
go ahead and give Ukraine that type of information, and who knows, they're going to be a lot more aggressive with Ukraine just because they're a lot more crazier, and they're going to hit really, really vital targets in Russia that
Well,
could spiral
yeah.
this out of control.
Plus, America cannot support Ukraine militarily or arms support or money. So they're on their own with the EU.
Where are you reading that?
I got that from the Insider paper.
The Insider. Okay. So just yeah. Okay. Whatever. I'm just looking through the chat. Can you just put that in the chat for me, please? Sebastian, I still don't see your thing in the chat.
Yeah, I asked Grok to confirm it, and it's confirmed.
Yeah, I'm sure most realize that from historical background, that Russia has always supplied, and China has also given our adversaries extensive amounts of intel on us. They share it, and we've done the same to them. And when Russia was in Afghanistan, we helped the opposition forces all the time. And when we were in Afghanistan, the Russians and Chinese were helping them also. So it never stops. It's just an ongoing proxy thing.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Mr. Revenue. Is Sebastian still on here? Let me go back because I'm just looking at the chat. I wanted to read something out. Oh, Sebastian's gone and he didn't post
Found
it
an
in the
interesting
nest.
post
Funny
you can
that,
put
isn't it?
in the nest if you wanted to.
Not in the nest, sorry, in the chat. Yeah. It's DM
Yeah,
it
I'll
to me. DM it to me, Adam.
too.
DM it to me. So just really quickly, guys, in the chat, this was interesting. Thank you to Believer114. Absolutely right. Matt is saying Iran regime is over. Trump said the map will look different after this operation. Matt, you're stupid if you're still believing what Trump says. Yes, Trump is pulling the beheaded babies BS now. There was something I wanted to read out, which is interesting. Oh, this, yeah. Simon, this is interesting. Listen to how they do a propaganda, and I'm going to read it in 1 second. So, Munhu, what's the source does not mean who said that. It's a question of who published it. Okay, so let me educate you a little bit, Munhu, right? the BBC could publish something. It doesn't mean that's the actual source. They're the publisher. So when I say who says that, the BBC will say somebody told us unofficially, we were reported this unofficially. It doesn't mean it's true. If they say, we were informed by the White House, it doesn't mean it's true. This is how the Washington Post published 7 beheaded babies story right in the beginning by unofficial sources. So what's the source means who actually said it. That's what it means. So just educating you as well while you're in the chat. But this is what's interesting. Grok, somebody asked Grok this, and I really appreciate you doing this, by the way. DOS M has posted this about the story that anti-NSA posted. So anti-NSA said Iran's foreign minister said Saudi officials confirmed that they will not allow their territory and airspace to be used against Iran. Okay. Now, I suspected that wasn't true. Now, DOS M asks Grok for the source for this. Appreciate you, Rope Wizards. And this is what Grok says. And this is how Grok pieces together its propaganda, a little bit from here and a little bit from there to paint a picture. Grok says, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said in a recent interview he is in constant contact with Saudi counterparts. Okay, fine, nothing to do with this. Who confirmed they won't allow territory airspace to be used against Iran. Okay, I have not seen anything in writing. He says this matches Saudi FM statements during March the 5th call per Reuters. Remember Reuters, we debunked this. And Iran's ambassador Ali Reza Enayati thanking Riyadh via AFP for the pledge amid US-Israel tensions. So they're quoting Reuters and the AFP. Full context, it says Saudi also warned against Iranian strikes on its soil. So Saudi did warn against Iranian strikes on its soil, but none of the above is true. And Grok is using Reuters and AFP as its source. So I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from, to be honest. We'll wait. It might be true. It might not be. We'll see. And yes, Mr. Revenue, appreciate that. U.S. Special Envoy Witkoff stated he communicated directly to Russia, do not send targeting info or any assistance to Iran. And this was again reported by Reuters and Bloomberg and multiple outlets. Now, the thing is, I'm more inclined to believe that. And the reason I'm more inclined to believe that is because if Reuters and Bloomberg publish this, Witkoff can turn around, it is American media, and say that is not true, make a retraction. When they publish fake news about Saudi or Qatar or Iran, right, Reuters does, they can't turn around to Bloomberg or Reuters or Fox News and say that's fake news, retract that. So I'm likely to believe the Steve Witkoff, which ties in with what Trump said. They can give information, but people are overwhelmed. And that's what he was talking about, Russia giving this information. Yeah, that's the news. Let's look at what Adam sent. It's just opening up. This is good. This is good. Okay.
You like
This
it?
is good. So it's a Center on Conscience and War handle, and it says, service members, if you agree Trump's war on Iran is wrong, you don't have to participate. We can help you explore your options. Call us. And they've given a telephone number. That's hilarious. That is funny. Let's just see what other news there is. Let's have a look. So Aparachick, if you're having difficulty on the space, you can go and listen live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. If you come into the space for a second and go in the nest, which is just above where you can see Sulaiman on the space, you'll see a YouTube link in there. This space is running live real time on YouTube, and you can listen to it there without any glitches. We've got over 700 people listening to it there because they're glitching out here. So please feel free to go there. Maybe we can, Adam, bring some speakers up as well. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to keep giving the news, guys. Major news tonight. Iranian Ali Larijani says, who's Iran's security chief, that several American soldiers have been taken prisoners of war by Iran, and the American government is lying about it. They're claiming they've been killed in action. Actually, they've been taken prisoners of war by Iran. They have captured several American soldiers. So that's important. So Iran has reportedly stated, this is breaking news, guys, that only Chinese vessels will be allowed to transit the Strait of Hormuz, describing the move as a token of appreciation for Beijing's support. Ships from other countries are said to be prohibited from entering the waterway, with Tehran warning any unauthorized passage could face a military response. So that's coming out as well now. China can go through, rest can go, well, jog on. So now this story is coming out differently, that Saudis warned Iran not to attack its territorial energy infrastructure. And it says the warning was delivered during a phone call between Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan and the Iranian Foreign Minister. Yeah, okay, sure it would be. If it was a phone call between those two, how's Bloomberg and Reuters reporting it is crazy. So, Adam, you like this because you've mentioned this a few times today. Admiral Brad Cooper, the head of CENTCOM, says Iran's missile launches have dropped by 90%, 90, since the first day of fighting, and drone launches have dropped 83%. But Iran still retains a significant arsenal, and new officials told Congress in classified briefings that Iran may still have about 50% of its missile program intact, along with even more of its drones. And that's New York Times reporting that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jackanory, isn't it?
Yeah,
Baloney.
they're slowly admitting, things aren't going their way. Yeah. Iran attacked, I think, Bahrain, Iraq, UAE, Israel, all in one go, literally a few hours after they said they'd surrendered and ran out of missiles. And now they're scrambling to come up with a new narrative.
Spain has evacuated all its remaining embassy staff from Tehran. The Spanish foreign minister said Spain has evacuated all of its remaining staff from Tehran. The Israeli army says its air force struck fuel tanks used by forces affiliated with the Iranian regime in Tehran. Basically, they're just striking fuel tanks and trying to cause as much chaos, and then they'll just put whatever spin on it. Al Jazeera is now reporting that Trump tells Starmer he doesn't need aircraft help in Iran war. They're already doing it, so I don't know what that's about. It's just nonsense. Guys, there's a lot of news tonight. There's a lot of activity going on in Haifa, Israel. That's on fire. We'll be giving you all the news about that. Iran has allowed foreign journalists to report from their country. America and Israel are arresting people who publish about the destruction in Israel. So who does really have the military advantage? Just looking at any more breaking news, there's a lot of news. Israel has begun a wave of attacks on southern suburbs of Beirut, and they've killed 2 in southern Lebanon so far. Iranian missiles have hit an asset inside a U.S. base in Bahrain. This is major breaking news, guys. Iranian missiles have hit an asset inside a U.S. base in Bahrain, and there's a column of black smoke now rising from the site, indicating something definitely was hit. There we go. U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer heavy bomber is on the ground in Britain tonight following a strike mission on Iran. So it's gone to Iran, struck it and come back. And this whole thing between Trump and Keir Starmer, that they're not engaging with each other on this, is just a smokescreen to try to keep UK out of it. This is ridiculous.
Would you think about the possible attack on the water plant in Jebel Ali? If that happens, then I think Dubai are kind of doomed.
Where is that? Is that the Marina one you're talking
No, I'm
about?
on about because I've just heard they've struck the water plant in Iran, right?
Yes, they did.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
to retaliate, they might just end up hitting the one in Jebel Ali where 90% of water comes. for Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which will actually escalate things 100 times if that happens.
I just don't. Yeah, I can understand that. I just don't see Iran hitting a water plant. I don't think Iran would cut off water from villages and civilians. I think he'll hit all the military targets in Israel. I'm talking about only the oil targets, the infrastructure, the industry, like everything. Because it knows the civilians are in bunkers anyway. I don't think it'll hit the water plant though. I just don't think it would do that and leave a country without water.
I think
I don't
after
know.
getting your supreme leader killed, everything goes, I guess.
No,
Just
Iran won't do civilian targets because it's just a really bad strategy. It's a really bad idea for Iran to do anything civilian, and water is civilian. So it's just negative PR, and it will lead to. It's what they want you to do. They want Iran to attack civilians and just do evil things. And the strategy is to not do evil things and just hit targets. It's a very bad idea to do evil things.
what if it's not even Iran that ends up hitting it? Imagine it's either Israel or America who ends up hitting a water plant, and
Well,
then
that's a more likely story that they do a false flag on themselves.
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, former Pentagon analyst Larry Johnson says the US people are being lied to about the war. Iran destroyed 5 advanced American radars, 2 radars worth $1 billion each. Of the 10 American TAD systems, am I pronouncing that right now? TAD systems, no? In the world, Iran destroyed 3 TAD systems. That is 30% of these systems in the world. These radars were vital for our air defense system. Nearly $4 billion of radar systems were destroyed in 1 week, and naval facilities in Bahrain were effectively destroyed. The US Air Force is now largely blind. Oh my God, he's really put it on the line, like seriously. He's dishing all the dirt. The warning time for incoming attacks has been reduced from 30 minutes to about 1 minute. Johnson warns that this conflict could escalate into a wider world war. And this is former Pentagon analyst Larry Johnson. Phew, is really going for it.
Well, he's been right so far.
Has he, Doc? Because I've not really seen a lot of what he's been saying.
Yeah, no, I've seen several protracted clips where he's analyzing the situation, and no, he's pronounced that Iran's going to win this. So
Well, I think a lot of the analysts who are objective are pretty much saying the same, right? In
yeah, well,
America.
Tucker is, Marjorie Taylor Greene is, Congressman Tom Massey is, Matt Walsh, the Daily Jew, is saying it too. Of course, Candace Owens is in agreement. So yeah, there's any number of lesser voices that are have jumped out in front of this, seeing the way that it's going, and that's all magnified by the fact that Trump's core base, the conservatives, the MAGA types, are looking at Trump and are genuinely perplexed and shocked that he's reversed course on so many of his policies, including no new wars. That I just don't. I think a false flag event is likely. I mean, of course, we saw it on 9/11. We saw it at the Vietnam War. Even to some extent, World War II as well, because we knew about the Japanese attack before it happened. So it might as well have been a false flag on our part because we easily could have prevented it.
Yeah, don't forget, if you were talking about
Yeah,
Vietnam, the
Doc.
Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Yeah, I mentioned the Vietnam right up front. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, remember the Saudi foreign minister did say this, and thank you for Charlie Kirk, Christ is King, for putting it in the chat. And I forgot about this. There's so much coming out every day. He said Israel has long been responsible for killings and destructions in the region, and the world has witnessed those practices in Gaza. Israel is the one pushing the region towards further instability and destruction. So it is coming out slowly but surely. Um, I'm just looking what else there is. Mario's posted that Saudi threatened Iran directly, but he would. If he posts it, we know it's not true.
Do you think the Houthis joined the war at some point?
Somebody said that they're actually going to mobilize. They did release a video a couple of days ago saying we are ready. You know, one of the kind of fancy edited videos they used to release and stuff, and a statement saying we are
It's
ready.
a bit concerning because I live on the Red Sea, and I live in Somaliland. We just recently got recognized by Israel, so things. The Red Sea could be problematic as well real soon, unfortunately. Unstable. I think Saudi Arabia already started shipping oil through the Red Sea, diving away from the Strait of Hormuz. I was reading that somewhere earlier.
So, guys, just on a separate note, and we haven't covered this, but the new Epstein files dropped today. And thank you for DD Dingo Dude. Just on a side note, put something in the chat which says new Epstein files revealed that Jeffrey Epstein said he was helping ISIS through the US Israel proxy. Netanyahu's last statement means this is separate. That's it. That's all that Epstein file thing. There's major fire at oil refineries in the capital of Iran, Tehran. There's a lot of news tonight, guys. A lot of news tonight.
So that's more
We've got to keep
confirmation that
going.
ISIS is a Israeli asset. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's what the Epstein file said.
Good.
That's
I
what the
hope
Epstein file
everyone's
said.
figured that out by now. That ISIS and
Did
Al Qaeda
did
are Western assets.
did we know that already though? Or,
We know that, but a lot of people don't.
yeah,
So the more we can get people to understand that, the more
I guess
people can
so.
figure out how the world works.
Mm.
Can you imagine how bad all those
So,
suicide bombers must feel knowing they blew themselves up for the Jew?
Yeah, they feel the same as many of those soldiers who got blown up too for the Jew. Well, for the Zionists, for Israel. For Israel.
for Israel and America. Guys, listen, Trump says that Iran have surrendered. This was crazy. We broke this down earlier, but for everyone who's joining us, thank you very much. It's 10:30 at night in the UK and Isle of Man, where we are based, myself and Adam and Simon as well. And we've been covering the news all day. There's a lot going on. Iran says it has captured some American soldiers. They are now prisoners of war, and that the American government is lying to its people. Today, Iran said to the Middle Eastern states that, you know what, don't hit us, don't allow us to be hit from your countries. Basically, they're giving the GCC countries a way out, in essence saying get rid of the American bases, move America off the bases on your land, and therefore your country is no longer a target for us because we're only interested in hitting those bases. That Trump interprets as Trump says Iran has surrendered because they apologized to neighbor countries. They suddenly started apologizing to the Middle Eastern states. This is what he says. You can mark that down as a victory for us and for the Middle Eastern states, and they're really our friends. They're really friends of ours. I guess they're not going to be shooting at them anymore. They apologized. That's a surrender right there. I call it surrender. So it's not only a military war, but it's a war of propaganda as well here. That's what's going on. Netanyahu's given a televised statement. We have been reporting on it. He says, we are creating the conditions that allow the Iranian people to take their destiny in their own hands. And he says that in Persian as well. That was reported today. This is all now coming out. All the news is coming out.
Can I make a quick observation?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I hate to agree with Simon, but if you look at what's happened since Trump was elected, reelected, his first step, and even might have been his first official act or very close to it, and something that he started talking about after he won, but before he took office, was Panama and the influence that China had achieved over Panama, and at least to America and Americans. What was expressed was that China ineffectively controlled the entry and exit to Panama. What we were told was there were all the signs around the area were in Chinese or also in Chinese. And Trump, in effect, cooked China out of Central America. And then again, to the extent that Argentina, or I keep forgetting which country it was that we went and took Maduro out of. I want to say Argentina, but it could be.
Venezuela.
Thank you, Venezuela.
Venezuela.
I can't imagine why I can't remember that, but I'm stuck with it. Then we took them out, and now we have the same dictator that we had before, just Dictator Junior, the vice president, I guess, is now effectively running the country for Trump and the Zionists. So as America has pushed China out, and China had come in through its generally speaking, its belts and roads initiatives. Then we have a couple months later, we have effectively China through its support of Iran doing the same thing to America in the Middle East.
Yeah, I honestly think it's a deal, and I think China and the world powers have decided what the world looks like, and they're executing it.
Yep. We just live here. We're not part of the club.
We definitely aren't.
I mean, Sully might be. Maybe
So,
Sully's out there with it, rubbing shoulders now.
I think
It's
Joe is.
33 minutes and go on and on.
Joe is the World Economic Forum man, living in the tunnels, spying on our conversations, probably reporting back on us.
He's
You know
going
what
to
I
jump up
mean?
now, isn't he?
Probably don't
He
know.
was listening in the tunnels.
Say marketing, 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 and it'll be straight up here.
But he won the debate. He had my back against Ryan Dawson. By the way, I put the debate on YouTube. I'll send it over to Sully for his channel as well. But we've had about 25,000 views so far.
Send it to me, please, as well, Simon. WhatsApp it
Yeah,
to
I'll
me.
send you the version on YouTube, but it had like 2 hours of me giving analysis in front of it. But if you want the actual one, just to upload to Sully's YouTube, I'll get my guy to send it.
Oh, no, I don't have access to his YouTube. I want to watch the debate myself
Okay,
again.
yeah, I gave a load of commentary up front, but you can forward right to the interview, the debate if you want. I'll send you a link.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was a brilliant debate. It was a brilliant debate.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was good, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It was good, Adam. So Adam, sorry, go ahead, Adam.
No, I was just saying I remember it. Yeah, I could have listened to that one all day because it was stuff that I've been thinking about a lot. So yeah, it was very serendipitous in my opinion. So I'm not surprised about 25,000 views, honestly, because yeah, it was very relevant because those are like the two competing frameworks of viewing the world, and they're both pretty accurate. And it was good to see like you both like pressure test each other on that.
What's the chance we're going to see a debate between Adam and Michael Tracy? Is that possible?
Oh my God, Doc, listen, we're not ever going to mention that. Let's
Yeah,
move
he
on.
pushed
I've
the
got
40
breaking news,
beheaded
guys,
babies
and this is
hoax. So I'll
making
just
news.
mention that. You can go into the news.
I've got breaking news. IRGC spokesperson, this is huge. The missiles used in the operation so far have mostly been from the first and second generations, produced about 15 years ago. In the next stages, a new style of attacks will be carried out using more advanced long-range missiles that have been used less so far. Like literally, I don't think Trump's getting
You
any
know,
sleep
they
tonight,
said
to
that
be honest.
last
The
week,
guys
though.
are
That news broke out last week, actually.
Yeah, well, they're repeating it. They've been repeating the same message to the GCC
All right.
countries, and they didn't frame it this way, did they? They're saying the first and second generations produced 15 years ago. They're being very specific here. Also, let's see what else there is here. Just to recap what Netanyahu said today, we didn't just change the face of the Middle East. I don't know what he thinks he's done. We also changed ourselves because I made brave decisions and took risks to eliminate our enemies. When I met Trump before he was elected the President of the United States, he told me that Iran must be prevented from obtaining nuclear weapons. Khamenei instructed the Revolutionary Guard to fortify missile capabilities and did not respond to warnings from me and Trump. We launched Operation Roar of the Lion so that the Iranian people can take control and determine their own destiny. We have many surprises to shake the regime and enable change. And I say to the regime elements, whoever lays down their arms will not be harmed. We are not calling for the division of Iran, but the liberation of the country from tyranny. But this requires movement from you as well. I say to the Lebanese government that your responsibility is to disarm Hezbollah, and we will do everything necessary to defend ourselves. Many countries are coming to us for cooperation because we are strong and honest and fight with strength. I swear he said that last bit. I'm not joking.
That's incredible.
Many countries are coming to us for cooperation because we are strong and honest. And I'd love to know which country's gone to them. Apart from Zelensky, no one's beating down their door. Even Keir Starmer had to be dragged in a bit. Mental.
Did he say fight? Did he say
So
fights of
that's
honor?
say
Did he
that
say
again. Sorry,
fights of
Adam.
honor?
Did I see it?
From that quote, did he say that he fights of honor?
He says many countries are coming to us for cooperation because we are strong, we are honest, and we fight with strength. This is what he says.
Okay.
And do you know what? Do you know what really stuck out to me in this statement? He says, like, talk about throwing your ally under the bus. He says, when I met Trump before he was elected president of the US, he told me that Iran must be prevented from obtaining nuclear weapons. What he's trying to say there is, he's trying to say, like, Trump wanted this to happen before he even became president, and he told me he wanted it, and therefore we did it. Like, that's mental. Oh, look, MBS has made a statement. Khalid bin Salman has made a statement. Sorry, not MBS. Khalid bin Salman from Saudi Arabia. He's he's the Minister of Defense. He's made a statement. Let's see what his statement says. It says, I conducted a phone call with my brother, State Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of Jordan, Dr. Jafar Hassan. We condemned the Iranian attacks that the kingdom and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and a number of other countries in the region were subjected to, and we affirmed our support and backing for the measures being taken to preserve our security and stability. No problem, nothing wrong with that. That's just playing the game.
Yeah, that's it. These are very,
So
very calculated statements. Like they're just non-escalatory. They're preserving the right to defend. They're very
yeah,
political.
it's sovereignty. Yeah, we're defending our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, this kind of stuff. None of them's about if you attack us, we're going to attack you back. None of them are like that. They're not escalatory at all. There's nothing in those statements, and I can see how people would think there is something. Ali Larijani is on fire today. He says the biggest problem of Americans is that they don't understand the intellectual and cultural fabric of this region, Western Asia, and especially Iran. They think that if they were able to do something, for example, in Venezuela, they could repeat the same thing here. But here, a completely different way of thinking prevails. They wanted to change the situation and plunge Iran into chaos through shock and confusion amongst the people. From the very beginning, the Americans hoped to destabilize the internal situation in Iran by killing the country's leadership and some of our commanders. The first stage of their plan was to destroy the administrative and state structure. The Americans thought that this would happen very quickly. Their strategy was to end the war with a powerful but short strike. But they didn't take into account one thing, that the Iranians wouldn't just let them go. So he's repeatedly stated that US misunderstands the politics and cultural reality of the region and underestimates Iran's readiness to resist. I think that's a fair shout, actually, to be honest, on all accounts, because I do think that Trump thought, or certainly Netanyahu led him to believe, or somebody led him to believe, that if you will eliminate the Supreme Leader Khamenei, you'll have your regime change. I definitely think they thought that, which is why they went all gung-ho and they thought they'd have it within 24 hours. A weekend, no.
That would be a bit stupid, though, to think like that. Don't you think?
What? It's stupid for him to think like that.
Trump, yeah, to think that if they kill the supreme leader, then that's it, end of war.
Yeah, but he's not really bright, is he?
He's
So
been
yeah.
threatening Iran for years and decades, and I'm sure they've got a plan in place if their supreme leader dies.
Let's go to some of these hands and Adam and Simon, Manco, anybody, if there's any news, just jump in.
Yeah, I can do a quick
Let's
bit.
go to March. Yeah, go on, Adam. So just listen, guys, everything I just said, if you missed it, Adam's now going to say it, so you'll be able to catch it. Go ahead, Adam.
And that's probably true. Sorry, sorry. Anyway, so Trump said he's considering sending special forces into Iran to seize and destroy nuclear sites. This is according to Semaphore. Iranian missiles have hit an asset inside the US base in Bahrain. There's videos and images of columns of black smoke now rising from the site, indicating something was definitely hit. Because when you see fires like that, it means like it's hit something, like ammunition or a vehicle, something high value, I would say. The US base in Bahrain is still burning after a missile attack from Iran. It's been burning for hours. So Trump takes responsibility for hitting Iran's desalination plants. Trump, when asked if the US bombed an Iranian desalination plant, he said, "They are among the most evil people ever on." Oh my God. Is this a real quote? This is crazy.
Read it. Go on, Adam. It's pure gaslighting coming out from him and Netanyahu today. Go on, read it.
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7. If they're complaining about a desalination plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay?
God, same thing.
What?
Who said that?
Trump.
Wow.
Trump said this.
Durant.
Not long ago, he was spouting again the October 7 propaganda stuff, like Michael Tracy did, that pedophile defender. But like he was spouting those lies like not long ago, and he was saying similar things, and I was just like, it's disgusting. Like that was like you saw his true colors, because if you're still spouting those lies, because those are fully and completely and verifiably debunked, like it's not even a question anymore. They don't even push that lie anymore. But Trump himself pushed it like a couple of months ago. And I was like, he's a sociopath. He's evil. He and now I'm like, this is the president of America, and he's saying the Iranian people are evil and accusing them of having blood guilt over genocide propaganda, debunked genocide propaganda, and they weren't even involved in October 7. Like the Iranian people weren't there. It's crazy. Like it's a fake story, and it's a fake story that didn't even accuse Iran of anything, and he's using it to justify taking out their water sources. Trump is a terrorist. He's an actual terrorist. He's a terrorist, and under him, America is a terrorist state committing terrorist deeds. Like this is I would impeach him over this because this is crazy. And
Well, the same is true of Biden, Obama, and Bush as being a terrorist using reasonable definitions for the term.
Completely agree. I remember when we were all up here when it was Genocide Joe, and we were all like talking about the crimes against humanity that Genocide Joe was signing off on, and then it moved to Trump, and we were just talking about what Trump's doing. So it was always bipartisan on these spaces. Like I remember clearly when this started under Biden.
Adam, are you done?
I can't hear Adam.
Oh
Oh,
my
we
God, he
lost him.
glitched out. Yeah, let me send him a mic in DMs because I can't add him as co-host at the moment, but I'll try to get
Should I
him
take
added
his
as co-host
co-host? I
in a
think we
minute.
did a regime change. You did a decapitation campaign with Adam.
I feel like I'm about to glitch out myself, actually, Simon, to be honest, because I've been on here now.
It was me.
I
It
think
was
I've been
me
on
all
here since
along. I did
last
full
night.
regime change.
I think it's Jonah in the tunnels has done our regime change.
Well,
So let's
who
wait till
is
Adam gets back
Jonah?
up.
I mean, is he
Yeah,
related to Joah?
that's Joa's real name, Doc.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm only joking. There was a guy on here one night who kept calling Joa Jonah, like right the way through, and nobody corrected him. And so in the end, I was like, right, yeah, we're going to go to Jonah. And I just thought that that name suits him far better than Joa. So yeah, like the whole night, the guy called him Jonah. It was hilarious. And nobody corrected him.
I thought it was like his Saturday night name or something.
Okay, good to know.
I was given American style liberation on the space. I was
Hold on, where the hell are you? I can't see you. Are you here, Adam?
overruled. Yeah, I'm here. I've
You.
taken
It's
Doctor.
the ghost of Adam past.
Yeah, I've taken the ghost spot. I'm going to haunt the space with inconvenient facts. So yeah, I was just talking about the insanity of what Zionism did to our world. Because essentially what Trump is saying is you're an anti-Semite if you complain about war crimes. If you complain about taking the water away from Iranians, then you are an anti-Semite. Like it's basically what about October 7th? What about October 7th? Which is insane, truly insane. Yeah, just completely psychopathic, and I can't believe even one person can agree with that. Like if you heard that quote and you aren't disgusted by it, then how can you call yourself a good person? I'd like to hear the mental gymnastics that go on to do that. But anyways, regional war, oil shock, fertilizer price spike, El Nino, private credit crisis. Yeah, this is Trump's America right now. So Iranian drone attack has targeted the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Trump says, "Oh my God, the savages who rape with impunity must be permanently removed from society." So does that mean Trump must be removed from society? Because glass houses.
It is pretty remarkable, like the credibility of the statements, like because obviously America used to make statements like coming from the moral high ground and judge terrorism and all that stuff, and then talk about
Yeah.
that. But now you've had the Epstein files, you've had all this stuff. Like there's no, and after the genocide, you really can't make these statements anymore without everyone seeing the hypocrisy.
Yeah, you're right. They seem to be fully owning it, like rebranding the Department of Defense to the Department of War. It's yeah, they fully embraced this being the heels. But it's like you can't judge anyone else on a moral high ground. It's an odd position America's in right now. Yeah, because Hegseth says things that are just as insane as Trump is saying it, and I don't know, it's just sanctioning murder, and they spice it in with like all this Christian rhetoric and praying praying in the Oval Office, and then coming out and saying all this murderous, genocide, racist stuff. It's yeah, I don't know what to make of all that. But anyways, a direct hit on hotel housing American terrorist in Sulaymaniyah in Iraq. Yeah, a lot of people reporting on this audio, on this call of what he said about Iranians cut babies' heads off, like just insane. Trump says Iran bombed the girls' school. So after everyone's confirmed that it was them, Trump himself has decided to just pin it on Iran again. It's so ridiculous. Saudi Arabia has warned of
every other one, bro. They're cooked, man.
Saudi Arabia has warned Iran of possible retaliation if it attacks its territory or energy infrastructure, according to a Reuters report. So yeah, Saudis put the gauntlet down. Yeah, the US and Israel are trying to regain escalation control. Trump has admitted that he was surprised by Iran's immediate attacks against US bases in all GCC states. The Iranians responded harsher than the US had imagined, and now the US slash Israel is trying to shock the Iranians by escalating in a manner that they believe will take Iran by surprise, even if this puts the entire region on fire. So that's what's going on with these, like, hitting their water sites and oil sites and all that stuff. And I think they're going to keep doing it. Trump says regarding Iran, we want to pick a president that's not leading them into war. And as I mentioned earlier, for people who weren't around or weren't listening or whatever, Trump has already made a massive concession that he's not trying to deliver democracy to Iran. So
They still have the same problem where the Chinese are never going to. That's why your argument about Pakistan actually.
Oops. So yeah, that's
There's a
so.
ghost in the machine right now. I hear somebody
There's
talking.
so
Can
many
someone
ghosts.
set him
Yeah.
up?
And then, yeah. Yeah. Trump made the massive concession that he's not seeking to deliver democracy to Iran. And monarchist, if you're listening to this, like, what did you think was going to happen, man? Like, did you expect anything else? He said
Hey,
he's
we
fine.
Yeah,
oh, there he
because
is.
they're not neocons. They're not here to export democracy.
Yeah, tell the money. I'm talking to the monarchists and all the people that fell, and also the leftists. I'm not really talking to the neocons. The neocons at least know they just want to kill people so rich people can make a bit more money. But I'm talking to the people who genuinely thought they were acting for the best interests of Iran to liberate them. People who actually fell for that. People who or people who are concern trolling or trying to virtue signal and use it as like some kind of shield for saying, "Oh, you are against human rights. If you're against this, like you're not about human rights." Like people who try to emotionally blackmail you into supporting what the neoconservatives are supporting. I'm really addressing those people because you know we called them liars the whole time. All those people who said, you're not on the side of the Iranian people if you don't support them getting bombed and getting a regime change and all this stuff. Like, we tried to warn everyone we're going to have a repeat of the past of Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya, etc., etc. But no one wanted to listen. Well, people here did, but a lot of these people that I'm addressing did not want to listen, and they're still trying to push this shit that because monarchists come up in the space all the time and tell us that they think this is still the best thing for the Iranian people. We're going to liberate them, but I find that neoconservatives and also leftists and all these people, they have the same mistake, which is they're very naive and they think that the government works for the people. Like the government doesn't work for you. Trump doesn't work for you. He works for a special interest, mainly Israel. And so, yeah, of course, he's not going to deliver democracy to Iran. He was never going to do that. Every monarchist, every person who was concerned trolling about human rights, blah, 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 like you are a useful idiot. You're a useful idiot. He literally said he's fine to have a religious leader and he's fine to have a non-democratic leader. Basically, that's his way of saying the Islamic Republic can stay. All he wants is someone who can deal, in his words, deal more fairly with America and Israel. That's it. That's it. That's all it's about. it's about Zionism. It's about strengthening Zionism. You know, that's all they want to do. You know, it's all about business for them. It's all about resource extraction, not for American people, but for the Epstein class. You know, you get to print lots of money to help them, though. So well done on that. You also get to absorb lots of immigrants and refugees. So enjoy that stuff too. And you get to absorb the inflation. So yeah, that's what you get out of the deal. But yeah, moving on. Trump says regarding Iran, we want them to pick a president that's not leading them into war. That's all. That's all he kind of. So he's very vague on that. He also said that the UK is considering joining America and Israel with Iran. And I know Beatrix read this one out. Yeah, the United Kingdom is finally giving serious thought to considering it. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won. So yeah, if he had already won. If he already had, then he would actually reject it outright. But it's not being rejected. Like they're still using British bases, and I would be very surprised if those ships don't go out anyways. I think those ships are going to go out regardless. So, but I don't know who Trump's communicating to with these tweets, because he tweeted earlier today that Iran had surrendered. They didn't. Now he's tweeting that, you know, Britain won't be sending. He's going to reject their ships. I think he won't. Does he count on his audience not to check? I'm assuming he does. Anyways, Trump says that Iran's map will probably not look the same after the war. Trump says he doesn't want Kurdish involvement in. Trump says he does not want Kurdish involvement in the Iran conflict. He just lies. He just lies like he breathes. It's so easy for him to lie. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy. Literally confirmed by Western media and also officials like
I don't know, it was confirmed by himself that they were going to speak to the Kurds, and they were speaking to the Kurds, and they whipped this frenzy up over 48 hours, and that's why the Kurdish leader came out and said, no, not our
yeah.
circus, not our monkey, we don't want anything to do with it. And now in
Then
this
he
statement
threatened
you're
them, right?
reading,
Yeah,
and in the statement you're reading, he actually says they offered, but we said, no, we don't want you to get involved. It's okay, loads of people offered. Like literally that statement you're
yeah.
reading.
This is why I never fell for Trump. Like people got fooled by him. I held nothing against people who fell for Trump, whatever. But like this is what, like, he lies. He lies and lies. And he contradicts himself all the time. Like when I saw, like I was quite young at the time, but when I saw his clips of like that's how he says one thing and then says the opposite thing, and he just lies like it's nothing. Like I was like, this is obviously a sociopath. Like why would you ever let him near power? It's crazy. This is one of the main things that I have against him. But anyways. Yeah, he just lies like he breathes, and it's not good at all. So Iran's top security official Ali Laranji said that 2 regional countries have claimed they won't allow their territory to be used for U.S. bombardments against Iran. So that looks successful. I think you may have read that one. While we doubt their commitment, Iran will not target them if they keep their word. He's likely referring to Turkey and Azerbaijan. And yeah, there are arguments that that the earlier comments made today by President Peskazan weren't really directed at the Gulf states. That's one interpretation, and that they were just directed to the states that Israel has tried to do false flags against, namely Turkey and Azerbaijan. Probably, they tried with Cyprus, but Cyprus is further away. That's not happening. Trump says that oil prices will come down very fast. I don't know how he's planning on doing that, but it's critical. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is critical. He reverses that. Otherwise, oil prices are not coming down. It's an interesting situation because Iran really has put Trump into a really tough place because they've got a chokehold on a lot of resources here. And it's going to cause a lot of problems for Trump because the stock market, gas prices, oil, the price of oil being the lifeblood of the world, and also the fertilizers, like how they supply a lot of the fertilizers that the world needs. So yeah, this is going to absolutely destroy Trump if this continues on for weeks and months, because the economic fallout will be devastating. Iran is fully pressing that economic red button, and if the Epstein coalition escalates against Iran more than it has today, like with the desalination plants and the oil refineries, oil storage, then Iran will pick up in terms of starving the world of valuable resources, and that is going to make our lives much harder. So so yeah, and Trump is obsessed with the markets. He's obsessed with, like, you know, with the vanity metrics and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens there. I like I said, I predict big concessions, and he already made a big concession saying, like, basically the Islamic Republic can stay. It's not it's no longer a red line.
He's actually, yeah, he's actually, I feel like now, though a bit late, he's trying to almost subconsciously convince the American public that I've already won. This was important. He also said today, just now, in fact, about 10 minutes ago, if we didn't hit within 2 weeks, I'm telling you, he said this, trust me, there's a clip of it. If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. When crazy people have nuclear weapons, bad things happen. So now, apparently, Iran were 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. 2 weeks, 14 days away.
So that makes it what, 48 years and 2 weeks of them being 2 weeks away. I can't believe they have the nerve, like the audacity to say it. Like, they actually say 2 weeks every single time. Like, yeah,
Well,
I
these are all
how do you
poll
keep a straight face?
these are all
Mhm.
poll tested answers that have worked with MAGA in the country heretofore. So they're trying different ways to hit the hammer, hit the nail with a different hammer, but the results are coming out the same. He's not seeing any
Yeah.
change in the polls in his favor.
Do we see Gary on the panel, or is he dropped? Because I can't see him. I thought I saw him.
I see him.
Yeah, I see Gary.
Yeah, Gary, how are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I came up when you guys were having, we had a little bit of a void. Was gonna change the subject, but I think just to go back to Adam's
You can lay
comment,
that clay down, though.
and just to go
Motherfucker,
back
you
to
don't
Adam.
know about quicksand?
Who's
It
that?
always happens when I come up on this space. Some
No,
whack job starts
I just
talking.
removed that
Yeah,
person.
no
So
problem.
sorry.
Well,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not. No, it's okay. I'm not gonna get upset about it. But what Adam was saying was, hey, anybody that had supported Trump, if you see this now and you're still supporting him, like something's wrong with you. That's a really interesting point. Um, let's maybe frame it a little differently, though, because that's a bit of a. I could see where people get a little jacked up over that, including me. Okay. I think the issue is that you just don't, like, the human being just does not want to confront this. I think on a, without me getting all wooey wooey, but on a spiritual level, I think this is very, very difficult to confront for Americans. Because you got to remember, we have been programmed since the 40s. I mean, they literally were calling it programming, right? So I think I would just encourage us before we get all judgmental on people that and critical about what people should be doing in a perfect world. Man, this is a hard confront. Okay, for I'm a pretty tough guy, and I actually put myself in a position of, hey, how evil could I be? If I wanted to become really evil, what would I do in this situation? Like, I can get there pretty quick. Man, it's a good thesis for me to look at from the other perspective. Hey, if these people are crazy, what are they doing? Who's doing it? Um, anyway, I just wanted to add that, okay? Even though I'm sitting here going, look, there is absolutely no reason for us to be having another war. Okay, this is just one of the many that we've done. This is bullshit. Makes no sense. No one has articulated what the fucking reason is we're there. And it can't be nukes, because I mean, that 8 days ago we supposedly, toasted everything. So it makes no sense to me. And every time this group of people point fingers at other people, Like, this is what I'm concerned about. I think we're going to probably have a nuclear event, because if I'm evil and like evil, okay, I don't think I have anywhere else to go here. I think the discovery, the transparency that's coming, leaking out of every sieve, and these people forgot, like 70, 80, 90-year-old people, they don't care what they were loyal to when they were 28. They're going to die in 3 years, 3 months, and they're like, man, I don't want to go to my grave with this story. So this is most certainly coming out. And if I'm the bad guys, I'm going to create another event that's so big, we have no time to even discuss this. Because I think we're just like almost, what if we're just at first or second base in discovery here? Or first or second inning of a 7-inning game. And like the discovery we have right now is blowing everyone's like ability to confront evil. Because that's what this is, dude. Like you have to move beyond, oh yeah, some fucking rich guys. This is evil, dude. This is beyond rich, okay? I'm rich. I have never done any of this shit. And there's people I would not cooperate with, by the way. I had to say no to people. And I never get these invites. Okay? Never. So somebody's already said, nah, he's not, like, don't even bother with him. I mean, I got him a few times, and I'm not interested in going to your deal, man. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because no matter what happens, we're going to have to live with each other. And, I thought it was shocking that people were putting masks on in 2020. I mean, I thought it was absolutely shocking. Fuck the vaccine. The amount of people that put masks on, I'm more looking going, wow. I mean, shit, dude. My doctor telling me that diaper's going to protect me against something is like, wow. Um, so, and somebody earlier today, I think on your show, talked about COVID. Hey, this is all linked together. And people were poo-pooing and going, hey, let's not go backwards. No, this is all linked, man. Like, we have to get our heads out of our ass. Nothing. If you're in the CIA, none of this would be considered coincidence. It would all be considered red flag, right? And therefore all related. But I think, Simon, I suspect that's a lot of the pushback you get, dude, and everybody here. That it is really hard, because I thought Trump was going to be like, fuck, dude, he's going to fucking bust the man up, bust the group up, not go to war. Okay. Well, he can't say he's not going to war. So, I'm calling it out. Dude, I did not vote for this. Did not. I would have voted for Kennedy. And I never thought he had a chance. See, this is
Gary,
what doesn't
do
make
you
sense.
remember
How the
those?
hell is he making any progress if all this is evil? I mean, because we have people on the dark side of this thing getting fucking assassinated like candy every day, dude. Like people are dropping like flies, right? So if why are they dropping like flies if they got this thing under control? And I don't think this is under control. I don't think there's anything they can do to stop the information from coming out. And so up,
Did we lose him?
like get angry. That's what that means. So get angry and start to protest. I don't know the answer to that question, but I know if I'm the bad guy, I most certainly do not want that moment to happen. The real protest. So I just think it has to get uglier. I hate to say that, but and like I'm not a doomer type personality, but if I'm them, dude, I have to pull some fucking fancy shit now. If half the stuff is true that I'm reading, they've got to be panicking the other side, whoever that is. Okay, I believe we have not yet identified who the real actors are. Most certainly, we know who some of the fucking players are because they're on stage. Anyway, just wanted to drop that commentary.
So sorry, Gary, you think that Iran should be panicking? You think Iran's panicking?
No, listen. Well, maybe there's some evil people inside the Iran thing that's cooperating with this third group of people that we have. Look, for a conflict to exist for long periods of time, there has to be a third party somewhere. Okay, like in a lie, a big fat lie. If you look at every fucking conflict you've ever had in your life, you will find a third party there, and a big lie that was not made transparent and acknowledged by all players, right? And every time, if you remove that third party, all this fucking conflict goes away. And if I'm only 1 or 2% of the population, this is the ploy I take. Okay, I become the third party, whispering in everyone's ears and fucking keeping everything unstable.
I believe in unity, Gary. Like
That's who
absolutely.
I'm talking about, right? Yeah. No, Adam, I think you're cool. But I think, listen, the guy jammed on you earlier. I could see a little bit of what you were saying. It was a little bit like, because you're talking to me, man. I'm sitting here going, dude, I gave 12.8 Bitcoin to Trump. I've shaken his hand a couple of times. I thought, we had a freaking chance here. See, and the other thing is, guys, I live here, right? So the other thing is, and I think everybody around the world should have this similar view. If this was going what I thought might be our savior, okay, I thought it was a long shot that he would get the game done, but we need a gangster type personality that is what's the word for it? Bull in a china store. That is what we need right now. A methodical bull in a china store. People that can't, you can't determine what the guy's going to do. That's the kind of leader we need right now.
That's who we thought Trump was.
I
I agree,
I
man.
disagree with
I
you guys
don't.
on this one. I think you need like a moral
Well,
man.
listen. I think we were hoping, though. See, maybe we were just hoping because look, that's the only. Look, I was getting ready to leave this country, dude. Like
Gary,
it scares the shit out of me where we're headed.
Gary,
Go
do
ahead.
you remember when
Could
we
I?
did those original spaces? Like, and obviously we were just focused on, yeah, I mean, Trump's going to be good for Bitcoin or whatever. But do you remember the pushback I got when I was saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be in because he's been selected to take the world to war with Iran. And do you
Yeah,
remember,
I
like,
remember you
I
saying
used to
that.
get so much shit for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I
Yeah,
mean, you are like most people are not well educated on anything, and what they are educated on, like, look, man, most 2-3 years ago, Americans are arguing still today that we have any right to do what the fuck happened in the Ukraine. Okay, that was totally American, NATO, UK led. It's heinous. Well, most Americans will still argue over that. It's like, well, you just haven't studied any fucking history. They went to the high school, heard the cheerleaders and the prom coach and the fucking president of the club, the key club, and the Americans have been propagandized extremely well. They'll still go to war for America. When I went to the UK in 1992, well, a British guy looked at me and said, I would never go to the war for my country. He was the UK guy, right? He said, but I would go to war for your country. No one wants to go to war for America today. That should say everything. No one. And I keep saying, if we're going to have wars, we should send U.S. fucking red, white, and blue boots on the ground. It's the only war we should ever get into. And let's see how few of them we have.
Could I
So
just make one quick statement about the whole military base situation? I think we remember that a lot of the Iranians, some of the commentators like Marandi, they would always say that the condition for Iran to stand down is to have all the bases withdrawn, from the U.S. in the region. I think that's where things are headed, because to be totally honest, with the way that the U.S. This has had to have been the worst advertisement for the military-industrial complex.
Sorry, Gary, continue.
well, I just think, I think right now we need to probably be more tolerant of not, and just hear me out totally, because I know people are being killed. Okay, so I do not believe that we should be rationally tolerant. Uh, we should be irrationally fucking angry about this bullshit. But people that look, first off, people that are coming to these spaces, to me, unless they're paid actors, uh, your space is growing. Okay, that should say everything. And the more people that are sitting here, whether they're real or anonymous or whatever, uh, we're going to break through some of these people. Now, if they're paid actors, that's a different thing. But we need more people just to be awakened, and then they can start putting all the pieces together. But I think this thing is, you know, I gotta say, one of the things I wanted to talk about, I was going to ask a couple of the guys was, hey, what do you guys think the markets are going to do on Monday? And with, with no disrespect to anyone, the only reason I'm interested in what the markets are going to do is that is a very good thermometer indicator of how the rest of the world will behave to this information, right? How awakened or unawakened they're going to be. So please respect it. If I ask about financials, it's not that I disrespect what's going on, because this has, for me, I'm no longer even care about the money. But most certainly a lot of people do. The money is the only thing these people will respond to. So I'm expecting if we go further, Simon, this market's going to get tossed in the bin, and that will stop it. That will shake up everything. Not to mention, if we start having UAE players do what Norway did to Israel, and they start to say, "Hey, we're going to stop some orders in the future with the United States," I mean, this is game on then. Which to me means it gets escalated. It doesn't get de-escalated. And that is frightening.
Just let me respond to that, Gary, about the spaces growing. I agree with you. But let me tell you what happened a couple of days ago. When you open your X app in the For You section where it shows you the topics that are trending globally, in that was this space. And it actually had some headline like Sulaiman Ahmed's unbiased review of Iran war wins rave reviews. And then it had a paragraph on him and it had his space underneath it. Completely took us by surprise. A couple of hours after that, one of his team members messaged me and said, "Did they change the algorithm?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "His posts are flopping. They're just not getting any traction." Now, Suleiman wants his post to go viral. He's not monetized on here. He's not, he's not got a blue tick or anything, but he wants them to grow because the more people see it, the more people are aware. So something changed. Yesterday, Adam and I couldn't even get co-host on our space, on this space. We did the space the whole day as speakers, and thank God what happened today didn't happen yesterday.
Trying to wear you out.
Yeah, so
Well,
yesterday was horrendous.
You're on the front
Gary,
line, man.
I
Welcome to the war.
cannot tell you how bad it was. Andrew, who was on here, and I think he's glitched out, just saw a white screen. He couldn't even see a speaker. And then last night, I think it was last night or this morning, saw Caroline Levitt. Somebody said to her, there's a clip of it out there, you'll find it on X. What do you think of those X-influencers and MAGA influencers who are divided on X about the Iran war? They specifically asked her about influencers on X, which shows what happened yesterday. And she turned around and said, X is not real news. The real world, Donald Trump's world is the real world. And he's fighting terrorists who mine children and kill women or something. And I thought, wow, have they really taken it to that level that they're going to try to smash this space up because, it's making a difference? And there are no bots on here, Gary. In fact, if you notice, we are the only space that does this. As soon as sometimes people will come and bot our spaces. So a couple of days ago, somebody botted our space. The minute Suleiman or I notice it's botted, we will put in the title bot attack. And anybody who's a regular in our space will see, we will immediately put it in the title because we want to make sure everything's above board. And that's always been a practice
That's
of
right.
ours.
Yeah, just be consistent though. Like, listen, this has happened to me. As soon as I started talking about this, I literally did not grow a follower for 4 weeks. Not one. Not one. Okay. And I'm just looking at it going, oh, well, that's interesting. So, whatever. We're here today. They're going to keep doing it. This is working. This is working. May be too late. Seems like it's too late to me, but I'd love to hear from other people like, hey, what happens, because I don't see this thing de-escalating here. This thing seems to be just spinning fucking right out of control. And it can't last 3 and 4 months, okay? Like, this has to get done this week or I think it gets ugly. Ugly. What do y'all think?
Let
If
me
you
ask you
don't
a
mind.
question. Yeah, can I ask you a question? When you say ugly, do you mean escalation to the use of
I
nuclear
think,
weapons or what exactly? Because that's certainly on the table.
sorry, Tom, I think Adam was just going to jump in and let him jump in and then I'll come to you. Adam, jump in. I saw you unmute your
No,
mic.
it's okay. Thank you though. Yeah, my opinion is pretty unpopular actually, and I'm getting accused of all kinds for having it. But I think the Epstein coalition will lose. I think that they're going to make major concessions. I think they're going to make a deal of some kind, and I think it's going to be the end of Western hegemony in the region. I think this is the beginning of the end of that. I think we're going to see a multipolar world come out the other side of this. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, that's what I see. So it's kind of a positive spin for the world, and it's positive for Americans too. A lot of people think that's anti-American, but it's not. It's not because we can get not to get too deep into it, but like your model is based on money printing and extraction for the Epstein class, which just leads you to inflation. Like all this imperialism is the profits of all this imperialism are privatized to the Epstein class, and the costs are all socialized. But anyways, that's what I think is going to happen.
So I think by this time next week, there'll be some sort of negotiation, discussion, mediation starting. I don't see this prolonged. I do think, and I want to go to Tom because, Tom, I know this isn't your opinion, but there are people that genuinely think that Netanyahu is crazy, nukes will be used, it will be unstoppable. I don't think it's that out of control. I think there's a lot of bravado, and especially when you listen to Trump, you think there's going to be Armageddon. But there really isn't. I don't think he's in as much control as you think, Gary. He's losing this, and he's losing this badly. And I think Iran just wants the bases out of the Middle East, the American bases, and there's not much strength left there for them to hold on anyway. Netanyahu wants his pardon. Trump's literally begging for it, and I think he'll get his pardon and he'll go about his business. Israel will be left there just as a country,
What do you
but
mean a
stripped
pardon?
of
A
its
pardon for
power.
what? He hasn't been found guilty of
Oh, he's
anything.
up for fraud. He's up for fraud and so he's been up for fraud and corruption charges since well before October the
In
7th.
America?
So what he does is in Israel. So what he does is every time there's a court case, he starts bombing the country to say we're in a war situation. One time there was a court case. He came to America and said, I have to go and meet Trump. The court case 2 weeks ago, he had Modi go to Israel. So his lawyer went to court and said, Modi's here, so he can't come to court. So he's been dodging those charges and court case. And Trump keeps writing to the president of Israel. He's just done it this week again, saying, you must pardon him. He's a great man. You must pardon him. And what it is, he knows, Netanyahu does, that as long as he's prime minister and he keeps going to war and stays in a permanent, perpetual state of war, he's got a degree of protection not to go to court and things. I mean, one time he broke the ceasefire under Biden because he had a court date. So Trump keeps pushing for a pardon. I think ultimately he'll get his pardon. He'll go into exile somewhere. But I do think in the next week, this will taper off. I do feel that. I feel that the Gulf countries have shown massive, brilliant strategy and not being drawn into this. They've played it brilliantly. They've towed the line not to aggravate Iran, not to aggravate America, and just literally kept stability, but stayed out of it. And, left those two guys and said, these are American bases. They've tried to protect their civilians. And they've just played it really, really well. So I think it's probably calmer than you think it is. And if you notice Trump's language today, it's changed a lot. He says, oil prices are going to come down very fast, very quickly. It's going to happen now. He's not being as threatening about what he was saying about the Strait of Hormuz a few days ago. Now he's saying it's up to the ships whether they go through. His language has changed a lot, So, Tom, what were you going to say? What do you
Hi,
think?
Khaleesi. Unfortunately, with Trump, as a lot of brilliant geopolitical analysts always say, you have to completely disregard everything that he says and kind of just pay attention to what is actually taking place with respect to the impact of his administration's decisions on anything. And if you take a look at what's happening right now, my biggest concern is that, today I had the opportunity to speak to some local business leaders or business people in the area I live in. Sound like a WEF jerk by saying business leaders, but you know what I mean, business people. And they're concerned about the potential of an energy crisis and its impact on the sector of the economy that they're involved in. They don't know anything about the United States. And I was sitting there talking to them a little bit about, guys, just a little bit, we're in a completely unforeseen scenario on multiple fronts. And then I talked to them a little bit about something that I'm going to mention. And you guys know I'm always very respectful and I try to be the most, the person that doesn't break the norms of any space I participate in, right? I do that out of respect. It's not because I'm worried about perhaps not being allowed up again, but look, I'm going to be a little bit blunt. The Trump administration is a fusion of the usual deep state decision makers running the show, obviously a very strong Israeli influence, but there's a third and even more concerning group that's very much involved in the decision making of the White House. And when you come to understand exactly how extremist their ideology is, and the fact that, things are really escalating out of control as I see it too, you have to worry about the impact of a group such as Chabad Lubavitch running an administration as we embark on what could be the Third World War. So that by far is my biggest concern.
Yeah, I appreciate you in the way you framed that, Tom, and you know what I'm saying to you, right? Because of how space is run. So thank you for that. Simon, what are your thoughts?
I'm team. I think nothing ever happens, so I don't think we're going to have like a nuclear. I don't think we're going to get nuclear.
Yeah, I mean, I've given my theory around the theatrical element of this. I think everything that's being blown up is meant to be blown up. Everything that's happened is fairly contained. I think there's not a chance in hell, 0% in my estimation, that this goes to nukes. I think you're meant to feel that way. But I think world leaders have a role, and they answer to greater powers, and greater powers are divvying up the world, and closing the Strait of Hormuz is actually a very clever strategy in order to renegotiate all energy flows. I think this is 100% economic. I think the theater that we're giving in terms of ideology and religion and the last battle and the war and a battle between good and bad. I think the cartoon character that we're given of, Iran either being the holy protector of all good and or the cartoon character of the center of evil, the head of the snake, I think those are completely inaccurate representations. I think it's just realpolitik. I've come to learn that how we analyze as humans is completely different to how countries analyze. I'm in my estimation, I'm pretty confident that this ends in a soft landing. Trump will declare victory, and he'll get to say, I took out the head of the snake. I got us all these deals. Look at this. We're winning. We're winning. We're winning. Khomeini will be able to say, look what we did. Sorry, not Khomeini. The new leadership will be able to say, look what we did to Israel. We expelled the US. And Israel will be able to say, look what we did to Iran. And so there'll be a three-way victory lap. Everyone will declare victory. And China has a brilliant plan. And I'm really, really on board with what I think China wants to do with the region. And I can see from my estimates, just by looking at financial flows and financial markets, what they're trying to do here. And they've built a model that relies upon not interfering in countries and investing in a Belt and Road initiative that doesn't require domination. It just requires countries doing what they need to do and economically trading with each other. I think they made the three fundamental changes which were impossible, and the three fundamental changes to resolve the Middle East, because nothing in the Middle East was natural. None of these wars were natural or organic. They were 100% engineered, and trillions of dollars was made. It was pure profiteering from evil. And I think if you want to change the world, you need to change the Middle East, and you need to change it from the colonial term that the British created for it, because London was looking at it and saying facing eastwards, and it's the middle of the world, and change it to what it originally was, which was West Asia. In order to change the Middle East to West Asia again, you need to eliminate the natural agitations. I think there were several agitations. One was Israel was 100% a tool for agitating the region. It's nothing organic or natural. It wasn't a safe place for the Jews. In fact, it was a place to recruit Jews to engage in ethnic cleansing, radicalize them, and turn them into killing machines. It's the worst thing that could ever happen to the Jews from my perspective. And I think this was a British US operation. I think they created groups like ISIS and Al Qaeda in order to turn the Muslim faith into something that is completely the opposite of what it was. And I think that was utilized in order to radicalize Western Christians in order to think that these religions were something completely different. They created all these fake boogie monsters, and it was all to prop up the US empire. And so now, if you want to create peace in the Middle East, you have to do three things. You have to resolve the Palestinian cause. You have to normalize between Iran and Saudi Arabia that took two different paths. And you have to get the US out of the region. I think all of that is happening right now, and I think it's very positive for the region. And then you have to just de-radicalize some ideologies. The Zionism as an ideology, I think it's being sacrificed. I do think that it's a toxic asset. There are some people that are still radicalized into it, but I think it's being chipped away at. I think the neocon narrative of America needing to blow up countries and seeing that as strength, I think that's being de-radicalized as an ideology. And I also think that Iran solely being like either those two cartoon characters that were created, like the protector of the resistance. I do think that if you don't have a resistance and you don't have Iran and Israel always under strategic tension, you no longer have the justification for Israel. And so if we're taking out some of the hardline elements here, and the resistance is no longer needed because all states actually just genuinely start taking control of their borders, and there's alliance and things are held together with China, then I think the need for Israel as an antagonist is no more. And so to me, the only thing that gives me compensation here is that I think Israel is trying to pretend that they are strong and that they rule the world when they really don't. And I think that's going to be exposed. But I think it's an exit narrative for America to get away with their crimes against humanity that they didn't know they were complicit in. And the easiest way when everyone starts learning the truth is to create another narrative. And that narrative is it wasn't us, it was them. They blackmailed us, they control our Senate, they control our Congress. We didn't profiteer from our own people. We didn't steal all of their money, leave them with debt, and to spend trillions of dollars in it was those pesky Jews. And I think that narrative is perpetuating across America that it was Israel that did it and we were the ethical people. And I think that plausible deniability story is going to work and it will give an off ramps for. Um, and I think if you can get peace in the Middle East, I think Trump will profit from it. I'd rather him profit from it than continue blowing it up. I think he's going to make a lot of money. I don't think there's going to be any justice. But I just want people to stop being killed in the Middle East. Once you solve the Middle East, I think it will have its impact on Africa. I think you'll see one by one that all of these agitations like Sudan, Libya, all these other things that slowly there's a better model. And I think countries are not going to try and dominate the entire world because I think competition is really important. And so regional blocks in a multipolar world, I'm very positive about. Yeah, so I'm very bullish for the future. I think the West is going to be the sector that takes the hit, or the part of the world that takes the hit. And quite frankly, I think it's what Gary was saying. It's a very traumatic experience for everyone to actually learn that everything they thought was true is not true. And I think we need to be quite sensitive of that. We've all been through a journey of discovering everything that we believed in, everything we thought was true, was a lie, and it turned out that we thought it was backed by good, and it turned out to be backed by pure evil. And we were always told it was someone else. It turns out it was us, but we just didn't know. It was so hidden, it was so propagandized, and various other things. So, all this to say, yeah, I think there's an off ramps, and I do think what we are witnessing is not World War III. It's a mechanism to transition to a world that doesn't need to go through World War III. I don't see nukes. I don't see any of these things. And I do think actually Iran's the final war.
Simon, thanks for that. I just want to jump in with some breaking news, guys. Fuel tanks at Kuwait International Airport were attacked by drones in a direct target of vital infrastructure. Fuel tanks at Kuwait International Airport. I'm being told here that there's a fire at Bahrain Salman port as well. So the port in Salman, which is home to the United States Navy's 5th Fleet, is on fire. So this is the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. It's on fire in Bahrain Salman port. Saudi Arabia says 8 drones have been intercepted. 8 drones have been intercepted. Tel Aviv and Haifa are alight. Israel's also launched extensive strikes across Lebanon, killing nearly 300 people. Let me just have a look. I've got somebody's actually confirmed the Kuwait to me as well personally by saying they've had 3 sirens in 30 minutes. And there's a lot of sounds of explosives. And we have here footage now coming through of targeted assassination with Iranian Shahid 136 drone hitting a building apartment in Bahrain, likely US personnel, likely US Army personnel. So we've got some of that footage coming through. It's just crazy. It's all going off. The Shahrain oil depot on the outskirts of Tehran was hit by Israel late, just a short while ago. The Israeli military says it struck the fuel storage and related sites, and it alleges that the oil depot was linked to the Iranian armed forces. It is on fire. So yeah, I'll pause there. Sorry, Simon, back to you.
Yeah, no worries. I was towards the end. I think the bit that people
Okay.
need to get their head around is the US empire falling does not mean the world falls. it means that there's a recollaboration in the world, and I think that there is a recollaboration, that it's needed. And I think people just need to determine as this goes through. You have an Eastern Empire, you have a Western Empire, and you have a Middle East that sits in the middle. And I think the fall, and I don't think it's going to be a dramatical fall. I think it's 100% manageable. The sad thing is that wealth inequality just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and I don't think people know how to manage that transition. You just need to own assets, and fewer people do own assets. And so if you're somebody that knows how to manage this in the West, you'll be fine. But the vast majority of people won't be. That's the hard part. And there'll be other areas of the world that are going to have the time of their life.
Sorry, Simon, just to interrupt you again. There's been a drone strike on a room at the Ramada Hotel in central Beirut. Central Beirut, a drone strike, very precise drone strike, on a room at the Ramada Hotel in central Beirut. And it's being said that it may have been an assassination attempt. It may have been an assassination attempt. If you go to Sulaiman's page, there is footage there and a close-up photograph of the room. It's the Ramada Hotel in central Beirut. You'll be able to see the actual footage, the video of it. So if you go to his page, it's there. Sorry, Simon,
Yeah,
back
let's go
to
back
you.
to live news. But
Sorry, Simon. Just give me a second. Why you guys not talking about Soleimani? He's been just attacked right now.
Sorry, I don't even know who that was speaking because there were two mics unmuted. So who was it? Can you just unmute your mic and tell me who it was?
Everyone's muted. Was that me who did that? Okay.
I muted them because I saw Stax and Ivy with both of their mics unmuted. So was it you or Stax or was it Ivy?
Not me.
Okay, good. Stax. Ivy, was it you? Or was it Hama? Hama, was it you?
Yeah, it was me. Sorry. Just I wanted to say about the news of Soleimani of region of Kurdistan. It's been attacked by drone by Iran a couple of times right now. Even still continue. It's been like 4 drones, and still the Peshmerga fight to the drones by no air defense day in Soleimani, and right now it's been still continue. And
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. We're giving all the breaking news here. If you have anything, Hama, you can put it on the chat below. Do you
I
know how to
don't know, to be
post it in the
honest.
chat
Even I
below?
got the video of the shooting the Peshmerga.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know how to put it in the chat
No,
below?
how to do it?
Okay. So, Hama, you know the bottom right-hand side where it says 8561?
Yeah.
You see the purple pill? If you click on that purple pill?
Yeah, I see the. Just
Yeah.
reply the post.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, exactly. Put it as a comment. Put all the information you've got as a comment on the post
okay,
and we
I'll do
check it out.
that.
Yeah? Thank you. Okay, thanks for that, Hama. So Ray, Ray, just learn how to keep your mic mute, please. Gary, are you still with us? Because I can't only see half the panel. Has Gary
Yes,
gone?
no, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Gary, did you want to respond? Because I didn't want to cut the conversation off.
No, I was good. I think I made my comments. It was good to hear from everyone.
I hope it gave you a little bit of reassurance, Gary. I think that there's a lot of hype in the media, but we're breaking down all the headlines and looking at what's happening behind that on the ground. And actually, it is just targeting the American infrastructure in the Middle East and a removal of that. That's what's going on if I really stripped it all down, but a lot of noise around it. And sadly, some deaths around it. Quite a
I
lot of
also
deaths
think,
around
just
it.
having spoken,
So,
that most Americans would love to be out of the Middle East. So I don't even think I don't see Americans like getting upset that their bases are being taken out of the Middle East. I think everyone just wants to go home and focus on America, right?
yeah.
Have you got
Yeah, thanks for that.
what have you know that
Beatrice, can I add to that?
one
Add on
second, Andrew, I
to
just want to ask a
the
quick
Fifth Fleet?
question. Andrew, I just want to ask a quick question. Is this fire in Tehran at the old depot from job site? You guys think that's real? Think that looks crazy? Do you think that's
You talking about Bahrain?
No, I'm talking about Iran.
No, he's talking about in Tehran, the oil
Oh,
depot. No, it does look crazy, and Israel's accepted
Oh,
responsibility
okay.
for it.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
they're saying, yeah. I literally just
Yeah,
read it
yeah. That's
out.
what I was thinking
But
about.
anyway,
So
they've
yeah, because I heard you mention it. Yeah.
yeah, they've accepted responsibility, and it's crazy because they're saying the old depot had I don't know, IRGC on it, under it,
Oh wow.
by the
Yeah,
side of it.
yeah.
I don't know.
Whatever. Yeah.
Who
Okay.
cares?
Thank you. Okay, Andrew.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut you off there. Go ahead.
oh,
go ahead,
hey,
Andrew, and then we'll go to Stacks.
oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, we have to keep looking at why Bahrain. That's was the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet, and that's huge because that not only were there supply forward position, supply points, stock points, fuel. You're talking thousands and thousands of line items of their inventory, repair parts, but also munitions. And they're what they've been systematically doing here for we're in day 8 is continually taking away all those assets, and that's denying the Navy, U.S. Navy, that capability, and that they keep doing it. And the final thing I'm going to say is really keep an eye on oil. Air tankers. Those air tankers, they would rather take an oil tank, a flight tanker out than even a fighter aircraft, because without those oil tankers now, those fighters will be useless. So just really keep an eye on that. And then, final thing is the battle group coming into the Suez Canal. Really watch that.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you. Stacks, thanks for waiting. Jump in.
Thanks for letting me speak. It was really a comment on something that was discussed quite a while ago. It was about people talking about monarchists, and in a different context. I was just curious in terms of the panel's view on not the specific monarchists in Pahlavi, Iranian, but there's quite a few countries living under different forms of monarchy. And do you think that has an influence of the diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, thinking that that's a potential solution, because there are constitutional monarchies, there are different forms of monarchies in other countries, and they blindly think that might be a solution for them without knowing reality.
Well, most of them are paid agents or people that just hate the IRGC. So I don't think they've ever thought about structure or actually like whether it's a constitutional monarchy or anything like that. It's just they just want regime change,
Yeah.
because they would like Iran to not be under a theocracy or under the rule of the IRGC. So I don't think and if you ever speak to them, I've spoken to a lot of them. In terms of their understanding of politics and what they actually want, I've never got a good answer of how they feasibly think a transition would actually happen, and very few of them understand what they want. Most of them are people that hate the IRGC, hate the leadership of Iran, left, went to America, and now they're just expressing what they want, but they don't want to go home. They're just Americans expressing what they
Yeah,
want.
I've got like an amazing person from Iran that I knew in London, and then she's gone to the States, but I would never put her in a monarchist mindset. So it would surprise me if that's kind of the direction that she took. So I'm struggling to see her taking another direction, given she's part of the diaspora. She's got the advantages of her life in America and the UK. I met her parents. They came to London. Just beautiful people, beautiful people. So no, I was just kind of curious, and you've answered the question, Simon. Thank you, thank you. That was it.
Awesome. Okay, so
Thank you. Um, so I looked at this, Hama, the Slemania video. I've checked it out, and it was basically, what it actually tells me is, give me a second. It says that this was, the Peshmerga forces, and what they were doing was they were trying to intercept a drone coming in. And that's all it shows is just the interception of a drone and in that region. And that's fine. I mean, we'll cover everything in the news, so we've covered that. Oh, has he dropped? Okay, cool. Anyway, so as long as I covered it, that's what's important. So yeah, thank you for that. Let's go to guys, I'm sorry if I can't see any hands and the space is really glitching. So let's go to Mohammed. Is it Hassan? Mohammed?
Thank you, Petrus or Khalisi. I know you have changed your name. Thank you, Sulaiman and Adam. I agree mostly with Simon and Adam's analysis. I think we are in a multipolar world at the moment. But the thing that's quite interesting to note is that if you look at the war theories like power transition, and because I am a fan of John Mearsheimer, and I have actually referred to his analysis, I think, particularly when studying great power politics. There is no guarantee that this cannot escalate to something bigger, because it's all about competition. It's all about sphere of influence. Like, no one have imagined that Iran will be flexing its muscles, will challenge Israel and America, particularly by attacking bases in the Gulf region. So this is quite interesting to follow. So it might lead Iran to emerge as a regional power, but then again a proxy in the Middle East or in West Asia, because of other actors that are in the in the multipolar power distribution that we are actually experiencing today. You can never know. You can't, and according to John Mearsheimer's observation, he has studied greater wars like First World War and Second World War, and all the time when a world, when they happened, it was in a multipolar power distribution. So yeah, and I cannot speculate and say that it's going to happen now, but any miscalculation can actually lead to tougher competition and world wars. So at the moment, Iran can negotiate, or because of its capabilities at the moment, they can negotiate to get America out of the Middle East. And eventually, if Israel and America cannot, in a short period, and defeat Iran, there's where it's heading. It will force the U.S. to abandon its bases and its influence in the Middle East, and there you go. You have a sphere of influence, and Iran can actually get Gulf states on its orbit. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mohammed, it's always good when people come up and speak and that they are listening.
We've got some hands. If you
I
can't see
appreciate
them, I
that. Thank you
can.
very much.
Uh,
Yeah.
Could I ask something quick?
So, do you know what? I swear to God, right? If betting wasn't forbidden in Islam, I would have bet that Ray's going to unmute his mic within the first 5 minutes. And I tell you, I would have bet everything I've got on it, because I know that without a doubt I would have won. So yeah. And then you know what? When he says, "Can I say something real quick?" You know for a fact it ain't going to be real quick either. But go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, thanks. Space. What's that? No, I'll be very quick. I mean, there was a huge protest in Montreal today. I'll post videos of that. These monarchists are really out of their mind. They were posting. So this is what's interesting. They're actually trying to co-opt. Turn off the wipers here. They were actually trying to co-opt the whole Epstein thing. So they had a poster up. They were posting posters in like the metros and stuff, saying, "Oh, we're having a pro-children, anti-Epstein sort of thing." And they were trying to bring people to the anti-Iran, pro-monarchist protests, which was very strange. So I showed up there, like nobody showed up. I just showed up, and then this pro-monarchist guy like was threatening my life. These guys are crazy. And then later they had their whole thing, and then the pro-Palestine had their pro-Palestine, pro-Iran had their own gathering a few blocks away downtown, and they actually showed up to try to antagonize us, and then they started following us as we were protesting. Really, really strange things. I think they're just trying to. What's going on in Quebec here is I think they're trying to criminalize like protesting. So they need some like cases of people like actually acting violent. So, always act polite and decent and don't be violent in protest. But my main question was basically, why hasn't Iran hit, the Israeli planes like that hit them? Like where do you are they in Cyprus? Is that what's going on? The planes that are bombing Iran, or so that was a question. How are they still able to bomb Iran? Is it from? 'Cause I know Diego Garcia. I know the British were saying you can't use Diego Garcia, and so I'm just wondering, like, how are the Americans and Israelis actually like striking? So I mean, there's just so much going on, but it's sad what's going on, and as South Asian, I really hope India does not let the Americans park their ships, because it seems like if Iran hits like India, then India hits Iran, it's back and forth. They're just trying to get like Pakistan and hit Iran. It really is crazy.
All right, Ray, I don't know where you're going. Let's keep the whole thing contained to Iran, Israel, and America, because you're going to
Yeah,
India,
my
Pakistan
question was
now, and that's
basically,
just not going to happen.
why hasn't Iran hit like the planes that are hitting them?
Yeah, I understood your question. Let me ask. Wait. Let me ask Andrew or Adam, to answer that. I don't know if Simon's like military thing, but I don't know. So Andrew, to sum up, Ray's question is that why is Iran not shooting down Israeli jets that are coming and bombing them? I guess, to put it
Yeah,
simply.
right. Hey, we've been going over this, and it's okay because there's so much information. We're looking at 8 straight days here, and there's just a preponderance, overwhelming amount of information pouring in. And to summarize it in a nutshell, as best as I can, we had two experts in aviation, a bomber, actual tech. He had a 10-year career in that. The United States and Israel, the IDF, they do not have any dominance whatsoever over the skies. And I'm not an Air Force aviation expert now. My experience is naval warfare, but it's obvious. I mean, I could sit here, even I can figure that out. If we had dominance, and I saw it in Desert Storm 1, I was in Desert Storm 1 in the Pentagon, and we would get assessment, well, not at my desk, but the watch captain would get battle damage assessment, and it was hundreds and hundreds, and I mean verifiable, even back then, of target hits. And we were flying without any impedance over Iraq, and it continual bombing like never imagined before. Now, what we're seeing, all these boom, boom, booms going off, look at this. Those are not bombs. Now, when I say over the target, just hanging out over the target to find them when they come out, pop out. And it's just like pop the weasel. We wait for them to pop out and hit them. No, those are long launched, or we call it over the shoulder launch. Well, I say not aviation, but they call it over shoulder. I wish I could get Joel in here. I'll try to see if I can get Joel in here.
My question to you,
Andrew,
Andrew. So like we just saw like Iran's airport get bombed, I think today or last night, and we also saw like right now in the last few hours, a lot of like oil infrastructure got bombed, and also they took out the water salination plant. I mean, which is like a huge war crime. And then, pedophile Donald Trump was asked about that salination plant. He's like, oh, you know, Iran was behind October 7, cutting women open and babies being beheaded. So obviously, like, you know, when he says some shit like that, we know like they did it
Yeah.
maliciously, you know. But I'm just like,
No,
you know, why hasn't Iran
you're
like
looking at cruise
taken out
missiles.
those
Yep.
screens, you know?
Yeah, what's happening is cruise missiles are doing that, and we're launching the U.S. Navy now. That I can speak about. We have our Tomahawk, the adapted, advanced, those black Tomahawks. We just slammed them in left and right, and we're doing that. Those are Tomahawk, actually cruise missiles, but we're not doing massive bombing raids. We, you know, and I'll get some people in here because I don't want to talk outside of my area. But don't the narrative is shocking. I mean, shocking what they're, because now they can't lie anymore. They said that they could just indiscriminately stop incoming missiles. Well, obviously, day one, Sulaiman and I were in here laughing because they're a third on day one. On day one, we did the rough math. A third of the Iranian missiles were hitting targets. They were stopping about 2/3, but they don't care. They were shooting the cheap stuff, the garbage, their old inventory. And they have consistently, with proof, consistently improved each time they step it up. Now we're going to showcase this. Now we're going to show you the big stuff. Oh, we got more surprises. They back it up. They don't talk smack. So
Yeah,
I hope I'm going to try to get Joel in here.
and
Sorry,
Iran has never claimed, nor have I heard an analyst suggest that their missile capabilities included a defensive shield that would protect them from the missiles like this. But on the converse, Israel and America have claimed that Israel was protected by an iron dome, quote unquote, and we can see that's not effective either.
Yeah, perfect, Doc. You know, you and I have a relatively working knowledge of missile defense and aviation because we read a little. You know, you read a little more than I do. But isn't it obvious? Even a third party, even an elementary child could say, "Oh, they're not stopping what they said." So yeah, I'm going to try to get Joel in here. I don't know, see if I can get a hold of him. But anything, I hope that helps. But what we're being told is
No,
that
Thank you.
I
It does,
appreciate that. Thank you. No,
Andrew.
I
It does. Thank you. Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Andrew. I'm going to go to some breaking news, guys. So there's quite a bit coming out now. So Kuwait's Ministry of Defense confirms the strikes on fuel storage facilities at the airport, he says. And this is all on Sulaiman's page. Everything I'm reading is on Sulaiman's page. He says, this is from the official spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense. He says the Kuwaiti Armed Forces dealt this Sunday morning, corresponding to March the 8th, 2026, so it's just happened a short while ago, with a wave of hostile drones that breached the country's airspace, whereby the fuel tanks belonging to Kuwait International Airport came under attack by drones in a direct targeting of vital infrastructure. We've got more scenes coming out as well, guys, of the aftermath of the drone strike on the Ramada Hotel in central Beirut. There's speculation. So that drone attack happened on the Ramada Hotel in central Beirut. You can see all the footage on Sulaiman's page. Now, there's also speculation that there was an Iranian official staying there and somebody might have tried to assassinate him. We'll look out for any information on that. We've got scenes from inside the Ramada Hotel as well in central Beirut after it was struck by a drone strike. This is in Lebanon in central Beirut. You can have a look from the footage inside of the hotel as well. It's all on Sulaiman's page. Let's have a look what else. Kuwait International Airport was hit, as well as the oil refinery. Kuwait International Airport has been hit. And there's some other news. Let me give it to you really quickly. It's going to be a busy night. The White House is weighing the options of sending Delta Force troops into Iran to destroy and disable key nuclear sites. So Trump's weighing up options of sending Delta Force troops into Iran to destroy and disable key nuclear sites. Again, the Israeli targeting of a room in Ramada Hotel in Al Rosha, that was Israel's target drone in the Ramada Hotel on Al Rosha. It says that these hotels are often used by diplomats and it could potentially be an assassination attempt on an Iranian official. We don't know the success. We don't know what the outcome is. We'll keep you posted. U.S. weapons warehouse in Bahrain was targeted. It's on fire. It was an American weapons warehouse. So not only did they have military sites, military bases, but they also kept their weapons warehouses in the Middle East. It has been targeted. U.S. weapons warehouse in Bahrain was targeted. It's on fire. Caroline Levitt repeats what she repeats twice a week. She says the president had a feeling based on fact that Iran was going to strike the US. What else? Adam did mention this earlier because I do listen. Trump joins the 40 beheaded babies Israeli lies bandwagon. He was asked if America bombed an Iranian desalination. Oh God, if I can speak anymore.
Desalinization.
That's it. Plant. So he said they're among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads and women. They chop women in half. What they did took a long look at October the 7th. If they're complaining about a desalination plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off. Okay, I guess that's an admission. This is really shocking, right? This is the stuff that's going down in America. So the head of CPAC, right, says Iranian schoolgirls are better dead than in a burqa. Iranian schoolgirls are better dead than in a burqa. This is the head of CPAC in America. So yeah, I'll pause there for the news now. Trump, again, I did read that out earlier. He says if we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had nuclear weapons. And yeah, I think that's it. That's the news caught up with for now. Guys, it's going to be a busy night. There's a lot going on. Let's go to Tafael. Tafael, jump in.
Hi, Beatrix, Adam, Sulaiman. It's interesting you bring up beheaded babies. Elon Levy just posted a post earlier on where he was complaining that the world's disinformation campaign against Israel has meant that the world has turned against Israel. And it reminded me of, I first came across you guys about 3 or 4 days after October 7. And if we just take a minute to remember what the world was like back then in terms of propaganda, we were totally disorganized. Israel was very organized. If we remember the first 2 months of post-Gaza, the amount of disinformation Israel was pumping out, Al-Ahli mosque, baked babies, mass rape, it was just one after another to kind of manufacture consent. And mainly, you know, a lot because of Suleiman and Beatrix and the work you've done during that period ever since. I mean, if you think from where we were back then to where we are now, it's just a completely different world. Because when you go on, I remember when I used to go on X in those days, it was just mass Israeli propaganda. The Palestine kind of front was very disorganized. We had no organization. And it was people like Suleiman who started that, you know, that trend of debunking those lies. And you've kind of trained a whole, you know, workforce across X to do that. And it's incredible. Which kind of takes me to, well, I was going to ask a question. What happened to, do you remember back in those days? I remember that epic space that Suleiman had when he took out 10 Zayas on his own. And there used to be all those debates with, you know, Israelis about the legitimacy and them spinning their bullshit. That doesn't seem to happen anymore. Is that because these guys have just realized that they've been found out? What happened to that guy Nelson? He used to run these spaces and
Rafael, can I ask you something? I've just got some
yeah.
breaking news. So Israeli missile hits an ambulance in Tehran. Israel has targeted an ambulance in Tehran. We have major breaking news. Tafal, I mean this in the nicest possible way, but have you come up here for gossip?
No, I haven't come in for gossip. I'll land the point, which is that the Second World War, when we look back on it, it was over a period of 6 years. And stuff didn't happen all the time. Stuff happened, then it stopped, then it started. If we think that this war started on October 7 and we fast forward, I'm just wondering where that ends out. And you've kind of hypothesized there are two outcomes to this, obviously. Israel wins and they become dominant, or Israel loses, they get kicked out and the Americans get kicked out. So it's just really to make that point that I think this is, you know, a battle within a longer war. Who knows how long that war lasts? You know, it's a very different world to what it was 3 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And it started a long before October
Uh,
the 7th. But yeah, we have time
Beatrice,
to.
real quick, I looked at Elon Musk's
Yeah.
page. I didn't see a post where he was in any way critical of or commenting on the war. Do you know when that was made?
No, he's talking about Elon Levy. He's talking about the Israeli guy,
Ah, thank you. Okay.
Doc. And you know what? When I tell you when you say that, what was the quote he said? What was the quote to file that he said, Elon Levy?
No, he's complaining that there's been a global
Yeah, but what were
disinformation
the words?
campaign against
What were the
Israel,
words?
and that
What was it?
he's complaining that there's been a global disinformation campaign against Israel, and that's what's leading to the whole world hating Israel right now. They're victims of a global
Yeah.
disinformation
So
war.
you
Whereas
know when
actually
they
they were the guys who
say,
did that. That was my point.
yeah, I get it. But you know when any Israeli, and we see a lot of this, right, says Netanyahu cries about it once in a while as well, and you know Ben Gvir shoots off when they say the whole world hates Israel. Oh my God, does it fill my heart with joy? It really does, because I think, oh my God, that's the only truth they've ever told. Literally, they lie about everything apart that. Because I do believe the whole world hates Israel, the nation, and the politicians that have done this. You know, as a state, as a nation state, I'm talking about, and these people that cry about it. So yeah, I do think that's facts. So thanks for that, Tafile. Let's go to Corsa. Corsa, thanks for joining. Go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on a couple things, but before I do, I wanted to follow up on the response about why Iran is not stopping these.
I'm sorry, Corsa, just to interrupt. I'm so sorry. I'm being told on YouTube that there was an assassination attempt on Momdani and it failed, and the person was arrested on the spot.
Yeah, someone
Um,
else. I think it was
I don't know if that's
Ryan
true.
Rossbini that put that post out that I first saw. And what comments that I got under it was that their actual target that was somebody that was walking with Mandani. But yes, brand new news.
Mm. But what happened, Doc? Do you know? We'll have a look at it. We'll look it up. Sorry, Corsa, go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, so in regards to why Iran is not stopping these bombings that are happening from the jets, so from my understanding is that if we,
So sorry,
yeah,
Corsa. Just to correct the record, that was fake news. No assassination attempt on Mamdani. No assassination attempt on Mamdani. He's fine. It was fake news. See how quick the team is? They literally, you heard the message come through while I was still speaking about it. That was a message saying fake news. Go ahead, Corsa. I'm so sorry. It won't interrupt you again.
Yeah,
that's
the
okay.
allegation isn't that Iran is being bombed from planes; they're being bombed from missiles. The planes have not closed over the territory of Iran yet, as far as this space and this conversation here that I've heard is concluded.
So the United States and Israel do not have air superiority over Iran, and that's fact. So the missiles are coming from the battleships and also from the air. If we see how all the expensive radar systems have been blown up in the GCC states, countries, that is now all, discovered to be just early warning systems for Israel. And it wasn't ever for the protection of the Gulf countries. They went
No, I don't.
from,
We don't. In here, the
so,
reporting is that's not the
okay, I'll let
case.
you speak after, because please let me just, I don't
Yeah.
come on the mic often. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. Um, so the early detection system that was destroyed in all the GCC countries, they went from having a 30-minute head start on these missiles to now having a 1-minute head start on these missiles that are landing. And that's why it's giving Iran basically, we can call it air superiority for their missiles. And Iran doesn't have the technology for fifth generation radar detection systems for these fifth generation fighters. We know that they have declined help from China and Russia to implement these systems. Iran has a lot of pride. They want to say that they took care of this war themselves. Yes, they're getting intel and assistance from them, but from my understanding, this is why they're carpet bombing. The United States have brought all their heavy air fuelers to the region to make a highway, essentially, if you want to call it, in the air for nonstop refueling. This is the largest bombing campaign that the US has engaged in since World War II. So I think they are faring well if you consider the amount of bombs that are being dropped. And yes, there is carpet bombing, but it is absolutely relentless. So I think that is one of the main reasons. They're going for numbers, basically a saturation campaign, just like the missiles that Iran the strategy Iran is doing with the missiles as well. I also just want to segue into Simon's analysis about a soft landing. And if my understanding is that, I mean, he describes it as a very soft landing, that Trump will just declare a victory and basically it'll end at that. But that won't really stop Iran from punishing Israel. So Trump could go ahead and declare a victory, but that's not going to stop Iran. And the only way I see, like, I don't purport to know, or I'm not even going to be bold and make a prediction, but what I see is that the only way Iran is going to accept any deal, that is if it was something that was concocted with China and Russia primarily. And I think for the sake of, keeping their partners happy and for, the longevity of the country and the region, I think they will accept, even if it means biting their pride a little bit, they will accept something that's proposed in, conjunction with China and Russia. I just don't see any way out for the US and Trump. Beatrix just said that Trump said he's going to announce a Delta Force campaign. I mean, I think there were reports before about a Delta Force squad in Lebanon that got wiped out by Hezbollah. And I think there was another one in Iran, if I'm not mistaken. I can't verify those reports, but if Trump is announcing something like that, I think that is going to be his way in of true boots on the ground, right? So if this Delta Force does go in, and let's say something really bad happens, because if Delta Force is going in, I mean, they're not going to announce that. So I think there's a bit of smoke and mirrors there, but the fact that he's announcing it is going to be his way in to say, oh no, our troops got wiped out. We got to go boots on the ground. We got to get the remaining survivors or whatnot. So I don't see it really being a soft landing. Last thing I'll say is because we know that the Zionist regime, they're very, very petty and very spiteful. And Iran so far has been conducting a very ethical campaign. They haven't hit their energy infrastructure. They haven't hit hospitals or schools, right? And I mean, the Zionist regime, who's getting very desperate and angry, they're going to be hitting more and more civilian targets and soft belly targets, really just war crimes. And that is going to make Iran want to punish them even more. So it's going to be Iran making a very calculated, strategic, surgical in their campaign. And then what we're going to see in retaliation is just very more and more war crimes. And that's just going to go up the escalation ladder. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be a soft landing. However, last thing I'll say is I do agree with Simon saying this is a purely economic war. This is a war of, global currency superiority more than anything. And that is a war that the United States can't lose. So again, I don't see a soft landing for the U.S. until they get their victory. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Yes, sir. I need to push back because for several days now, the last actually 4 or 5 days, and I just contacted Joel, and I'm seeing if I can get him in here. He flew multiple B-1 bomber missions. Correct me, I think it was B1 or B2. I'm sorry, but he was assisting and guiding. In fact, he just sent me a text about DM about 3 hours ago, saying that the B1 that is now in place, one of those pilots he personally knows. But what you said, sir, I don't know where you get your information, but I'm relying on what we've heard Joel say, and he has a lot of receipts. But what I witnessed in the first Desert Storm, we definitely had doms for the skies. So I'd push back against that. And I strongly also disagree with what you were saying, the latter part when you were talking about how I was going to send in ground troops are not going in there. Come on. Like I said, this is the 150th time I said, I was in Desert Storm 1 working at the Pentagon, and the massive surge of artillery, armor, and don't take my word for it. Talk to Colonel McGregor talks about it. Colonel Daniel Davis talks about it. There's a General McFarland, I can't remember his name. It's laughable. And why did two admirals that I highly, highly respect, they walked out completely? Well, Admiral it's CENTCOM there, Alvin. I'm so sorry, I'm drawing a blank his last name. I didn't know him personally, but he was a man's man. He left. He said, "I'm out of here." And then Vice Admiral Ketcher, who I'm pretty familiar with, the director of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's the director, meaning the day-to-day operations. He's like, "This is a disaster." He said, "This is insane." Well, when he spoke up, they fired him. Trump canned him, and Trump has canned several senior officers. So, yeah, no, I just didn't add up, sir. I'm just saying that. And I need to get Genghis back in here, because Genghis is inventory. He was in Afghanistan, and he's like laughing. There's not going to send it. So I'm just saying that.
Can I
Appreciate that,
just say
Andrew.
one quick
Guys,
thing? Oh,
I'm
sorry.
back. I've only been gone for like 33 minutes. It's not been long. I hope the space didn't capitulate. While I was gone. How's it going, guys? First of all, much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate you guys contributing to our space. It's been awesome. And hope Beatrix didn't tumble the space to the ground. But she'll have to let us know about that.
Wow. Do you know what? I almost didn't miss you because Simon, literally adopted a caricature of you so well today. I just felt like Sulaiman hadn't gone, chicks this, chicks that.
That's funny. Exactly. Simon's on the wavelength now. But I just want to welcome Myron to the stage as well. Well, actually, me and Myron are together at the moment. But guys, quick one. Can you give us a recap of what's happened and by the way, I'm resetting the YouTube. So while I'm doing that, guys, if you're on YouTube, we are going to be resetting it. The new stream is going to start soon. But yeah, just give us actually, should I set the YouTube get first, and then you can give me a recap? That's probably better than the new YouTube thing can have a recap. That's probably better to do it. But yeah, guys, appreciate you guys. Listen, I went to sleep talking about Dubai, and I'm waking up talking about Dubai. I heard Dubai got hit. I heard Dubai Marina got hit hard. So yeah, I saw that. That was interesting to say the least. Right, I'm ending. I'll walk you guys through this. I'm ending the stream, and then I'm starting the new one. It's going to be part 2. We're on day 8, guys. Day 8 of the war. I thought it was only meant to be a 4-day war. So part 2. Let me put this on here. There we go. Just going to put it on here. We're almost going to start the stream now. There we go. And then start stream. Okay, we started the stream. The new stream started, guys. Come across. New stream has started. I'll put the link in the nest in a second. And I'll probably have to interrupt someone when I'm doing it. But someone want to give me a recap of what's happened over the last just 30 minutes since I've been missing?
Adam, do you want to jump in?
Suli,
Adam, you with us?
Yep.
Adam. I can give you a few huge ones that I've really noted that's come out since you took that brief 33 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, but a few huge ones is there's a big, went back and forth, and thank God Beatrice figured it out. It was a big false flag. It was a false narrative where the Iranians were accused of bombing civilian targets there in Dubai. And the rhetoric really picked up quick, and I was kind of taking the bait there myself. I said, maybe they're doing it for the desalinization plant that the U.S. hit in Iran. But no, Beatrice, in her brilliance, we figured it out. It was not a direct hit on civilian targets. But I do believe that there are military personnel that are still. They're still a target, I believe, because they've been told, get them out of there. Also, a huge thing that I really got out of the past 33 minutes since you've been gone was that you knew about the battle group, in the Red Sea, the new aircraft carrier battle group that's in that area. We really need to keep an eye on the Houthis. There's something coming across on that. That's when they may engage. And then Simon laid out a brilliant, I thought, detailed financial analysis going over what he's looking at as a way out, the complete political game based on finance. And he put a lot of information there. And we're seeing this, seems like there's this two lines here we're looking at where you've got this kind of a soft landing, given Trump the soft landing, as we're seeing him really lighten up on his rhetoric. But then he comes out with these outrageous claims, accusing the Iran of chopping off. No, I'm serious, Sulaiman, chopping off babies' heads. Seriously, cutting babies in half. And then
What? Trump said that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got the quote here, Suleiman. Let me read it to you, right? Because we've just been going through, there's so much news today. And I mean, it's been trickling all day, and then in the evening, it just went crazy. He was asked if America bombed the Iranian I can't even pronounce it anymore.
Desalinization.
Yeah, the desalinization plant, because a desalinization plant was bombed in Iran, which cut off water supply to 30 villages. And there's been a lot of news on that today, because it's literally a crime against humanity. And Trump was asked if America had bombed the desalinization plant in Iran, and he says, this is his response verbatim. His response is, they're amongst the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October the 7th. If they're complaining about a desalinization plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay? He's gone off his rockers today, Suleiman. I'm not joking. Like, the statements he has made, he says if he hadn't have hit Iran last Saturday, within 2 weeks, they would have had nuclear weapons. That's what he said today, within 2 weeks. He's made the most crazy statements today. We've been covering a lot of stuff. And I think, so Netanyahu's still trying to do the regime change aspect. Netanyahu made a speech. It was in Persian. It was released by Israel Persian, the official government account. And he addresses the people of Iran directly, and he says, the fateful moment is near, but in that moment, the task is yours. With the brave and oppressed people of Iran, we do not want to divide Iran. We want to free Iran. In that moment, when you take your destiny into your own hands, two friendly nations will emerge, just as today, in countries around the world, the flag of Israel shines alongside the flag of the Lion and the Sun. So he's still on the regime change aspect. And it seems to me as though Trump's kind of given up on that, because he's making very non-committal statements. So they asked him about, for example, the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that ships, and I'll find the exact thing. He says, we are winning the war by a lot. We decimated their whole evil empire. It will continue, I'm sure, for a little while. This is what he says. For a little while, he says, we'll do whatever it takes, but their military now is non-existent, which we know is not true. And then they asked him about the Strait of Hormuz, that ships aren't being allowed through it. And he said something like, that's the ship's choice. This is what he said, actually, I'm looking at it. That's the ship's choice. oil prices will come down very fast. So they said, but there's no traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz. And he says, that's the ship's choice. Oil prices will come down very fast. Also, him and Keir Starmer are playing some game. So we had some B-2 bombers come to Gloucestershire, where our RAF base is here in southern England. And we had one come yesterday, 2 come today, and they've been taking off from here, 3 of them. That's reported, that's fact. There's images of them and everything. But in his statements, Trump is saying the UK, once our greatest ally, possibly the greatest amongst them, is finally seriously considering sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. Well, that's good, Prime Minister Starmer, but we don't need them anymore. Though we will remember that. We don't need people who join wars we've already won. So this is a game between them. The fact is that we are working together. But he doesn't want UK bases in the Middle East to be struck. So that's what that's about. Also, the Iranian, I think it wasn't Arakshai. Let me see. It was Larijani. Larijani said that they've got American prisoners of war. And they said the American government's lying about the number that are killed. We've got some of those people and we're holding them hostage, prisoners of war, however you want to say it. He said, and eventually it will come out, the real number of the deceased, and they're lying to you. Your people are lying to you. Your country's lying to you. Also, there was a fire at an American weapons warehouse in Bahrain. Huge news coming out of Kuwait at the moment. Kuwait's really a blast. There was an oil refinery in Kuwait which was struck, and there was something else in Kuwait as well. I'm just trying to find it. There was something else. I'll find it in a second. But just now, recently, there was the assassination attempt. We call it assassination attempt. We assume it was, but a Hotel de Ramada in Beirut, in Lebanon, was hit by a drone. And that's the hotel that's usually used by diplomats and staff. So the speculation is it was somebody who was Iranian who was there. What else happened? Lots of statements came out here and there from everybody. I covered that Ali Larijani said that American soldiers have been taken prisoner, but the Americans claim that they've been killed in action. And they're not going to be able to hide the truth for so long. Yair Lapid gave a statement saying that he's not going to be happy unless Israel destroys like Iran completely, etc., etc. Larijani gave lots and lots of other statements saying that, you know, we're now in the crossing the bottleneck in this war. And the Iranian people are sending a message to America that he has got to retreat. So they're being really steadfast. Hezbollah launched a lot of rockets towards Kiryat Shimona in the north of Israel. Haifa was set alight again tonight. And what else is there? There was the girls' elementary school. Iran said that the one in Iran that killed 175 children. Trump basically said it's done by Iran. Today in a press conference, he said, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran. So then they said to Hegseth, who was with him, is that true, Secretary Hegseth? And he says, Hegseth says the only side that targets civilians is Iran. And then Trump jumps in and says, we think it was done by Iran. They're very inaccurate with their munitions. I mean, he's really lost the plot today. Completely. He's been coming out with some crazy statements. And yeah, I think I'll pause there for now. That's just a quick recap of some of the things that have happened today.
Thank you for that.
Beatrice really helped Fort down.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Awesome recap.
Sulaiman, do you want Adam to say it now?
Yeah, what recap did she even give? I don't know what she said.
Well.
But you know what was crazy is what is shocking is that there's an American hostage. Larijani's claiming they've got US hostages.
Yeah, he is. And he's made quite a few statements about it. He's even tweeted it out. And he's insinuating, he hasn't been very clear about the number, but he's insinuating 6 or 7 because he says it like, we have hostages. They told you only 6 died, but we have captured, you know? So, and he says they're not going to, and he goes into a lot of detail in one of his posts. He's been posting a lot this evening, and he said that eventually they'll dress it up and say they were killed in an incident here or a casualty there, but a lot more people are dying than your government's telling you, and they're not even telling you about the people that we've got hostage. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's big news.
That is huge. Guys, we're live on YouTube. That tweet's in the nest, and we've got a couple of big things coming up. We've got Myron Gaines coming on as well for a collaboration. That's going to be via video, and then we got Ryan Dawson coming in at 10. That's going to be our video as well. So I thought it's better because Ryan's coming in with a lot of these recaps every day, and we're kind of like a lot of people are missing them. So I thought if we kind of have it on a video, people can visually see it, and then they'll have it there. We'll have it there as like a way of going back for an update every day. So Ryan Dawson coming in at 10, Myron coming in about 8 minutes, 10 minutes. So that's going down. So yeah, that's shocking though, shocking news. Simon, I know, and listen, I'm gonna do Suleiman supremacy. Give us I know you've probably done this already, but I've not heard it. Can you give us an update on the markets?
Well, obviously the markets are closed today, so you're not going to see much action. But we closed the market at $93.
93.
Yeah, $93 for the price of oil. That's really penetrating through now. So we had lots of people up on the space that were sharing the price of gas in Australia, in Dubai, in various other places. So people are starting to feel the hit right now. So if you haven't, if you go out and check out petrol prices, everything's going up. Yeah, so that's really the main thing. We had on Friday night in the close of the market, nothing too dramatical. Bitcoin came down after it was up for about 5 days, when 5 or 6 days, came back down again. But everything's really on the question of, is the Strait of Hormuz open or not? Who's it open to? And can it? But I think the major thing here is that while the Strait of Hormuz is closed, all of the different countries are kind of renegotiating terms around most of their things. So semiconductor chips, they rely upon South Korea as part of the essential component, but it also relies upon rare earth components that come from Qatar. And so if you can't get those out, like, people are looking at their alternative routes. Dubai has been looking at shipping in some more defense, components from South Korea as well. India has a major issue in that they can't get fertilizers plus natural gas, LNG. Combine that together, and their agriculture industry is going to take a big hit. Now, if you remember back in the trade war between India and America, the big sticking point for America is it was trying to sell agricultural products to India. Looks like that might be back on the table again. Also, the big issue is, the big major change here with the Strait of Hormuz being closed is just turning Europe into a US LNG dependency. We saw interest rates tick up slightly, nothing major. The cost for America to refinance this debt on the 10-year, 20-year, and 30-year is all above 4%. Before, the 10-year was slightly below 4%. So, refinancing cost is going up slightly. We had a rebound in the dollar. The dollar has shown a bit of strength, mainly because of the weakness of other currencies. The Strait of Hormuz disproportionately impacts certain countries, but Russia, I'd say, Russia and America are the ones that are able to utilize the fact that they're looking to sell more gas, sell more oil, and kind of fill in some of these export flows that are disrupted within the Middle East. And that's most of what we're seeing right now. But yeah, we'll really look at what happens on Monday. I expect every day that the Strait of Hormuz is not. We don't know whether it's open or closed. I expect oil to tick up a lot. And if this ends in, as Trump quite rightly said, if this is some kind of offboarding, something that opens it again, then you can expect oil prices to significantly drop upon that news, or even leading up to that news, based upon insiders that might know what's about to be announced. But really, the big thing in the market, it was massive volatility, lots of volatility. Asian markets had big corrections. US market, nothing really that notable. But the big thing in the market is just the increase in the price of oil and all the knock-on effects that will have if we don't have a resolution next week.
Simon, I think we lost you.
Whoops. Hey, Beatrice
I was
also
done. That's cool.
taking in touch. Oh, Suli, your little buddy came in today and just went
Oh
full
no,
rave
Andrew,
on something.
Andrew, no, please, Andrew, let's not go there, please. Honestly, I'll just fill him in later offline because he's got only a few minutes before he starts the interview, so we can chat to him in DMs. Andrew, don't worry about it. Let's just keep it on there. I think Simon had a Zio attack on him. Simon, the Zio's gone. Are you back with us?
Yeah, I've just got a delayed mute button, but I think if you can hear me now, that's most of the market update there.
Yeah, we can. It's just really glitchy, the app, isn't it? I just got kicked out and came back up. I spent like half my time getting kicked out and coming back up here, to be honest. But go ahead, Simon.
Yeah,
Thanks.
the
We were
summary
listening.
is that everything's on the oil markets, and the long term impacts here. The real big thing here is that there has been major changes in the world. Everyone needs to reconfigure to the reality of what happens if you can't get your oil and gas or other products or other components as well via the Strait of Hormuz, and everyone needs to put together a hedging plan for that. And there will be negotiations. The big countries that are actually really in distress right now is both Jordan and Egypt. They have to put together a plan, and they don't necessarily. I'm not sure what their plan is, but they're suffering from shortages. We had some people from Jordan. They said the price of their gas has gone up 50%. And Bangladesh has been suffering from energy shortages and power blackouts and stuff like that. So I'd say Bangladesh, Egypt, Jordan, Japan, South Korea, and just Europe in general and UK. Those are the ones that have really suffering and have to really panic and try and renegotiate terms and put up alternative plans so far.
So, guys, we're about to go live with Myron Gaines. It's going to be fire, and it's going to be an interview. If you're on YouTube, you can see the video live.
Go on Kick too?
Yeah, do you know how to do it? I mean, I don't know how to do it on mine, but if you want to do it on
I
here,
have to log in.
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
I'm trying to think. Because you're using StreamYard,
Thanks
right?
for that,
Yeah.
Simon.
You just need a stream key
Appreciated
probably.
it.
I don't know how to use. No, I'm using OBS. I'm just screenshot sharing this.
You're using OBS?
Yeah, here, look.
Sulaiman, should I just go to the next hand? You want to mute?
Yeah.
Yeah. Simon, thanks for that. I appreciate that. And you know what? I think when I listen to what you say, what's happening about markets and things, I'm not somebody of a finance background, but I think it puts me on a learning curve just to see this whole thing in a different way. And then also when you talk about the regions and how they're going to be affected and the changes that are going to come, it makes me really it makes me feel uncomfortable in a good way, because it just makes you realize that you're at that stage where you can't have a status quo and be immune to this. This is actually life changing. You were talking to Gary today about this, and you were saying, the American empire. And I thought, do you know what? I guess it's the way that, you know, like my grandfather and great grandfather used to talk to me about the British Empire and how it used to be. And I used to think, how did that come to an end? We own so much of the freaking world. And now Donald Trump calls us that island. So I guess it's one of those life changing events, where it will be remembered in history.
Right, guys, we're
about to go
live
live.
with Myron Gaines. If you're on the, they can hear it on the YouTube. You can hear it on the.
Sweet.
Yeah, we can hear it everywhere. So, guys, retweet the space, reshare it, and we are live. We're live on all the platforms. So we've got Myron Gaines here. We are going to be obviously giving the news. Sometimes I'll be looking down. So watch out for that that's because we're giving the news live. We'll be looking for it. But we've got Myron Gaines here
Yeah,
live.
man. Thanks for
Myron,
having me.
this is the first time ever we've got someone live in person. So
Yeah,
Myron,
yeah. I was
what's-
here in Florida, as you guys know. I
Yeah.
was I was at the University of Florida doing some debates on why we're on TikTok. So why the W's deserve less. You know, promoting my new book and all that, and also getting into debates with foreign policy with Israel and a couple
Right.
other things. So it was a good time.
So it was good, right?
Yeah,
And obviously, you've been covering the Palestine situation. You've been covering the Palestine situation before. You've been covering the war with Iran. We just had some news just now. Beatrix read it out, which is that there is a possibility that a U.S. soldier has been taken hostage. Logistically, how could that happen? Because I know you've got actually a very long amount of experience working for the FBI. And secondly, what would be the kind of situational position in order to determine how to get out of this, how to get the soldier back, if this is the case?
Well, it's gonna have to be probably some type of exchange of some kind. But I hope he didn't get captured. I know that's like new information, right? We don't know if that's,
Yeah, it's like
it just came in recently.
Yeah, basically Larijani, who is a representative of the Iranian government, claims that first of all, a lot more higher number of people have been arrested. In addition to that, they have been killed, have been taken out, and then in addition to that, an American soldier has been taken hostage.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know because I know originally I remember they said that they killed 160 soldiers. That wasn't true, right? So, in the fog of war, everyone pushes out their propaganda, so we'll have to see. But if it were true, and they actually did capture a soldier, yeah, that would be very bad for the U.S. I mean, we'd have to negotiate, to try to get him out, and obviously they're going to want something in exchange for that. So.
So who would basically, from a logistical perspective, who would take part in the negotiation? Obviously, it wouldn't be. I'm assuming they'd bring the president in to keep him informed, but who would actually be?
That would probably be the Secretary of State.
Really?
Yeah, that would probably be Rubio. I would say probably would take that over, and obviously he'd be working very closely. The president would be involved in every step of the way, probably making the decisions, but the representative to do it would probably be, that'd have to be Marco Rubio because that's foreign affairs. Steve Witkoff, he's just like an envoy, like a special envoy. So I mean, Witkoff might be involved as well, right? Because it's a more ceremonial position. But it would probably be Marco Rubio running that. But I don't think, man, I can't remember the last time. When did we even have what? 79 with the embassy?
Yeah, it's been a very long time.
Yeah.
So U.S. soldier taken hostage.
Yeah, and then they'd obviously try to get like some type of special operation going to get them back as well. But that's assuming they have them.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now another thing we heard was that Dubai got hit really hard. Dubai Marina.
Yep.
What's your thoughts on that?
The Gulf states are in a very bad spot because. And we're discussing. With the interview, you're going to drop it probably tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I'll still give a quick little thing here because it's a different audience.
Yeah.
So, the thing with the Gulf states is like they're in a bad spot because, okay, the U.S. basically has to do a regime change in order for the Gulf states to operate the way that they're doing. And if they don't effectuate the regime change, they're going to have to. What I think is like they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do because the Gulf states have a deal with the United States. Okay. I allow you to have a military base here. In return, you protect us. But they're not even doing that. They're protecting Israel more, and they're supporting Israel more. So it's like, we're getting attacked for having you here, and you're not even doing your job of protecting us. Yeah. So what's the point of having you here? So, like, I just don't see, if they don't effectuate the regime change, because if they don't effectuate the regime change, they have to pull out. Well, now Iran is still there, and the U.S. bases are still there. That's a liability for them now, and it's been proven that it's a liability. So, and we all know that the Gulf states pride themselves on safety, not getting into wars, being clean, being able to bring tourism, etc. If they're getting bombed, that is like the worst thing ever. Like no one wants to be there, right? So their tourism is going to suffer, and then on top of that, you got the issues with the Strait of Hormuz, right? With obviously Qatar can't even, LNG can't move their energy. They shut it down basically. The Strait of Hormuz with the energy flowing. So the Gulf states are, and then their tourism is dying. People are leaving, so they're getting it in every single way. And I'm sure, Saudi, Qatari, Bahrainian, all these, Kuwaiti, all these investors are probably like second guessing their investments in the United States. So this is definitely going to create a change in the Gulf. So it's going to be like, okay, look, U.S., you can still have a presence here, but maybe not as much of a military presence because it's going to open us up to liability. Or they're going to look for other countries to protect them. Maybe Pakistan, maybe China, maybe Russia, to assure their security now. Because the U.S. clearly demonstrated when rubber meets the road, they're going to prioritize Israel over the Gulf states. So this is hurting us diplomatically too in the future with the Gulf.
I think one of the excellent points you made in the interview that is going to drop hopefully tomorrow is you mentioned that look, the Gulf states are going to have a problem. They're going to likely move away from the United States of America. That being said, look,
our relations will never be the same with them at bare minimum. Like our diplomacy is absolutely strained. I mean, a very wealthy, if I'm not mistaken, was he a UAE billionaire? Like wrote a letter to an angry letter to Trump, like, hey, who told you that you have the right to start a war for us, whatever? Because like, historically, like these countries haven't been involved in conflicts, right? So for them to be involved in a conflict like this and get missiles rained down on them and have their property value destroyed and their trade destroyed and everything else, like, yeah, for a war that they didn't even want to be involved in, that they didn't sign up for whatsoever. So now they have to deal with the real reality of like, okay, the U.S. is a liability. Like, they're not even doing their job. They're not even protecting us. So
you're right about that. But in terms of what could be the possible options for the Gulf states, you basically proffered two possibilities. One was China, and the other one was possibly some kind of like pan-Islamic or pan-Arabic Muslim NATO type of situation.
And we already went in that direction when the Israelis attacked Qatar. That was a big red pill for the entire Gulf. Like, oh wow, like the Israelis can attack us if they have a problem, and the U.S. won't do anything. What, Netanyahu making a phone call? Like, that's nothing. So, we saw Saudi Arabia take action and go ahead and get that defense pact with Pakistan, who's a nuclear armed power. So, I think this is gonna make the Gulf realize that relying on other countries for security might not be the way. And if you are going to rely on another country for security, maybe you need to go to a Muslim country that isn't in bed with the Israelis so much. So we'll see what happens. But Pakistan's an option because of obviously the only nuclear-armed Muslim majority country. You have the Chinese who don't get into wars and help build infrastructure, and then you also have the Russians, even though they're weakened right now. So these are some superpowers or some competent militaries that they can maybe go to replace U.S. protection.
So I'm a big believer that these Arab countries would not leave the United States of America for China. And the reason is because they need someone to physically, militarily protect them. They don't have the ability to do it themselves. And so you proffered this position that possibly Pakistan could hold that role as the military power, the nuclear power on that. I thought that was quite a unique position. Do you want to expand on that and explain it?
I think Saudi Arabia set the precedent. When Saudi Arabia went over there, and so they saw what happened to Qatar, and Saudi Arabia's been playing both sides for a very the AK, informally known as the petrodollar. So, and I think that's into a multipolar world, and I think it's ever more present now. So, they have options, and those options could potentially help them. But with Pakistan, the reason why Pakistan is unique is Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have always had a relationship. Heavily sanctioned after they had done some nuclear testing and they had some issues, and they're not a signatory of the NPT either, if I'm not mistaken. Them, Israel, and North Korea, I don't think signed onto the NPT. So when they dealt those sanctions, the Saudi Arabian government, the royal family, helped them quite a bit economically with finances. So that's an option, and it's a Muslim majority country, and obviously, it's also a good installation against Israeli aggression because we know that the Israelis and the Pakistanis don't really get along too well either. And to be honest with you, if they do topple Iran, I think Pakistan's going to be next on the list, or Turkey,
I agree.
or Turkey. Because with Netanyahu, we have to be very real here. He's concerned with any Muslim majority country that has any type of power. That's really what it comes down to. He won't admit that. Like, I don't think he admits this publicly in American media, but I think I've heard him say it before in Israeli media. But yeah, any Muslim majority country with power is a threat to him. So
I agree with you. I think that the plan is going to be the future plan. And we've seen it enacted with Mr. Modi's visit to Israel, where he was doing some kind
Oh
of
yeah.
where he was doing some
Oh
kind of
yeah.
fire dance. But in there, he was basically, you saw the. I believe that in the future, what's going to happen is.
Pakistan was definitely a part of that conversation.
Oh, I think that those two are going to plan to work together in the future to take Pakistan out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They both have a vested interest in doing so.
So yeah, I agree with that. So now coming back to what's happened, obviously we're just covering the news at the moment. We also had today Donald Trump come out and talk about, he talked about the same propaganda statements, about what's happening in Iran and how they're very abusive to people and how they treat women and how they treat children. What's your thoughts on that?
With Iran,
with Trump's kind of propaganda that he's stating about Iran.
So, it's funny. Guys, you can go on YouTube right now, type in like Iran mall or whatever, and there's like so many people that like take videos of themselves like walking around the mall, walking around Tehran or whatever. The women aren't covering their hair.
Yeah.
It's very it's very westernized. You have malls everywhere. Like it's not people think like the women are walking around like with masks on and stuff like that, and they're being oppressed. It's not true at all, right? The women are they're walking around literally in no hijabs, bro. So it's like, and actually, there's actually a sizable Jewish community in Iran too. A lot of people don't ever talk about that.
Did you want to explain that?
I remember Max Blumenthal went and visited Iran, and he went and like worshipped at like a synagogue or one of the temples, and he had like all the Jewish garb on and everything. So, and Iran, like, it's a very diverse place. You got, I think there's Druze there. There's obviously the Balochs. There's the Kurds, etc. So, and that's another comical thing that we were talking about too. Like, Kurds rising up in Iran to attack them. I don't know. They have citizenship. They have, sovereignty. Like, I don't know what they would. I don't know. So, I think Trump grossly overestimated his ability to topple the government and get an uprising. Uprising, we know at this point isn't coming, but a lot of it comes from like just Western unawareness of how Iran is, right? You watch someone like, I hate to use, I like Patrick, right? I get along with him, but Patrick Bet David is like, a horrible example of an American Iranian where that's like completely out of touch with like how the people on the ground actually feel. Even the people that don't like the Ayatollah or the people that don't like the theocracy or they're not fans of the Islamic Revolution, they still dislike Israel more. So all this attack has done is made them rally around the flag. And the more they bomb infrastructure, the more they bomb them. The more Netanyahu sits there and says, rise up or whatever, the more they're going to say, no, we're going to stand with our government. And regime changes like this typically don't work. You're going to need to do some kind of ground assault. I think Trump was just high off the Venezuela W in his eyes. And he thought, we can do this in Iran as well. And it's not going as planned. They probably want to get it done by the weekend. Didn't happen. Okay, let's do it in a month. Not going to happen. Now they're talking about September.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on something you mentioned about infrastructure? We're now hearing that 4 schools have been hit by the United States of America. The first one causing,
almost 170 deaths.
Yeah.
And they tried to deny it, but now it's pretty much confirmed it was the U.S.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on that? There's been 4 schools hit.
Horrible. I mean, it's and the crazy part is like there's no strategic benefit to this. It's like this conflict like serves zero strategic benefit. We had 6 of our soldiers come back today, to the United States, and I see 6 coffins of 6 people that died needlessly. They didn't need to, for what? They're sitting there. I think they died in Kuwait. Trying to operate missile interceptors for what? Like, I mean, this is a war that shouldn't have happened in the first place. And the crazy part is like the Iranians told the U.S. and Israel, if you attack us, you're going to create a regional war. We're going to attack every military infrastructure in the Gulf. We're going to burn you guys down, and there's going to be a regional war. And Trump and Israel still attacked anyway. And it's like completely useless. It's like Iraq 2.0. And it's crazy because Trump literally campaigned saying the Iraq war was pointless. He said it himself back in 2016 when he was debating. The Iraq war was stupid. I'm against it. We shouldn't have done it, blah, blah, blah. Dude, you're doing the same thing again.
Well, that was...
Even less, like, at least there the propaganda was somewhat decent. They tried to link it to 9/11. We don't have anything here to justify this at all. Like, not even close.
Well, that was interesting. If you remember, Mamdani had his moment, didn't he, if you remember? Which was when he was on the platform and he was talking about how you shouldn't be pro-Israel, you shouldn't be talking about Israel or going to Israel. Well, if one of I'd say the bigger moments that made Trump huge was during the primaries when he said to Jeb Bush, your brother took us to war with Iraq, and it was a needless war. And so what you mentioned is quite right, but if you want to expand on that, that was his kind of breakthrough moment.
Yeah.
And to see he started like that and he's ended like this, what does it say about
And then
Trump's...
I already know, like, I'm gonna get some magatards that are gonna come in. Well, then they're gonna say, because I've talked to so many of these idiots, they're gonna say, oh, well, Myron, he's always been consistent on Iran. He's always been Iran can't have the bomb, whatever. Okay, cool. Didn't Midnight Hammer take away the bomb? That he gloated about, B-2 bombers, Midnight Hammer, we went 18 hours, they couldn't stop us, we got the best military ever. Did he not say that? He set them back like years or whatever? So which one is it? Did you lie back then? Like, did you not do as much destruction as you claimed? Or do they have the bomb now? So either way, like, you're lying at some point. Like, what's going on here? You can't have it both ways. So, and let's be honest, the nuclear program, them enriching it to 60%. Let's assume that's right. Let's assume that Wickoff was being honest. They have the 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium. That was a bargaining chip to negotiate. That's why they said, we'll come to the table and talk nuclear. At the end of the day, the Iranians want sanction relief. And they are willing to barter the nuclear program, and make it civilian or enrich at a lower level to do it. This is exactly what the JCPOA was for. The only reason they started to enrich at a higher level is because we pulled out the JCPOA. We didn't abide by what we said.
And just for the audience, do you want to explain the JCPOA?
Yeah.
What the parameters of that agreement were?
Yeah. Simply put, it was famously known as the Iran nuclear deal. It was a deal struck between President Obama and John Kerry, I think was the Secretary of State at the time. Who was the foreign? Was it Agachi? Agachi? No, Abbas. Who was the foreign minister at the time?
I forgot his name now. He got killed in the helicopter accident.
No. I'm sorry. The foreign minister.
The current one is Abbas Araghchi.
Was he the one that struck this? I think he was involved in a nuclear deal too.
Or
was it Pezeshkian?
No, it was a different. It was are you talking about this current one or the
current foreign minister? Not the president that died.
The current foreign minister is Abbas Araghchi, and he's the one who's negotiating.
Yeah, he was involved in the JCPOA the first time, right?
No, the first time it was a different foreign minister, but he died in a helicopter with the previous president.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where Ismail Haniyeh was killed at first, the new one's inauguration.
Yeah, so the previous president, remember they died in the helicopter?
Yes.
The president and the foreign minister. So Abbas Araghchi is the new foreign minister.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay, so they killed two. That was Mossad probably.
Yeah,
But okay, so going back to sorry. So either way, so the JCPOA, basically famously known as the Iran nuclear deal, it was a deal where we would basically have access to their nuclear program, ensure that it was civilian. Multiple countries were involved in it. Multiple countries signed off that they were abiding by the terms of the deal. We had an enormous amount of oversight. The IAEA was doing inspections. They signed on to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, which is interestingly enough because Israel didn't do any of this. They have a nuclear program that's completely illegal. But they're over here saying, like, you can't have a nuclear bomb, but we have an undeclared, we have strategic ambiguity, which that's a whole other thing. So it's like, okay, you can defend yourselves, but they can't defend themselves. Fine. But either way, so that's we had oversight on their program, and Trump pulled out, from much pressure from the Zionist lobby alongside Mike Pompeo. They made the IRGC a terrorist organization in next year, and they started imposing crippling sanctions again. And I think the JCPOA, look, I'm not an Obama fan, but it was probably the best way to deal with the Iran nuclear problem by far. Because what do we have now? Now we have a war. Like, what's going on? Like, it was stupid.
Yeah, and it was 5%, and now he's tore it up.
And we pulled out 100% because of the Israelis. 100%. Because Trump's whole argument was Iran can't have a nuclear bomb. This stopped that. So is it they can't have a nuclear bomb, or is it you don't want them to make money because they're a threat to Israel?
Yeah. And
we know that Netanyahu in 2015, as Obama was on his way out, came to the U.S., did a whole speech about Iran can't have the JCPOA is bad, blah blah blah. Like, the reality is not that they're so worried about the nuclear bomb like Netanyahu had been complaining about for 30 plus years. His worry was Iran would become economically powerful and be able to challenge their hegemony in the Middle East. That's what he was really worried about. So what I've noticed is they shift the goalposts whenever it benefits them. Okay, JCPOA is here, nuclear problem averted, crisis averted, cool. No, we just don't want them to have. We don't want them to have money to prop up their proxies against us. Okay, the nuclear program is destroyed. Okay, now it's the ballistic missile program. Okay, well we took care of. Well, what info do you have on that? Oh, it's the proxies also. It's the acts of resistance. So they're able to always come up with some type of excuse to justify aggression.
So one of the things is, since the 12-day war, Iran realigned, recalibrated, built their defense up, And you've been looking into that. What type of defenses do you believe that they possibly may have got from
With the
China?
Iranians?
From China.
So
Iran,
well, with the Iranians, they got some sophisticated radars and surface-to-air missiles from the Chinese, which I think it's the YLQ-8B or something like that. It's
YLC, yeah.
YLC 8
9B, I think it is.
Yeah, 9B. Yeah, if you could pull it up real fast for me, because I always mess up the numbers and stuff like that. But either way, it's very sophisticated radar. And it comes in like a package, right? So you got the radar, which identifies the incoming missile, and then you got the surface-air missile, which is obviously supposed to intercept it. And this radar was designed specifically to like counter American stealth. As you guys know, our air superiority heavily stems from stealth. You got your F-22 Raptors, which obviously highly classified. No other country has them. We have our F-35s, which we sell to certain countries that we have partnerships with, and then obviously the version that we have of the F-35 is the most superior, that is the most classified, that has the best stuff. And then the Israelis have a version of our F-35 that's pretty powerful as well. But we still have the best version. B-2 bombers, etc. So these Chinese radars scan for different types of frequencies to be able to detect our stealth aircraft. Now, the real question is, and I've been trying to figure this out, right? And I'd love to talk with like a military, gear guy about this. On the day that they attacked, I don't know if they had these radars installed in Tehran, to identify the aircraft as they were coming in, or if they have these radars strategically placed next to their missile cities, right, to prevent being detected in that regard, or if they're moving them around. I know that they're mobile as well. So that's kind of what I'm trying to piece together, because I do know that they bought these radars and this technology, and I know that the U.S. is also running around saying that they have air superiority. I've heard a couple people in your space actually saying that come from military backgrounds, saying like that's not true, because if they did, they'd have video of themselves flying over Tehran and everything else like that. So maybe not air superiority to the same degree that Pete Hegseth is claiming. But these are some of the things that they picked up, and then obviously they started like mass producing the Fatah-1, hypersonic missile, and I know that they just utilized the Fatah-2 recently. I still have to do some research on that. I think it hit the Ben Gurion airport, at least from reports that I saw. I didn't get to watch the video, but I read it somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, they started mass producing the Fatah-1, started mass producing the drones, the Korshmir that you mentioned, the Khaibar.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean they just upped their arsenal because they knew that this conflict was going to come again.
So we've got some breaking news, and that's why, guys, as you know, when I look at my phone, I'm not ignoring.
I knew there's something.
There's some breaking news. So there's two big breaking news. The first one is there's been a major explosion in Saudi Arabia. More details to come.
Oh, wow.
And another one is, this is big, Norway. Apparently there's an incident outside the U.S. Embassy in Norway. So we'll have to see what that is, but it seems like some kind of incident outside of possibly the embassy in Norway. More details to come on that.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. I mean, we know that a couple embassies got attacked. I know in Pakistan one got attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
They destroyed all the embassies. All the embassies in the Gulf are destroyed now at this point, right?
They've been hit hard. I don't know if all of them have been destroyed.
I know the one in Iraq is done.
Yeah.
Kuwait, I think that one is done.
That one hit. Bahrain's been hit hard.
I know the Saudi Arabian one they attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's another thing too. Like all the bases are destroyed pretty much in all across the Gulf, man.
Well, explain that, because I believe that the level of damage that's been committed is innumerable. You can't count it. There's a radar in Qatar that'll cost 1.1 billion.
Yeah.
There's
the one in Kuwait is destroyed.
Exactly. So, because I want to talk to you about the cost. So you've got the cost of that. You've got, apparently there's like a counter that shows almost like 7 billion has been spent already. But that's not in terms of movement. That's just specifically in these 7 or 8 days. And actually estimates, like the guy you mentioned, the guy from UAE, the billionaire, says he believes that this war could cost, even if it lasts another couple of more weeks, $210 billion. What's your thoughts on the level of cost that the Americans are paying out?
I mean, are we just okay? So because there's so many losses, there's the trade loss, there's the with the energy, right?
Exactly. That's separate.
There's the gas, LNG. That's probably they're losing billions right there.
Yeah.
Because that's a natural gas that needs to get to Europe. The Strait of Hormuz, right? We're losing a bunch of money. So dude, there's just everyone is bleeding money from this. The United States, the Gulf, tourism, trade. This is just an L for everybody, and then also we're also paying for it. Like if you want to talk about like the price up in for a barrel of oil is what in the 90s now, 93. I think once we get to 100, and I remember Simon, we discussed this. He said that if we're at 80 for a couple of weeks, it's going to create problems. We're already at 90, and it's not even, and it just hit a week. You know, and the only reason, and I remember, shout out to Simon because he talked about this too, and I agree with him. He said the only reason it stayed at 80, or it kind of like stayed there a little bit longer, is because Trump made the Truth Social post talking about the Navy will guide ships across the Strait of Hormuz. But that's bullshit. No ship is gonna go, you know, in the Strait of Hormuz now. Like these aren't military ships, so like, and no insurance company is gonna insure it either.
Yeah.
And no captain wants to be on the hook for losing a bunch of, you know, precious cargo. So they're just gonna dock and wait, and it's gonna probably take a few weeks.
No doubt, no doubt. And so, in terms of the cost it's costing Americans, you look at the billions of dollars that has been spent for the foreign nation. Even if you don't believe that Israel's controlling America, right? Let's say you don't believe that. What you know, as a matter of fact,
then you're a moron. But
but
let's assume you don't.
Let's assume we don't believe that. What we know is that what this war will do is it will financially benefit the rich, the military industrial complex, the billionaires. And poor people are going to become even more poor. The average American is, and anyone beneath that is going to struggle. I mean, you mentioned today, you were speaking to your Uber driver. He's got 2 jobs. Whenever I'm in the US, I'm speaking to Uber drivers, and nearly every one of them says they've got 2 jobs, or restaurant workers got 2 jobs. Times are hard. Trump's just made everyone's life a lot more difficult. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not good because the problem when the price of energy goes up is it has the cascade effect on everything else, because your food, transportation, your ability to get to work, you know, everyday things that you need, everything goes up in price because it costs more to make it. So, you know, obviously if you're doing financially well, you don't even notice this stuff. You don't care. But for people that are pinching pennies together, or people that are struggling to put groceries, you know, in the fridge, you're going to feel it, you know, and then you're also going to feel it when you're at the pump. I mean, in many places all across the U.S., it's already up. I know here in Florida, it's went up $1. California, I know as of a couple of days ago, went up $1 when it was around $80 a barrel. So it's probably going to go up even more. And, you know, everyone's going to feel it. And it's crazy because, you know, you're feeling it immediately. And we haven't even gotten to the worst part yet. Like, you're feeling it immediately, and we haven't even gotten to the worst part about it. Like, people talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. You know, that had an impact, right? It took years, but people figured out, oh, wow, why is food so expensive? Yeah, because Ukraine is like the breadbasket of Europe. So if you cause a supply chain issue on one side, that's going to, you know, we live in a globalized world. That's going to feed into other parts of the world. But like, you know, with the Strait of Hormuz, the people need to keep in mind, the Strait of Hormuz, only about 12% of U.S.'s oil comes from that region, but we're also still feeling the spikes because the rest of the world is panicking.
Exactly.
Right? The stock market's going down, right? Like, people thought it would hold, it's going down. You know, precious metals are going up. You know, so it's just not good. This war is absolutely pointless and doesn't benefit anyone except for Israel. And if you won't admit that, then you're just not being honest. And you know, and I will give people some credit, right? Like, if you look a lot of if you watch Fox News, right, or if you watch like someone like Osmongold, right? No offense to Osmongold, but you know, they're just they either don't know foreign policy properly, or they're purposely misreporting stuff. Like, Fox News is like the highlight reel for Trump. They're over here talking like, yeah, we're totally destroying Iran. You know, like, there's other guy, I call him out on Twitter, Enforcer, whatever, I forget. He has like 30,000 people watching him live on YouTube, right? Like, some of these people are the worst. And the reason why they're the worst is because they're not, they don't care, because they're making money hand over fist on this war. They got 30,000 people watching them live, you know, on YouTube here, maybe another 50,000 on Twitch, like with Osmongold. They're not feeling the effects of any of this because it doesn't matter. They can make the stupid commentary or say, yeah, this war is awesome, we're totally destroying Iran. But who's going to feel it at the pump? You are. You're going to feel it at the pump. They're not. It doesn't matter to them. They're not checking the gas when they're pumping. They're not checking their groceries when they buy food. You are. So this is why I'm so against war, because I understand that there's long-term consequences to it that obviously the wealthy don't feel, but the general American public is going to feel. As people sit there and like they promote this war and they're like saying like, we're totally winning, we're blah, blah, blah. No, we're not, because the issue here is that the barometer for victory for the United States is a much higher barrier to achieve than the barometer of victory for the Iranians. All the Iranians need to do is survive. And they have the missile cities to do that, right? And we can't just use every single one of our bunker busters to find them, if we even find it. And there's hundreds of these missile cities, right? So they just need to survive and be able to sustain. For us, it costs us billions of dollars to wage this war because we're the ones going to them. And the interceptors cost a bunch of money. That's another problem, right? So we're losing diplomatically with the Gulf states. We're losing militarily and financially with the war of attrition. And at some point, the Israelis and the Gulf states aren't even going to be able to defend themselves. So what are we going to do when the damage really starts hitting and they start like hitting and there's no interceptors, right? And then the American public is starting to feel it now. So this war is ridiculous. And anyone that's out there promoting is saying like we're totally kicking ass and we're going to destroy them. That's not the measurement of victory. The United States is already going to do that. We are the best military in the world. We have some of the best soldiers in the world. We are the strongest country in the world. Great, but that's not what the Iranians are prepared for. They've prepared 30 to 40 years for an asymmetric battlefield where they're going to bleed us out economically. And that's what's happening right now. And we're all feeling it within only a week. You know, I'm already seeing people saying like, why is gas prices high, blah, blah, blah. And it, you know, and I wish more Americans were, you know, foreign policy minded because, you know, the average American, unfortunately, is an idiot. Let's just be honest. Like they don't even know where Iran is on a map. They don't know what Tehran is. They don't know anything about the conflict. They don't understand the dynamics of the Middle East. They don't understand how these people think, how they move, etc. So for them, they're kind of like, oh yeah, we're winning America, but it's like, not really, dude, because you're paying for this and it's really expensive and they can go a lot longer than we can and this war doesn't have any strategic benefit and Americans are dying. We already lost 6 people. Like, these are human beings that like have a family, that have people that care about them, that love them. And they died for what? Right? For
Exactly.
what?
It's
Ridiculous.
really sad to see. Guys, we're live on YouTube, so repost on YouTube. Make sure you're liking the YouTube. Retweet the space. And on TikTok, make sure we get likes in. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's going decent on TikTok. Make sure you like. Let's get the likes up to 100,000.
Should I move it back a little bit? So
Yeah. I think it'll look better.
Yeah, let me see here. We got, oh shit. There we go.
Awesome.
That we're both.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. This is why Myron's the expert. He's been doing this for years.
Yeah. Twist this.
But yeah, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. But on TikTok, get us to 100. There's 550 people listening on TikTok, I think. Get that to 100,000 likes and put it on your stories on TikTok. This is only our, I think, 3rd or 4th TikTok. So, I mean, get them stories out there. I think you put it on the story and then everyone knows about it. So retweet, reshare the TikTok. Put it on your story.
And there's a couple other people that are like this too, but like I call them out on Twitter, like, yo, you're a warmongering retard. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is not cool. Like, they're like, we're destroying Iran. I'm like, dude, this isn't, we're winning the war. No, you're not, dude. This is not winning. This is like, we're gonna pay for this later. Like, we're gonna pay for this later. And then like Trump made a tweet saying, yeah, we had a meeting with the defense contractors and we're going to try to, like, you know, we're going to quadruple production. You're still not going to produce them in time. You're not going to produce these interceptors in time, like, to deal with it. Like, the Iranians are making hundreds of missiles a month. And then I didn't know that they can make, you said like 100 drones a day?
80 to 100 drones a day, yeah.
That's we can't keep up with that. We simply can't. We cannot keep up with that economically. And you know, in asymmetric warfare, this is how you win.
Well, speak about that, Myron, because what we know is since day one, the number of missiles that are being used has decreased. But what has increased is the number of drones that are being used. We know these drones are so easy to produce, cost effective. Explain
Cheap
that
too.
from a military perspective, why it would make logical sense to use drones.
Yeah, so if you're, you know, in asymmetric warfare, if you can get your opponent to spend significantly more money, right, on defending than you're spending on attacking, well, it's just a matter of time until the attacks go through and they can no longer, you know, afford to defend themselves. And that's exactly what the Iranians are doing because they're using very expensive interceptors to deal with, you know, drones that they're making domestically that cost them, you know, they sell them for 20,000, but it's probably costing them like $1,000 to make. Because the other thing with the Iranians that's also very important to understand is that they manufacture everything in-house. That's a huge advantage to manufacture everything in-house.
Exactly.
Because when you manufacture everything in-house, you don't have to worry about shipping things in. You don't have to worry about pricing. You can make it quickly, cheaply.
Exactly.
And that's the name of the game. Meanwhile, these interceptors, you know, are complex. You need special people to make them, experts. So it takes more time. So in a war of attrition, if you can attack for cheaper than they can defend, it's only a matter of time until the attacks start coming through. And that's precisely where we are right now. And I don't know who Trump's advisors are. I don't know why they even thought this war was a good idea, because from an asymmetric warfare perspective, we're already feeling it financially now. And then the only way that you're going to actually effectuate the regime change that you want is you're going to have to put boots on the ground, which is a suicide mission. You know, in a war like the Taliban took over, they own Afghanistan, and how many soldiers died in Afghanistan for no reason?
Exactly. But something key you said there is that Iran is internally able to produce these weapons very fast. And part of the reason they're able to do that is because after the 12-day war, Iran basically sent them a lot of the ability, a lot of the components that are required for drones and for missiles to be able to produce them in real time, even when there's a blockade going on, or even if they're in the middle of a war. What's your
and this is a country that's been sanctioned for decades. So the other thing people need to understand is that the Iranians are extremely smart and high IQ, right? There's a reason why they've existed for thousands of years. This is a very smart people. This is a very resilient people. And they've been sanctioned for a very long time. So they've been able to be very, exercise quite a bit of ingenuity with producing weapons despite crippling sanctions. So everything is made in-house, man. All their ballistic missiles are made in-house. Their drones are made in-house. A lot of people don't know. The Iranians were one of the few that gave the Russians their drones that they used in the Ukraine war. They were one of the few countries that came to their aid during that war with the Shahed drones. So, if you're able to manufacture drones at such a cheap cost, there's no wonder they're wreaking havoc. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, Myron, the Gulf states were able to shoot down 90% plus of their drones or of their ballistic missiles. That's irrelevant because they only need a small percentage to hit. Okay, that's what it's about. It's if you the Strait of Hormuz is closed and real estate prices are going up, economic havoc too. Right? So marketing, effect. That's kind of what it is, and that's what hurts the Gulf states the most, especially since the Gulf states they're in energy. Disrupted both immensely, right? Strait of Hormuz is closed, and then now and now tourists are panicking. And I think the airport opened for the first time today or yesterday, and so many people left. I looked at my X, everyone is on an airplane, leaving Dubai, leaving Dubai, leaving Dubai.
Well, we got some breaking news, and I'm just going to answer that one. It is what you were mentioning, which is another drone attack in Kuwait, and it's taken out another radar. So radars, and
these are $1 billion radars, by the way, guys.
And what the radars are used for is a part of the functions of these radars is they give Israel early warning detection. So Israel, okay, the radar telling us this missile's coming in. We've got 12 minutes to get our into various places to make sure that we stop the missile. But if you take the radars out, now that time reduces. They only have maybe a 1 or 2 minute to react with the defense interceptor missiles, and then they use more defense interceptor missiles. So that's the breaking news.
The whole game. So that's important because, when it comes to the game of missile warfare, right? The whole game of missile warfare is the less reaction time your enemy has, the higher the likelihood that you will be successful in your strike. So if they remove radars, what you've effectively done is you've limited their ability to have more time to intercept the missile. And the other thing too, like with the THAAD, for example, right? The THAAD is like a lot of it is like if you look at like the Iron Dome, right? If I'm not mistaken, the way the Iron Dome works is it shoots a missile towards the other missile and then explodes next to it to bring it down. The THAAD, it's more accurate. It hits it head on and then explodes. It's like trying to actually hit it head on for higher rates of likelihood of success versus exploding next to it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So with the THAAD, it's heavily reliant upon a radar because it needs the radar to be pinpoint and precise to actually hit the missile head on and explode. So when you destroy the radar, you've effectively made the THAAD useless. And these radars are expensive. We're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's like $600 million for the THAAD radars.
Yeah. I mean, the THAAD radars are, I believe they are, the defense missiles, some of them are like $1-2 million, depending on what it is.
No, like $600 million for the radar.
Oh, for the entire radar. Okay.
Just for the radars is $600 million.
That's right.
And then the radar that you're talking about, Qatar, was it in Qatar, the big one that they had?
That's 1.1 billion.
That was, that one was like, billions. So, this is, as you guys can see, like, this is a serious problem. Like, not only are we losing our military bases getting destroyed, we're also losing, like, extremely sophisticated equipment that's responsible for protecting the region from missile strikes. This is why these radars are there. So, when you destroy radars, like with the THAAD, you make them effectively blind, or with other ones that might not be as sophisticated. The radars are what give them the time to prepare the interceptor missiles to shoot. So,
but also on top of that as well, basically, in addition to what you said, if the time is reduced in order to react, you know how it is when you're reacting last minute, you'll end up using a lot more defense interceptor missiles. So now you're wasting a lot more that way as well.
Yes. So so that's the other thing too, because like not only do they have to. So here's the thing that sucks. So if you do use the radar, you still got to use like 2 to 3 interceptor missiles, right, to try to take this thing down. And then if you're reacting late, that's assuming you even have enough time.
Exactly.
If you don't have enough time, now you're panicking. Oh, we got to double it. We got to shoot 4, right? And I think I saw a video of this. They shot in one I think you might have shared it. In one of the scenarios I saw 11 interceptors over Israel. 11 interceptors, and the rockets still came through. It must have been hypersonic or something. Yeah. Probably one of the fastest. But it still came through and struck, and everyone was like, oh. So, this is not good. And if you're Israel, like, they're the ones that are going to get, when their interceptors are done, they're the ones that are going to get hit with the real, barrage. So
yeah, do you mean in terms of being hit, or do you mean the cost? Because the cost is going to you.
Well, yeah, we're paying for it, obviously. Yeah, I'm paying for it so that so now we pay to protect Israel, and then but once they lose those interceptors, they're cooked.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much longer. We know what the Gulf states, they have less than a week. I don't know how much Israel has, how much longer. They're probably so classified they're not going to share it, but I can't imagine they have much longer than the Gulf states though.
Yeah. And just give us your thoughts on it says violation 1 on the TikTok, so let me check what that is. But what's the
I didn't even swear.
We didn't even say anything. I don't get it. Your live is flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior.
What?
So that's, let me end this TikTok, guys. If you're on TikTok, we're live on X. We're live on YouTube. Apology. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to end the TikTok because it says it's been violation warning. I don't even know what the violation is. I thought we were so good.
Hate speech. I didn't say anything.
We didn't even say anything at all.
I didn't say anything.
We've been so good.
It's because it's me, bro.
Live restricted. It says live restricted of some audiences. I guess we can carry on. Maybe, I don't know. Do you think we should, or should we just end it?
Whatever you want, man. I mean, to be safe, you can end it, but it's completely up to you.
Yeah, we'll have to end it, guys. Sorry. Come across.
Come to YouTube.
Yeah, come to
all
YouTube.
You guys on TikTok, come on over to YouTube, man, so we don't have to censor ourselves so much.
Yeah, come across to YouTube. We're ending the TikTok. Look,
drop the link in there for them.
Yeah. I don't even know how to do that, to be honest.
You know? Okay. Pull up your YouTube channel real fast. I'll show you how to do it.
In terms of I know how to do YouTube, I don't know how to post it on TikTok.
Yeah, there's got to be a chat there for you to type in.
Yeah, let me get the YouTube link. New channel.
Yeah, come on over, guys, on TikTok. Sorry, guys. I guess I'm too controversial for TikTok.
Yeah, I think it's just because it's you, because we didn't actually say anything.
Someone probably reported me.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this guy, we hate this guy.
Yeah, let me. How do I?
It's like, can a ninja live, man? I'm over here like on my best behavior, and that's.
Guys, can you put the YouTube in the comments, because I can't figure it out to do it.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good.
See you, man.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Yeah, good.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
Okay, guys, I don't know how to do it, so if you guys could just put the comment in, put it in the TikTok, that'd be awesome. We're gonna be moving across all of us to YouTube because the YouTube has been hit. So I'm gonna end this right now. To end the TikTok, we're continuing on with YouTube. It's the YouTube link is my YouTube channel is Sulaiman. I can see lots of people putting it in the comments. Appreciate you. It's Sulaiman Ahmed X. It's Sulaiman Ahmed X. Come across to the YouTube, Sulaiman Ahmed X. This interview or this collab is continuing there. Okay.
You guys wanted to do the podcast here?
We did it there. We did one, and then now we're just collabing on the YouTube live. We're live now. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. No worries. We'll cap on it. Okay. Yeah, whatever you guys want. I'm open to anything.
Yeah.
So my flight's delayed, so.
Okay, cool. I can set something up right now while you guys do that.
Yeah.
So, guys, back again. Sorry about that. Apologies. So we are back. Unfortunately, the TikTok, they don't like you.
Yeah, I guess not. I don't know. I didn't even swear. Like maybe I said retarded. Maybe.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, I did say retarded. But okay. I don't know if that's like a word, a big word, but whatever. It is what it is.
Okay, guys, let's get back into the conversation. So, in terms of, and by the way, we've already recorded something on that, Ahmed.
I know.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so coming back to it, we have Myron Gaines on. We're talking about the war with Iran. It's happening right now. So, one of the things they've been speaking about is ground invasion.
Yes.
What's your thoughts on that?
Suicide. Very bad. Zagros, it's the Zagros Mountains, right? Huge. You know, it's like Afghanistan 2.0. Right, and that it's unforgiving terrain, and putting boots on the ground there would be a very daunting task. I know with Iraq 1.0 or 2.0 and 03, We invaded with roughly 300,000, and it was,
exactly.
Iraq is significantly smaller than Iran, and they'd have to make it all the way to Tehran. It would be a very daunting task, man. Mass casualties. It would be an L. And I think I just saw on the White House posted the Kurds are not going to invade.
Yeah.
Trump said that the Kurds are not going to invade.
Has Trump confirmed that now?
I think so. Yeah, I said in the White House like, I don't want anything to happen. Come on, bro. They probably said we're not going in there. We're not crazy. Like, we're tired of fighting wars for you guys and not getting our own state. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, in terms of the Kurds are not going to invade. So what happens then? So US. So what's he going to do? Because look, at the end of the day, everyone's going to see this as a failure.
Yeah.
Now he could do the propaganda talking points, but everyone is going to see this as a failure. So what does he do? Is he going to be forced into boots in the ground, or what do you think?
That would be political suicide, as well as sending our boys and girls to their own suicide. So I think for him, if I was his advisor, if I was like in the in his cabinet or whatever, I was like one of his advisors. I'd be like, look, bro, claim the W with killing the Ayatollah and his 50 guys. Say you got him. Take credit for that and Qasem Soleimani, and then walk out and say we mission accomplished. Do the Bush.
Yeah.
Remember what he did on the mission accomplished, even though nothing was accomplished.
Yeah.
And just just get out. Like, yes, you're gonna get roasted. Yes, you're gonna get made fun of. But at this point, you got to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
And if you continue, you're gonna continue to bleed. Strait of Hormuz is gonna stay closed. You're gonna have an energy crisis in Europe. You're gonna create economic, issues all across the United States. The American public is going to catch on to the fact that their gas prices are going up. Maybe the idiots might not. They can sit there and continue to watch Asmongold and be like, yeah, we're totally destroying them. And then when they show up to the gas pump and they see that their gas is like double the price, triple the price, then they're going to catch on and be like, what's going on here? So he does still have a chance to kind of get out this and still save a little bit of face politically. But we all know that, he has an ego, and the Israelis probably won't allow that.
Now, one of the things you mentioned is about the air superiority, and obviously there's air superiority, air dominance. Now, a lot of the military experts I've spoken to, their claim is that actually the US isn't able to actually go close, and so really they
I've
don't
heard
have.
that from people too.
Yeah,
they're shooting missiles from way out.
Exactly. What's your thoughts on that?
They're banking on. So, okay, I'm going to say this again. Like, I really want to harp on this. Most Americans are retards. And when I say most Americans are retards, I really do mean that most of them are retards. Because, number one, a lot of them don't know where Iran is on that. Number two, the government knows that these people are retards. So they can say things like air superiority, and most Americans are not going to look into that to see what that really means. They won't know that doesn't mean, they won't know that means, like, they're shooting the missiles out from very far. Right? They won't know that. They'll think, like, air superiority, yeah, they can't touch us. That doesn't mean that Iran still doesn't have some of these Chinese radars around with surface-to-air missiles, and we've heard reports of F-15s getting shot down. So they wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't still have some kind of semblance of air defense. So, they bank on the fact that the American public is stupid. They don't understand, and most Americans don't understand foreign policy. That's we obviously know that, because if most Americans understood foreign policy, we wouldn't be controlled by Israel the way that we are. But since most don't know, because it's been a censored topic for so long, they believe whatever they hear on Fox News, unfortunately.
Exactly. Now, when you look at this war from a timeline perspective, you mentioned it in the previous conversation we had, and explain to the audience how they've changed their opinion from 4 days up to possibly even September, you mentioned.
Yeah.
And what does that really mean, and how long can this go?
So, what I think happened, right, in the White House was his advisors came up to him and said, look, we were successful in Venezuela. You could become a legend. Let's go ahead and topple the Ayatollah. You'll be the one to do it. Okay, let's do it. All right, let's do it. I want to be a legend, right? And then they think it's going to be, because that's why he attacked on the weekend. Trump is real big on the polls and the stock market, because obviously all of his buddies are in that world. The guy's an entrepreneur first, right? So he was not a career-long politician. So attacks on the weekend, hoping by Monday, Tuesday, they'll come to the table. Well, hey, okay, uprising. We got a new government in there. Awesome. Strait of Hormuz isn't closed. Oil is still at a decent price. Obviously, he gradually, he grossly underestimated the Iranian people and the resolve. I think it caused the opposite effect that made them rally around the flag, just like the 12-day war did.
Yeah.
So, once he realized that like they're not going to topple the government, even though him and the Shah and Netanyahu and PBD and others like exiled diaspora Iranians like came in and said like to topple the government. Once he realized that, okay, he's like, okay, this might take a month. That's when Hegseth kind of like let us flip, at the press conference with the Pentagon. Then it was, well, however long it takes, even if it's 8 weeks. And then I heard somewhere it got published, I forget which news outlet said 100 days. And then the latest I heard was it could go until September.
That's crazy, September. That's like what? We started in March. Yeah, it's like 6-7 months. And so, do you think it goes longer than that now or what?
I don't see the Iranian people giving up. And I see that, and the longer it goes, the more it plays into the Iranians. So for them, they want it to go longer, right? And and also another thing I want to say is that I've seen a lot of reports where they're saying like, oh yeah, well the Iranians, ballistic missile capabilities have degraded, right? They're shooting 90% less missiles or less drones or whatever. Well, I think that the reason why we're seeing that is because two reasons. Number one, obviously they know that it's a long haul, so they have to conserve weapons. And then another thing too is, I think the Ayatollah's death triggered a dead hand system, and like the Soviets kind of did with nuclear weapons. Rather, they did it with their ballistic missile program. And what that did was like everyone had their marching orders. If Khomeini's killed, or something drastic happens within the government where leadership is killed, you guys have your marching orders to launch all these missiles. You have your locations, and it decentralize the attack, right? Because you can't decapitate a government that no longer has a head because everything is decentralized and they can operate independently. And I think that's why we saw these places get relentlessly bombed and attacked, and it would make sense that they would do that. And now they probably, after the first week, now they're probably going to regroup and figure out what they're going to do. They'll go to their central command and figure out what the next phase of attack is going to be. But they have the missiles, they have the drones, everything is made domestically. They got the missile cities. The West is bragging like, oh yeah, we destroyed all their launchers. I heavily doubt that too. I don't think they destroyed all the launchers. And then here's the other thing: like these launchers, you can launch them from. I've seen them launch them from like trucks, like box trucks.
Yeah, they're mobile.
That are
disguised,
they're
mobile.
Like, and then you got rockets that can be shot from the sand. So their capabilities to shoot rockets, I don't think are going to be 100% contingent upon launchers. And then there's hundreds of these missile cities all over the country, man. Iran is huge.
Yeah.
So this is exactly what the Iranians want, and this is just going to hurt us economically, politically, financially, militarily, more casualties, unfortunately. And I didn't really like Trump's very callous response. Yeah, more might die, blah blah blah. Like, what the fuck do you mean more might die? Like, this isn't a joke. Like, this isn't a game. You know what I mean? Like, and then you got them posting on the White House Grand Theft Auto memes and some other fucking weirdo putting L1, L2, the Vice City code for unlimited weapons. It's like, no, dude, this is real life. Like, we literally have soldiers in the firing lane that can die for what? Like, this is stupid. And I just see Iraq 2, and at least with Iraq 2 in 2003, we had 9/11 to justify that. We don't have anything to justify this whatsoever. This was an random attack on a sovereign country because we don't like that they pose a challenge to our greatest ally.
What's your thoughts on that? That there's, as you mentioned, there's 6 American soldiers that have lost their lives. Iran is claiming a lot more. Iran is claiming, obviously, there's also an American hostage. But that being said, with the with the loss of American lives, at the moment, it doesn't seem to be that the 6 have caused an outcry. At what point do you believe that there could be a scenario where there is an outcry in the United States of America?
Once we get into double digits, people are going to say what's going on. And then if we hit triple digits, that's when I think we're going to have some real political problems for Trump. I mean, he's already getting backlash today. They brought the bodies back today, and he had a white hat on. What? As he gave him the salute. This is why a lot of times I think military service should be mandatory for certain people. But yeah, I mean, this is.
Well, what do you mean by that? That's an important point you made there. The military service, because
you should have your hat off. You know what I mean? Like, you should have your hat off when in certain situations. I think having a hat on for something like that is just inappropriate. And look, I mean, I'm very patriotic. I've served this country before. My background is to work for Homeland Security investigations. I put my life on the line for the flag. So I think our service members deserve better, and I think pointless wars for Israel, I take it very personally, and it pisses me off. And some people might say, well, Myron, you're very anti-American for saying these things about Iran, blah blah. Well, look, I understand and respect our enemy, and I think that fighting this enemy for the reasons why they're listing is just not appropriate and not justifiable. and we shouldn't be involved. And I think, if you really want to, understand, so if you want to have a war with someone, you need to understand your enemy. You're attacking a theocracy-based government where you killed the number 2 guy within the Shiite community, foolish, and you martyred him in Ramadan. Like, are you stupid? Like, and the CIA warned Trump about this, that this could have, this could be backfire, and we're seeing it because instead of enticing people to say, let's go down with the regime, it made them say, fuck this guy even more. They're like, people that don't even like the Ayatollah are saying, well, look, we don't like him, but we hate Israel more.
Exactly.
So this was just like, this is just like incredible unawareness, lack of wherewithal of like understanding your enemy. Like, you're gonna martyr the guy in Ramadan, like worst possible time you can do this, when people are gonna have the most, the holiest month. Just foolish.
So what's the reason why that error has been made? Because you're saying the CIA was given different intel. So all of these different organizations were given Trump different intel. In your view, what made him go to war then if he's ignoring the intel of people?
Ego in the Israelis. I think ego in the Israelis is a big part of it. And then he's high off his W from Venezuela, right? Went in there, kidnapped another leader, right? Because people forget that, like, at the end of the day, like, Trump is like a social media guy and a celebrity.
Yeah.
So, the guy has an ego. The guy has an ego out the woozah. This guy used to be a reality TV star or whatever. So for him, he's looking at it like, oh, we kidnapped Maduro. Like, I can probably replicate this again. A quick war, in and out, hit him really hard. That's why they're hitting him so hard right now. Because he understands that a protracted war is not in his best interest. And it's politically going to hurt him because it's midterms. But he grossly underestimated this enemy. Right? And I will say this too. The Israelis probably gave him a bunch of bad intel. Which is common, by the way. They always give us bad intel, FYI, to justify wars. I can imagine Netanyahu there with his stupid-ass Mossad, higher ups. Yeah, we could do this. We could totally destabilize. We got people on the ground that say that they hate the Ayatollah. Blah blah blah. They did the same thing with to justify the Iraq war. Iraqi officials, intelligence officers met with Al Qaeda operatives to hand off anthrax. The Israelis have been the root of so much bad intel to try to drag us into conflicts.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, in terms of Trump, one of the things obviously is the MAGA movement. This seems like it's the death of the MAGA movement. What happens in 2028? Like, what's going to happen? Like, and I don't just mean in terms of loss. I think
MAGA dies with Trump.
Yeah, okay.
JD Vance is corny. Marco Rubio's corny. Them being pro-war on this is not going to help them as well. So, they're going to try to, push JD Vance probably under the MAGA banner. But I think MAGA dies with Trump. He was the brand. He was the face of it. And, we're going to go back to the old, the GOP, right? The good old boys club. It's going to be, the boring Republican Party that we remember of John McCain and George Bush era. And now they're revealing themselves to actually be the neocon party again. So,
but can the GOP ever win an election? Like, the reason why Trump won is because he brought a wild swell of actually people from the left, people who were concerned about the social issues. He created a new movement.
He did.
This, like, old school boomer politics. Do you think it's going to work when
Obama, and I hate to admit this, but Obama killed the GOP, and I'll tell you why. For those of you that remember, back in 2008, he ran against John McCain.
Yeah.
John McCain was like, your normie, boring conservative, lame, stale, etc. And Obama came in and was charismatic and charming and spoke well and said, we're not going to get involved in wars. We're going to get out of Iraq, and, said all the right things, etc. And he won in a landslide, right? And he, really showed how stale and how boring and how, lame the GOP was. And a bunch of young people turned out to vote for Obama. I remember I turned 18 that year. I voted for Obama. And so did everyone else I know, back then. So, and then Trump came in and he revitalized the Republican Party under MAGA. He revitalized it and made it cool. And then, young people like got behind him again and they started voting.
Exactly. And so the point is, when you look at the youth now, the Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, probably Gen Alpha, who are going to be in a position to vote probably many of them in 2028, it's a totally new generation, right? And it's not a generation that's going to be amiable to the boomer stuff. Then probably not even amiable to left-wing politics as well. So what's going to happen to them? They've literally, the Republican Party, going back to its old way, is just going to die.
It is. It is. They're going to have to. Both parties are going to kind of have to like acquiesce to some degree, right? Like the Republicans are going to have to find a way to stay like, cool while also somehow marketing to the Democrats, right? To people that are more left leaning, right? And then also Democrats are not really that cool either. Like they're not, the people in their party are not happy with them. They look at them like they don't fight hard enough, right? And they're soft. So they're going to have to find a way to kind of grab people from the right wing to come in. So you're going to need to have some kind of hybrid candidate, of some kind.
Yeah.
We
Now,
should talk about this in more detail in the interview. Actually,
we did, didn't we?
In our interview. So we'll leave that for them to watch.
Yeah,
that interview.
and that's coming out tomorrow. This one's going to come out.
Yeah.
Well, this is
It's
already.
interesting how we came up with the hybrid candidate. What they'll probably have to touch on to get both parties to vote.
Exactly. Now, in terms of like one of the things I've seen is when it comes to the left wing political commentators, they are largely like the bigger ones, like Destiny or Adam Mockler or these type of things.
Yeah.
They're very Zionist kind of a perspective, and so you see like left wing being controlled by the Zionists, the right wing being controlled by the Zionists. But at least what I saw with the right wing was. There was a split. There was the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, yourself, Nick on one side, and then all the rest of them on the other side who were, there was a split. And then on the other hand, on the left, you kind of start seeing a fracture as well amongst people who were Zionists and not and didn't support Zionism. But now with this war that Trump's taken part in, my fear is that actually this is going to force the left to just combine into one, and they're going to forget the anti-Zionist element within their party. What's your thoughts on that?
So you think they're gonna they're all gonna combine under the banner of anti-war, and then like the people that are actually pro-Israel are gonna be able to skate by?
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept, because you're right. There are a lot of people. Because here's the thing. Let's be honest. If you're a progressive and you don't call out Israel, you're a fucking fraud. Because Israel is the definition of everything that the left stands against.
Exactly.
Right? Like it is, and I hate to use these terms, but let's be honest here, because it is. It's literally an apartheid ethno-state.
Yeah.
Right? They'll sit there and they'll say, "Oh, it's only a democracy in the Middle East." Not really. You have people that have no rights that live there under you, like, and you're occupying them. Like, so if you consider yourself like a Democrat or a progressive, which they they're real big on human rights and everything else like that, you should be completely opposed to Israel. Israel is completely antithetical to everything that the left and progressives and liberals stand for. So if you're a progressive and you're pro-Israel, you're a fraud. Like you're complete. At least on the Republican side, they can like say like they're our greatest ally. Like we're they control our infrastructure, whatever. Like they have a little bit more cover to support for Israel. But if you're a progressive and you support Israel, you're a fraud. You're the biggest fraud ever. So, but I don't think a lot of them go far enough. If I'm going to be honest, I like you got people like Hassan Piker and Kyle, and they'll say Zionist, whatever. I don't care. I just say it's the Jews, because we have to deal with the concept of Judaism. Like maybe this is where I might be a little bit more controversial in my thing. But if these people are going to come in and say Islam's a problem, blah blah blah, and all that other stuff, fine, cool. You can go ahead and make that criticism, but we have to have a very real conversation on Judaism, because this supremacy ideology that these Israelis have, where does it come from? It comes from the supremacy bias that they have within their religion. I find it interesting how you could talk shit about Christianity all day, you could talk shit about Islam all day, fine, and I'm open to hearing it out. But let's go ahead and deal with the root cause. A lot of the problems with this Israeli supremacy, it stems from the religion of Judaism, because even secular Israelis that aren't necessarily religious, they still have this supremacy bias.
Yeah.
Right? So they still have that, because they still had a bar mitzvah, they still grew up in a Jewish household a lot of the times, and they still have this cause of we are the chosen people, even if they're secular. So this is something that is a very real reality that no one wants to tackle. But this is where the left-wing people are scared, because they don't want to be called a bigot and called anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. So I call it what it is. But I've noticed, like, with a lot of these left-wing political commentators, and I'll give credit to Kyle Kalinske and Hassan, they'll call out Israel for what it is. But they will never go the next step, because for fear of being called an anti-Semite or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, look, by the way, I agree with you. There is definitely a situation where people will attack Muslims, and then they won't attack Jewish people for the exact same thing.
And actually, that's my biggest telltale sign that they're a cuck. So, like, if you get someone like, people from like Daily Wire, right, or like a Matt Walsh or whatever, or any of these guys, they'll attack Islam. Fine, no problem. You want to sit there and say Islam's not compatible with America? Fine. But I would make an argument that Judaism is even less compatible with America.
Yeah.
Right. Like because it goes completely against American values. It's completely antithetical because it's like we're the supreme
Exactly.
people.
Exactly.
Right. We're the best people.
Oh, even that recent incident that happened with the like dog issue that they were doing, like in Judaism in the Talmud, they literally say you can't have dogs. You got to keep them caged.
Yeah.
So they're a lot more strict even about dogs.
And they reject Christ completely.
Yeah.
Right. At least with us, we look at him as a prophet. With him, they reject him completely all the way. Like they look at him as a sorcerer, evil, etc. Like so. But it's amazing to me how like in a right wing media especially it's like they're so cocked like because we know who owns right wing media.
Yeah.
But that's my thing is like I've always said like you could tell who's owned by okay you'll criticize Islam cool we know that's the safe thing that you criticize but when you talk about the Jews oh you won't then shut the fuck up. And that's how you can tell who the real ninjas are.
Yeah. Now the one thing is though like this issue of Judaism or Zionism. I hold the position as Zionism, and the reason for it is and I want to hear your thoughts on this is that I believe that when you say it's just the Jews.
Not all, of course.
Yeah, not all, of course. Like we know,
using a little bit of hyperbole.
Yeah, like the majority, right?
Yeah.
Because the vast majority support Israel, vast majority support the Gaza.
Because the evangelical Christians are also to blame as well.
But this is what I was gonna say.
A lot of them are Zionists.
So my point is this: that when you say it's Jews rather than Zionists, then I think it takes out the Christian Zionists or even the Muslim Zionists. So I've like Dubai being hit, I've got no issue with because I just see them as Muslim Zionists. and similarly, when you've got, for example, the Christian Zionists, so someone like Hegseth, or for example, there was a report a day or two ago that allegedly, and I know this has been disputed a bit, but the claim is that Hegseth or the commander told that this is a kind of like a religious war or something along the lines. I'm paraphrasing. So that comes from Christian Zionism, and so those Christians who believe that they don't believe it because they love Jews. They actually believe that look, we need to use them in order to get the same result because our eschatology says that we need to accelerate the Messiah coming and then the rapture will come and then when the Jesus comes he's going to say to the Jews either follow us or you're going to get murked. So what I'm saying is then they just believe it on their own belief system.
Sure.
And that's the majority. And then we got Hegseth in there, you got Mike Johnson on there, you got Huckabee in there. So a lot of these key guys who are causing this war to occur are Christian Zionists. Sure. And so that's why I call it a Zionist issue. But what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so like, of course, we can't refute the fact that like majority of Zionists are actually evangelical Christians. So that's 100% true. But I do think that there's almost never any attention brought to, the Jewish side of Zionism because if you look at Zionism, it's a colonial project based upon an ethno-religion. So that is the root cause of Zionism, right? Like, of course, you can make the argument that, like, yeah, well, there's a lot of evangelicals and everything, but if we actually like look at the root cause of Zionism, it is from Judaism, right? And no one ever wants to tackle Judaism because it's looked at as like bad. Like you look at like Tyler Oliveira, right?
Yeah.
Someone covers the whole Somalian angle.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is awesome. Now let's talk about the scamming from the Jews. Oh no, bro, cancel this guy, get him out of here. Patreon banned everything. So this clearly proves that there's like a double standard where if one group of people is caught for scamming, let's go ahead and cheer it on. They're Somalians, they're Muslims, great. But if another group of people is shown for scamming, who actually has far more representation and power in the United States, by the way, no, we can't say anything about that. So it's just an incredibly ridiculous gross standard, double standard, and it just annoys me when I look at like, especially in the right wing, in my side of the internet. How right-wing media is so cucked and they're so scared to just say it's the Jews, bro, right? Because that is an inherent part of it. Because a lot of the things that they do, a lot of the privileges that they enjoy, the protections they have, etc. A lot of the things that they do is to protect one another. Like we have to acknowledge things like we're on YouTube, so okay, I won't go too much further because we're on YouTube.
Let me just ask you another. Actually, funny
I don't want to get your new.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But in terms of we need to survive. We need to survive. But in terms of like, and Nico was on my show, and he mentioned how Nick Shirley, he's the one who did the whole Somali fraud thing.
Yeah.
And when he replied to, is it Tyler Oliveira's?
They went after him for that.
Yeah, he replied and said, "Oh, get them all."
Expose them all. Yeah.
And apparently they all attacked him.
They did.
So
they did because those people that love that Somalian stuff, a lot of them were probably Zionists and Jews, and they were like, "What the hell? You're not supposed to be supporting this." And then they went after him, and that's what they do. Like it's like a cancel mob. And the thing is that They have the power, representation, and finances to ruin your life, and they will do it, right? Because everything is for the benefit and preservation of the state of Israel, and it's like a mafia, dude. It's literally a mafia, right? And one of the greatest examples of this, like you look at someone like you mentioned, we were talking about Bill Ackman earlier,
Yeah.
right? This is a guy that's a lifelong Democrat, has no business voting Republican ever, lives in New York, you know, has supported the Clintons, etc. You know, but who did he vote for in the last presidential election? Who did he get behind? Got behind Donald Trump. Why? Because of Israel. So, you know, there's a pernicious angle to this where these people will sidestep their American values if it benefits Israel first.
Exactly.
And that comes from their Jewishness. It's not just, you know, I love the state of Israel. It comes from their Jewishness, and this is that's the part that no one wants to address or talk about. That's the part that's anti-Semitic, and you know you can't say that or whatever. And I don't care. I look at it like, you know what, dude? Until you guys can call me a liar, I don't care. Call me an anti-Semite all you want, but you cannot call me a liar.
Yeah, yeah. Are you going to record another interview or?
Sure.
What's happening there?
What are you guys doing, live streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wrap up your live stream, I guess, and then I'll set up the recording.
No, but you know you got a flight as well, haven't you? So.
What time is it? We got time.
It's 9, and it takes off at 11.
Okay, we can knock it out real quick.
Okay, so
I can do a quick. Yeah, we can end this, and I'll do a quick interview.
Yeah.
With you guys.
So, guys, that was Myron Gaines. Obviously, a very close friend of mine. I know people. We've got a mixture of views on the live chat. But look, at the end of the day, you know, he speaks out against Israel. He speaks out against Zionism. He's lost a lot of money to speak out against
millions of dollars talking about this.
Yeah, and
anybody in here complaining or whatever, I've done more for Palestine than any of you motherfuckers, so I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, in terms of he has lost a lot, so appreciate it. But look, I still appreciate all your support still. But that being said, guys, look, give Myron a follow. His channel is really good. It's Myron Gaines X on YouTube, and he streams live on Kick as well. And he also streams on YouTube, Kick, and you're on Instagram. We've got Fed Reacts on Instagram, and
it's banned right now.
Oh,
Let's see if we get it back.
And TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Although, how are you on TikTok? Like, you were on there for 2 minutes and we got banned.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell, man. Well, I don't stream on there, so that might be why. But we'll see, man.
Okay. So yeah, everyone follow him. By the way, the chat does love your brother a lot. So
yeah. Well, he's the more devout. He's a devout Muslim, so they're gonna love him.
Yeah, exactly.
My brother prays and all that. So yeah, check him out.
Check him out. He's got a really good channel.
Report,
yeah, Riyadh Report. So check that out. But Myron, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it again.
Man.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Of course.
Guys, we're gonna switch back to the space, but appreciate Myron.
So I have bad news for you. Your recording was completely out of focus. The recording is intact, but you guys are out of focus.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna say that you're recording.
Okay, appreciate it.
We'll knock that out.
Okay. Adam, are you there?
You want to do all three of us then?
We can do all three if you want. Or do you want to do just me and him?
Discussion.
If that's what you guys want to do, yeah, we can do that. I just have to. I got covered.
Guys, is anybody on the space?
Yeah, I think it'll be even better content for you, bro.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah. I'm done, and then, you know, it'll be good.
Okay.
I'll sit wherever you want.
I guess I'll do it.
Yeah, Sulaiman, I'm here.
Sorry, can you just take up the space for 30 minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I can take it over. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
But guys, listen.
Put the X space back on for these guys.
Sulaiman, just mute, please. You got hot mic.
So we're 30 minutes from the airport.
Sulaiman.
Yep.
You got hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
See, guys can't multitask to save their life, you know, no matter what they say, guys, they just can't. Anyway, listen, right? There was breaking news during that interview, and I want to just tell you what it was, right? It's quite serious. You know that attack in Beirut? So just for people who are catching up with us, there was a drone attack on a hotel in Beirut, and there was some speculation whether or not they tried to take out people or an assassination. News came through while we were on the space that 4 people were killed and 10 were wounded in Beirut. That is Israel, right? Also, this came out while we were on the space as well, which was that there was an explosion near the United States Embassy in Oslo in Norway. That's definitely a false flag to drag NATO in. When we say today, Andrew, that they're trying to drag NATO in, and that's why they did the attack on Turkey, literally, I was saying they want NATO to go in, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's very clear. We see the same paradigm over and over again.
Yeah, they're so predictable. And then the high-rise building in Kuwait is on fire following the drone strike. Now, if you notice, when a drone strike comes from Iran, it's very precise targets. This is a massive high-rise. The whole thing is in flames. A lot of this stuff I'm talking about, guys, you'll find on Sulaiman's page. Also, this was breaking news 20 minutes ago. Kuwait says its public institution for social security has been attacked, guys. That's terrible. Ali Larijani, Iran's security chief, says we will not let Trump go. He must pay the price. He has martyred our leader and our people. This is not a simple matter. We won't leave him alone until we retaliate in kind. Interesting. Okay. I still think you should be making statements like that, to be honest. But anyway, I understand the anger. Now back to the space, guys. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, we see the same paradigm, and you know, it's so tricky. I'm glad I sent you a DM. You have to, and you have the savvy because of the experience, which you can really tell your experience came through today, kiddo. I mean, I fell for it. I said, "Oh, look, they did this or they did that," but man, we really are learning here how we really have to step back. I mean, step back and say, "Okay, here's what was stated. Let's look at who reported it, what was their source, and then look at every single option. Otherwise, we're going to get caught in the fog of war and start falling for any side of the war psyop, the propaganda, and propaganda is a major part of warfare. We've seen it so many times. And but you're right. It's got this. They want to pull NATO in. Israel is desperate. They want to pull NATO into it. You know, so the Turkey thing. They're desperate to pull the GCC into it. India. That's no mistake. Remember, we spent so much time with India, Beatrice. Remember, we went into that, and you put that. And I had no idea you had so much experience with India. You know, and that's thank God, because you know why? Now you can have and go back and take all that case history and open that file cabinet and say, hey, I got all the evidence on India and how they operate. And just to land it here with India, I don't think it's any coincidence that I work for I work for a contact. I was a consultant for an Indian firm. And I'm not at liberty to go into the depth, but they're pretty connected with some pretty shady characters. But guess what? The family, wealthy family connected to the bin Laden family, were also very connected with Dubai. And every time we'd have these conference calls, it was like one of the members was in Dubai. And I'm like, Dubai, what's that all about? They were also very connected with the Russians. And when I say Russians, let's use the M word, mob. And one day we were in a meeting and the member from Dubai came and showed up, and he goes on and on about how he just went from Dubai, he flew to New York, and he was in the financial district in New York. And guess who he kept saying? He kept using the J word left and right. You know, the Jews, I have this Jewish contact, bankers. And I'm like, what the? And they were, and then here is the connection, Beatrice. Here's the connection. I was astounded by how the Indians, how deeply connected they are at the hip with the Zionists. And when I say connected hip, man, they're pro hardcore Zios. And I never connected till the other day when you were talking about India. But so anyway, yes, Israel's they're trying to marshal India into their coalition, NATO into their coalition.
Oh no, India will roll out the red carpet to be part of this. India, if anything, right? I'm telling you, Andrew, and I've been talking about this for quite a few years, where India is concerned specifically. Americans or America specifically as a country, for what it's done across the Middle East over the last decade or two that I know of anyway, that I've read up on. When it thinks it's got rid of Zionism, if things pan out the way, like, for example, Simon talks and stuff, they have no idea that they have something worse than Israeli Zionism. It's Indian Zionism. They've actually taken over like different police forces in America. I'm not joking when I say this. They're influencing decisions. They've got different councils influenced. It's going down with the Indians, and there will be far worse. They do open daylight assassinations. My account, I told you this anyway, but Elon, Twitter got a legal notice from India. This was about 3 years ago now, to say shut down my account across India. And they shut it down across India. And I was like, well, whatever, who cares? You know what I mean? And the only reason I stopped doing spaces on India is because of October the 7th, because there was a genocide here and I wanted to focus on that. But I have covered India for a long time. Same playbook as Israel. And, you know, sometimes I get a lot of heat from people. Like the really, really good crew on YouTube. Occasionally someone was like, oh, how do you know what the person was going to say? Why didn't you let them speak? Like, I have a lot of weaknesses. There's a lot of things I don't know, right? And I'm learning from all of you all the time. But trust me, when someone starts speaking, I know what they're going to say. I've been doing spaces a long time, well before Elon Musk bought the spaces, well before pandemic, I've been on spaces. In fact, Sulaiman looked it up. And he said I was number 1 or number 2 person who's done the most spaces on this app, right? It's only now that I only do spaces at night with Sulaiman. Otherwise, I used to be in spaces and talk to people and stuff and all the time. So today, when that old man came up and DeeDee was going to shut him down, just from him, I didn't even check his profile at the time. I knew he was genuine and I stopped her. She was gonna, remember, she was like, you can go. And I stopped her because I knew he was genuine. When that chick came up today, I had suspicions about her when she came up the other day when she was going on about her mom's landing in England. Is it okay in London? And I thought there's something not right about her. And I knew today when she started, I thought, I know where this is going. And she proved my point because she came off here, went straight on YouTube and said exactly what she was going to say on the space. I knew she was going to do propaganda. And I guess it's just a sixth sense about these things, to be honest, that I do have. And so that's the way it is. And the rest of it, like when I listen to Simon, I learn a lot. When I listen to Sulaiman, almost, you know, Sulaiman's got so much knowledge in terms of, you can mention like the smallest little, like, I don't know, community somewhere in Africa or in Sudan or somewhere, and he'll know about them and their history. And I'm like, freaking, I've never even heard about them, you know? So like the issue with the Kurds, I've learned here on the space from him over the last year. I didn't realize they were a separatist group and they've created so many problems and they've worked with the Zios and things like that. But yeah, I appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you. I want to see, Hassan, are you there?
Yeah, he's on
Is
the
Hassan
speaker
there?
panel. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hassan?
I'm here, guys.
Yeah. Hi, are you able to talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask you something, right? So, like Andrew and I were just talking, and I just read this statement out from Ali Lajani. It's been like, it's been about 20 hours. And he's saying that we're not going to let Trump go. He's going to have to pay the price and blah, blah, blah. Do you not think, I don't know if it was you or I don't know who it was because it's been a really long day. Somebody said or insinuated that they could take a hit out on Trump. As in the Zios could, then blame Iran for it, and then go all in, because then they'll have the public support and everything. When Ali Lajani makes statements like this, and I'm not reading at the moment, so I'm just going by memory, don't you think it's kind of playing into that? Did you hear what I read out about him, or should I just read it again?
Go for it. Read it, please.
Yeah, give me a second. I mean, I understand, right? But then taken out of context, and this is Press TV's quote. So I have seen his whole statement, but Press TV have only quoted this bit, and it says, "We will not let Trump go. He must pay the price. He has martyred our leader and our people. This is not a simple matter. We won't let him alone until we retaliate in kind." Quite a strong statement, and that troubles me. And the reason why it troubles me is because I can see Zios capitalizing on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I saw that statement. I think I was reading that before. So you can see some conflicting statements. Pezeshkian seems to be, well, in the current state of this war, this decentralized command and control, right? So there may be some miscommunication. Let's, be kind to them in the situation they're facing, between what Pezeshkian says and what happens on the ground. So Ali Laranjani may be the one dictating, the military more than, say, Pezeshkian. I just went to sleep and then woke up 2 hours later, and I've seen things have escalated massively in the last couple of hours. Like literally, the whole world's like on fire now. You've got, if you've seen Tehran, they've hit the oil facilities there. Don't know if that's been discussed in space. Sorry, what was your question about what's going on? My mind. I just lost my train of
Yeah,
thought.
look, so I don't want you to misunderstand. This isn't a criticism of me for him making that statement. I know what they have suffered, right? I'm not denying them any of their feelings and their thoughts and whatever. What I'm saying is that they played it really well. Iran has, okay, given who they're up against, given the propaganda machine and everything, they've not put one foot out of line. What I'm saying is, making a statement like that, I don't want them to gift Israel an opportunity to do something and then say, oh, but look, he made the statement, therefore it must be Iran. That's what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing his statement in terms of a morality perspective or a judgmental perspective.
Well, the issue is that when they kill a supreme leader, they've killed the spiritual leader and the father of the country, and he's everyone's father. And at that point, it's also emotional. It's
Sorry, Hassan, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. See, Mossad, we brought you up earlier. You didn't even speak, and I booted you off before you got a chance to unmute your mic because I knew you were going to do this. I see the nest is full with your crap. So now I'm going to block and remove you so you cannot come on our panel again. I knew it. Somebody brought Mossad up earlier, and I thought, this is a person who's going to spam our nest. I'm going to drop them. Whew. Anyway, go on. Sorry, Hassan.
Yeah, so Khamenei is a father of the nation, and I believe he's a father figure to many people. It's not a sectarian issue, Muslim, non-Muslim, Shia, non-Shia. He's a father to everybody, and there's red lines that have been crossed over the last 2 years. Many red lines, which have shown the reality of the Jewish colony, but and America as well. But this red line is like the red line of red lines. Like at this stage, there is you've broken, you've declared war on a civilization, on a nation, and every single person in that country, and declared that we are basically coming after all of you to genocide you. So either you at that point you submit and say we surrender, or you have to fight back with full force. And that's why they've been fighting back with pretty much full force. Although I think they have a lot more to go. But even then, they've been measured in their response. Like they haven't gone all out, attacking everything anywhere. They've been striking at specific targets. So and his statement is very clear that look, we can't. There's no negotiation with the United States anymore. It's got to be a fight to the end. And I think Myron before was talking about an off ramp for Trump. I just don't see it. I don't see how you can give him an off ramp without him basically, without it being a very clear victory for the Republic. It doesn't work. And if they did give him an off ramp, then he just come back and do the same thing, during another negotiation. He would use that as an opportunity to do another atrocity, inflict more terrorism on the region, kill more children. So he'll find whatever option you follow here there's only one outcome really, and that's to just keep going and not stop. I can't see another way. I've seen the escalation now with the energy facilities. They hit the Iranian in Tehran, massive, huge fires. They've caused unbelievable damage there. This is escalating quickly. It's not de-escalating. If you look at the escalation, from the escalation point of view, someone could argue, de-escalate, it will get calmer. But I just don't see it, because the only thing that they are doing is escalating, I think, to the point of a nuclear war. It seems that's what the intention is of the Jewish colony is.
Hey, Hussein, Hussein, can you hear me? What?
You speaking to me or speaking to someone else?
Yeah, this is Andrew. I'm
Andrew.
looking now at those pictures. Yeah, hey Hussein. I'm looking at those pictures now of Tehran. It is wow. It is just incredible. I mean, it looks like the entire, obviously, but it looks like the entire city. This one, Daniel Davis. Well, you can see him. The pictures. I mean, that is amazing. They are just extraordinary. It's like a wall of fire there. So you're right. They're not going to just. Good God, they are escalating it. I'm still trying to determine whether or not those are bombs because it's contradictory to what we've been told by a couple other sources and what Myron was telling Sully in the interview. But I'm just amazed. Yeah, they're not going to just let take their foot off the gas.
Once you target the energy infrastructure of a country, look, they've already done. Like I said, the red lines that are being crossed here. I just don't see the way back because you attack the father of the nation, the leader. Like even if you would never imagine someone would take out a world leader, but they've done it, and not just any world leader, but the world leader that's actually the most loved, probably world leader in the world, and the most respected and revered. And now they're hitting the energy infrastructure. That's like the heart of the. You're telling them we're going to stop you functioning as a state, and then there has to be a response to that, and then obviously the response to that will then lead to another response. It's not like they're going to sit back and say, oh, that's it, we're done now, we're not going to go any further. They'll escalate another way. So this is who we're dealing with in the situation we're dealing with. Look, I think Trump is like risking. He's literally like coming, not peace president, peace, board of peace. Literally, I think he's become board of peace, and he's basically threatening the whole world with a world war. This can escalate very easily to a world war at this stage, because when then the Republic has to retaliate with other energy infrastructure, they might retaliate with taking out some refineries, some other infrastructure. Then the region gets lit on fire, and then China and Russia are like, hang on, you guys are really like messed this up now. You're gonna screw us up as well. We're gonna have to come in and support the Republic. So it's like this is the trajectory we're looking at. I went to sleep for 2 hours. I woke up. I saw the images. And I'm like, this is like very likely to become a world war. Troops on the ground, full-fledged war. It's crazy.
You know what I think, right? Hassan, the reason I wanted to come to you first is because I didn't listen to much of that interview, and I know Sulaiman's a great interviewer, and I really enjoy listening to his interviews. But sometimes when you're doing spaces for long hours, and I don't know how many hours we've been at it now since this morning, probably about 18, 20 hours or something, you're sharing a lot of news and you're talking about it a lot, but you don't really have space just to gather your own thoughts. And I want to feel that this is all going to come together in a week's time. And I've always said the loose cannon here is Israel and it is Netanyahu. That's the only person who can completely derail this. So I want to feel inside of me, and that's probably because I just don't want to see any more suffering in that part of the world. And I feel very strongly about what they've done to Iran. And I feel very strongly about what they've done to Palestine and Gaza and Iraq and Libya and everything, the horrific images of the way that they killed Gaddafi, all of that. I don't care about the sectarianism. I don't care if they were good guys, bad guys, and what they did in their own country. I don't care what people say about Saddam. He did this, he did that, he did that. But the fact is, they hung him on TV. They've humiliated these people deliberately. And these are the people that go around preaching human rights. And for me, it's disgraceful. And when I do the research of everything that happened during the Iraq war, I think it is horrific. It's a stain on humanity. So for me, I just want to think that those people are not going to suffer anymore. In a week's time, they'll be on a negotiating table and something will come out of this. Now, if Trump picks it up as his bravado, I don't care. Because, I mean, like, intelligent people don't take him seriously anyway because he talks like a moron. If the result is that he bigs up a good, big game, as Simon says, but then he's removed the sanctions, Iran's got its sovereignty, Iran's got harmony with the GCC countries and Pakistan and the alliance, and they're signing trade deals, and the youth have got a better future and things like that. I don't care what Trump says, right? For me, that's great. If it means a weaker Israel, Netanyahu in exile, no kind of weapons being supplied, no agreements between a much weaker America America's not a military power, the empire's over, they're out of the Middle East region and stuff. For me, that's a victory. Okay, I mean, it's not my decision, but I'm just saying it's the Iranian people's decision ultimately, and they've earned that. But for me, that's a victory, and I'm hoping that's the way it's going to go. But when I look at what's happened tonight, we lost Andrew. Just give me 1 second. I just sent Andrew I think you should have the mic. Let me just send Andrew the mic. 1 second, sorry.
Hey, did you guys report on the explosion at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway?
Yeah, we did. So, thanks, Flying. We did, yeah. Just when we came back from the interview, we could talk about it in a second. So yeah, so those are my thoughts, Hassan. And then when I think about what you say, and I listen very carefully to you, and when I look at what's happening tonight, what Flying just said, the Norway, what they've done in Lebanon, Beirut, this is Israel, right? This is not Iran. So this is Israel. The oil, the water plantation, whatever site that cut off the water for 30 villages, the oil kind of pipelines that they're bombing, the energy places, the security sites, the airports, tower block in Kuwait is on fire as we speak. Kuwait's had 3 explosions. Oslo, there was an attack on Turkey. I'm certain that was, and I've been saying it for a couple of days, that Israel trying to draw Turkey in because it's a Muslim NATO country. They want NATO involved. And now with Oslo, what Flying was saying, they're doing everything possible to make this regional. Now, what I assume is going on behind the scenes, and we've pretty much been told it, that Saudi's speaking to Iran to de-escalate, and the UK and maybe I think France, but I know the UK was one of them, is speaking to Saudi to say, can you help sort it out quickly? So there are people behind the scenes trying to de-escalate, and the only person who will not want to de-escalate this in a humane way is Israel. What extent will they go to blow it out of proportion? And I've seen a lot of restraint, whatever criticisms people will have of the GCC countries and their history and their standing and their voice for the lack of voice for the Muslim people, whatever. It's not about that. It's about here and now. The GCC countries have shown a lot of restraint because they know what's at stake here. They definitely now think, right, this is our one and only chance to get rid of these freaking American military sites from our land and unite and have a better future for us as Muslims in a region. So they've shown enormous restraint. They've played it very carefully. All of these countries have, even Turkey, Pakistan, and everything. But how far can you push them before they lose it? And if they start attacking Iran or they start attacking Israel, putting pressure on Iran is one thing, but I think the world could put pressure on America. I just don't think Trump's got it in him to say to Israel, I'm backing out. I just don't think he has. I don't know. Like, this is so confusing. Will he stand up for Israel? What's interesting is over the last 2 or 3 days, we've seen Netanyahu come out, just today actually, with his own statements. And then he was AWOL for the last 2 days. We didn't hear from him for the last 2 days. And all we've seen is Trump talking. They've not done any kind of joint statements. They've not referred to each other in their statements. Netanyahu's still calling for a revolt. He's talking directly to the Iranian people in Persian today. Trump is very much like, well, they can choose their own leader. Well, you know what? As long as they're happy, it's all good. And I'm paraphrasing here. You know, we might do that. Yeah, whatever. It's cool. Like his language is completely changed. So maybe he's trying to appease his funders and his backers and keep the GCC happy by saying, I'm not really that bothered about it. Yeah, it's cool. You know, they can sort their own problems out. But push comes to shove, can you trust America and what they're doing behind the scenes with Israel? I don't know. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you, Hassan. What do you think?
I think Trump, look, the way people should look at Trump is that he's a mafia boss. He goes around taking money or protection money. Look, he operates exactly like a mafia boss. And I don't know if you've seen like series like The Sopranos and movie, the gangster movies, but this is like, it's got so many parallels with that where he's gone in so deep now. He's got so many different ties and like dependencies and like people on his back and death threats here and death threats that and like dirt on him and like literally he's juggling all these different things and the only thing he can do is to continue to escalate to keep himself alive and keep to keep himself in power basically. So is similar. It's very similar to say Netanyahu, where he's also, once you start going down the road of massacring children, raping children, eating children probably as well, then what happens is you don't have an off-ramp, because an off-ramp would be to acknowledge your crimes, to be face justice, face consequences for it, and I'm sure many people are religious here. God's an equation here. They don't escape the justice of God just because they get away with it for a period of time. Eventually, it catches up with them, and we can see now Trump. If you look at him, all right, he's not coherent. His speaking is not coherent. 1 minute he'll say one thing, another minute he'll say another thing, and he's got internal turmoil, just like a mafia boss. So now the only thing he can do is to continue to kill and destroy, and I just don't see a way how he de-escalates. For him to de-escalate would mean what handing over the reins of the region to the Republic, basically, I think, because they're not going to tolerate anything from them anymore. Nothing. There's no, when this war started, they said a single missile, and this is a regional war, just one missile, and it's.
So I'm so sorry. I've got breaking news, Hassan, and it literally is on point of what you have said. A single missile. Israel has claimed the attacks on IRGC commanders in Beirut. Israel claims that attack. So guys, just for anybody who's missed out on it, the Ramada Hotel, which is in the center of Beirut. Beirut is a very cosmopolitan city. It's called the Paris of the Middle East. I've visited it many times with friends, family, separately and stuff. And obviously to do the Chevron Chatilla and the humanitarian work. It's very cosmopolitan, very high-end restaurants, nice cafes. It is not the place you think it is. The Ramada Hotel in central Beirut was actually attacked with a missile today. 4 people died, 10 are injured, and Israel has claimed the attack on IRGC commanders in Beirut. Israel has, I remember literally 2 days ago or yesterday or the day before, the Azerbaijanis were saying, oh yeah, we'll send a jet for them and we won't even charge. And I was saying to Andrew, there's something suspicious about this. Are they trying to target the IRGC people in Lebanon? Why are they going to send a jet? Why would they do that? I think this was a false flag or to lure them into some sort of security, get them into the Ramada Hotel. I don't know. There's something suspicious, but they targeted IRGC commanders in Beirut in that hotel. I don't know if they've been successful, if the 4 people that died were IRGC commanders, but it looks like it's going that way. The Burj Al Kuwait Tower was also struck by an Iranian drone today. I think they say it's an Iranian dome. Trump says US won't settle with Iran and doesn't want Kurds to get involved in the war. We read that out earlier. And that's really shocking me what they've done in Beirut. Really shocking me what they've done in Beirut. Astounding, astounding. It goes to prove your point, Hassan. I mean, when I think about Trump and Simon's like, oh, but he's making money. I'm thinking, what is he, 80? He looks like he's haggard. He hasn't got any health. He's probably Joa says he's quite broke and in debt and his business is in debt. But let's say they're all in debt. Let's say you asset strip them all. He's still going to be left with what? A few $100 million? Maybe $1 billion? When you're in your 80s, how much more would you want to live with?
I mean, look, that narrative is is comic at this stage. I'm afraid to say, you have like a city before, you got crazy things going on, out of control now. It's out of control completely. You've got assets getting taken out all the region. You've got rockets flying overhead. You've got little girls being massacred en masse in schools. You have genocide basically taking place in random carpet bombing, and there's no such thing as this being a negotiation being orchestrated. I think anyone peddles that at this stage, something wrong with them, honestly. This is a regional war. It's a war that's spiraled out of control already. It's not like it's in the process of spiraling out of control. It's already out of control right now. And the events that are happening are not predictable in any way, and that's what the Republic was trying to avoid all along, because it knew that as soon as I used to criticize the Republic a lot and say it needed to get involved early on to take out this Jewish colony once and for all, but the calculation they were making is understandable, the wisdom behind it, because if you look at Khamenei, he wasn't scared to lose his life. He wasn't scared to take action. Clearly, he gave it up at the first instance, with his family, of course, and that's an important thing to distinguish. Whenever someone says this is an orchestration and this is a negotiation and bricks and all this nonsense, then when somebody dies, when a leader dies with his own family in the house, you have to really question somebody's integrity at that stage when they say such a thing, because this is not in any way normal. It's not in any way designed in a way to make people think that this is following any kind of pattern. It's clear, unhinged evil controlled by an empire which is trying to reestablish its authority and doing any evil and any kind of atrocity to keep itself in that position, to keep its arrogance and hegemony and control over the world. So people have to look at the situation that we're in, and the thing is, we saw Charlie Kirk. This issue doesn't have borders, and maybe with the Norway issue as well. I don't know much about it right now, but this doesn't have borders. People still, even till now, have some kind of idea that this is somewhere over there in a different country. When Gaza started, people were like, "Oh, this is." A lot of people around the world were like, "Oh, I'm Dubai. Not my issue. I'm in UK. I'm in Canada. I'm wherever, in Australia. I don't need to worry about it. It's not going to affect me." But this whole issue has not got borders. Charlie Kirk proved it, and so it's a messaging there to understand that every single one of you and your children is under threat by these monsters, and they are monsters. We can sit there all day and say that they're calculating what they're doing, and yeah, they are calculating it. They have their evil calculations, which is they'll come after every one of us. They won't stop. I guarantee you, they won't stop. Once, if the Republic fell, then they would go after Iraq, and then they would go, and then it's just global purge to make every one of us suffer. This is who we are dealing with. It's not. This is very serious, very, very serious, and it's not far away. It's on your doorstep. It's there, right in front of you. So if you don't take action, you don't wake up. You don't wake up those people around you and do what's necessary. Then they will come. They'll come after you, regardless.
Yeah. When I first started doing spaces, not just spaces, but just the work I used to do, like to raise awareness for Palestine, I'm talking long before I was on even Twitter. I used to say to people that, actually the Palestinian people are the only people that are free because they're free to resist. We are all occupied, and their cause is our cause. And people couldn't really understand it. And I actually think that now when I look back, I think I never really understood it until now, these last 2-3 years, how occupied we are. I always knew we were, Hassan, but freaking hell, this is something else. We're living in dictatorships and brutal ones at that. Our lives are controlled in every way. And we're given just a spectrum to live within. And as long as it's awful. I don't know. We're completely occupied. So you're right. And it's just going to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, the Republic remains sovereign. The Republic is resisting for everyone, for the whole of humanity right now. Has to be supported. People have to support it. I find ways to help in any way they can. The Yemeni brothers have been quiet so far, but I'm sure they're itching to get involved. You've got Yemen, a portion of that country that's sovereign as well. So then it's only Gaza. Even Palestine is not free. I would say only Gaza from within Palestine is unwilling to bend the knee. So you have only a very small resistance, but globally, but the thing is, there's a lot of motivation there. There's a lot of energy, and they can't crush them. So far they have not been they've been invincible, if you think about it, because they've thrown every single bomb. They've thrown the kitchen sink at it. They've carpet bombed. They've massacred. They've genocided. They've raped. They've pillaged. They've unleashed the whole of the U.S. military might onto this tiny stretch of land in Gaza. And whatever you say about it, obviously annihilated it. But the fact is, they didn't cave. They didn't give it. They didn't give in. So that's a message to everybody that there's going to be some tough times to come, and everyone's going to face the option. Really, do you bend the knee to these people, or do you stand up? And standing up has consequences for all of us. But what's the alternative?
Yeah, they didn't cave. I don't know any of people in the world that could have taken what Israel did to Gaza, and behave with such dignity, such honor, like that. No, it's just like, do you remember? I mean, there's so much has happened when they were releasing the hostages, and the hostages were so happy, and one of them was blowing kisses, and they looked after the elderly so well, and such humanity that they showed. And then still with that, you can't even imagine the amount of losses to still stick to their principles right till the end and honor their word and stuff. Amazing, amazing. I think history will remember them like, I don't know, like lost for words. But I wanted to ask you quickly, Hassan, and then I know that there's probably people on the panel who probably want to speak as well with you. What's happening with the Houthis? Because Andrew and I get that asked pretty much every day. I think, Andrew, somebody asked you about it today, right? What's happening with the Houthis?
So the issue is, if you look, I think there's a couple of analysts who came up with a very good explanation of what's going on right now. The Islamic Republic is not unleashing everything it needs, everything at once. It's very slowly using its stockpile and defending itself in a very kind of calibrated way. So it's not operating at maximum level, is what I'm saying. So you only really need the Houthis if to come in if the Republic signals to them to say, look, we need you right now. But it just doesn't need them. So what it has to be careful of is to inflict enough pain gradually to defeat this enemy, but without creating such an escalation that, like what we saw today with the fires in Tehran. This enemy is keen on escalating very quickly and rapidly. So what's the benefit of the Houthis getting involved right now? The only thing they can do is probably to close the Bab el-Mandeb, the Red Sea area for commerce, which will have a smaller impact than the closing of the Strait, which the Republic's already done. So strategically they operate in a way that they have to calculate every move right now, and not go all out immediately, because this could be a long war. It might make sense for them to come in 3, 4, 5, 6 months time, and to build up their arsenal. At the moment, if they probably won't be producing the missiles at the same rate as the Republic does. They might produce a few months, for example, and so it would make sense for them to keep building them up for the next few months, and then use a big batch of them at once, rather than to launch a few of them. So there's all these calculations coming in that just make sense militarily. You don't want to play all your cards right now. This is a very long war, and it's gonna be worth just holding on to everything you can. As I said, don't escalate too much, because the way I believe a nuclear strike is very possible. If they can avert that, then it makes sense to just continue at this pace, even if it means them suffering like they are now. If they're losing maybe 100, 200, 300 people a day, a nuclear strike, you're talking about tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. Again, this is a calculation that's going to come into play. And maybe they're also building a nuclear weapon, and that's going to take some time. So as a deterrent, and then they might have decided that it's now the time to do it, because you're dealing with psychopaths.
You think Iran's starting to build? You think there's a possibility?
Well, it's inevitably going to be discussed internally, because that the Jewish colony is kind of itching and desperate to genocide you. So they're looking to inflict a million, hundreds of thousands, millions of deaths, and just do it joyfully, and enjoy the blood, enjoy the destruction. So when you're dealing with something like that, what you have that has to come into the equation. And obviously we know that the Khamenei, who was a strategic patience man, he was against the nuclear weapon. Now he's been martyred, the next person coming might change that and say, no, look, we're facing existential threat. We have to have the deterrent. We won't use it, but we have to show the enemy that we have it. So there might be a different interpretation there, a change in protocol or ideology there for that. So I think you know, if it takes them, let's say, 2 weeks to build a nuclear weapon, then it makes sense for them at the moment to just very gradually build up and escalate without going too hard. So all these calculations are taking place, and I think the Republic has shown that it knows what it's doing in this space. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thought it would take a long time to build nukes. My concern is Israel might use its freaking nukes. But let's see.
I think it will use them. I think it
Let's
will use
go.
them. You'll see it in the next few weeks. Very likely.
Really, people have come up and said that. You know, I'd like to think.